Marvel, a man with a system. Chapter 1, Awakening. David Brown never imagined his life would end in flames. He was just an ordinary guy, a software engineer working a 9-to-5 job, coding his way through endless lines of logic, fixing bugs that never seemed to end. It wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and gave him enough time to indulge in his passions. Movies, comics, and TV shows had always been his escape. He could spend hours debating power levels, dissecting plot twists, and dreaming of what it would be like to live in a world of heroes and villains. Iron Man, Spider-Man, Thor, he loved them all. But they were fiction, nothing more than stories to keep reality at bay. His apartment was small but comfortable, decorated with posters of his favorite films and a shelf stacked with graphic novels. Life wasn't perfect, but it was his. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Pain. That was the first thing David felt. A sharp, searing agony burned through his senses, like fire licking at his skin. He gasped for air, but his lungs refused to cooperate. The scent of smoke filled his nostrils, thick and suffocating. Fire. My apartment. David coughed violently as thick smoke filled his lungs. His vision blurred, the heat pressing against his skin like an unforgiving force. His legs trembled as he stumbled toward the door, only to find it blocked by raging flames. Panic clawed at his chest. He tried to scream, but all that came out was a weak gasp. His vision had blurred, darkness swallowing him whole. The world swam back into focus, a blurry mess of grays and muted colors. David's first sensation wasn't sight, though, but a dull, throbbing ache that resonated through his skull. As David's mind swam back into consciousness, the memories came rushing back, red-hot flames engulfing his home, the crackling of burning wood, the deafening sound of collapsing walls. He remembered the heat, the fear, and finally, the moment his body gave out. Yet, he was still here. His mind felt hazy, but something was different. The pain wasn't from the fire anymore. It was dull, distant, like an echo of what he had experienced before. Slowly, he became aware of his body, his arms, his legs, his heartbeat. He was alive. Where am I? He thought, or rather, where am I now? His fingers twitched. He could move. His arms, his legs, his heartbeat, it was all there. He was alive. But, how? Suddenly on reflex his eyes snapped open. Blinding white light flooded his vision, forcing him to blink several times before he could see clearly. The first thing he noticed was the ceiling, a plain, white hospital ceiling with fluorescent lights buzzing softly above him. The sterile scent of antiseptic filled the air. His fingers curled into the bed sheets. This isn't my apartment. Where am I? He tried to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his body, forcing him back down with a groan. That was when he noticed the 4-drip connected to his arm, the steady beeping of medical equipment beside him, and the faint scent of antiseptic in the air. I'm in a hospital. David's brows furrowed in confusion. He had been sure he was dead. The fire had consumed everything, his home, his life. There was no way he could have survived. As he stared at his own hands, his breath quickened. His fingers looked thinner. His skin, smoother. His heart pounded. Something wasn't right. Then, like a dam breaking, the flood of foreign memories crashed into him. A young man working as a waiter in Manhattan. A mother lost to a tragic accident. An inheritance left behind. Years of grief, searching for answers that never came. And then, chaos. Screams. Explosions. A city under siege. The Chitauri invasion. David's breath hitched. The Chitauri? His hands clenched the blanket, panic surged through him as realization dawned. He wasn't just in a different place, he was in a different world. The Marvel Universe. His fingers gripped the bed sheets tightly as he processed the impossible truth. This isn't real. This can't be real. But the steady beep of the heart monitor, the weight of the hospital blanket, the throbbing in his skull, all of it felt too real to ignore. His name, David Brown, wasn't just his anymore. It belonged to the man whose body he now inhabited. A man who had been caught in the devastation of the Chitauri attack and buried under rubble. A man who had fallen into a coma. And now, he had woken up. As he lay there, staring at the ceiling, a single thought echoed in his mind. What the hell do I do now? The door swung open, snapping him out of his spiraling thoughts. A doctor walked in, followed closely by a nurse. The doctor, a middle-aged man with graying hair and glasses perched on his nose, glanced at David's chart before offering a small smile. Well, Mr. Brown, he said, voice calm yet professional. It's good to see you awake. You've been out for quite some time. David swallowed, trying to steady his nerves. He wasn't sure how to respond yet. The nurse, a woman with dark brown hair tied into a neat bun, moved to check the monitors beside his bed. Your vitals look stable, she noted before looking at him kindly. How are you feeling? David hesitated. How was he supposed to answer that? He had just woken up in a different body, in a different universe. But saying that out loud wasn't exactly an option. Tired, he finally said, his voice coming out hoarse. The doctor nodded, making a note on the clipboard. That's to be expected. You suffered a severe head injury during the invasion. You were found unconscious under the rubble. The paramedics managed to get you to safety, but you slipped into a coma shortly after. David processed the information slowly. How long? The nurse answered gently, 3 months. 3 months. David's mind reeled. He had been in a coma for 3 whole months. That explained why his body felt so weak. He flexed his fingers slightly, testing their strength. The doctor continued, we'll need to run a few more tests, but so far, everything seems promising. However, given the trauma to your head, there's a chance you might experience some memory loss or confusion. It's nothing unusual in cases like yours. David tensed. This might actually work in his favor. If he said anything strange, he could just blame it on memory loss. I don't remember much, he admitted cautiously. It's all kind of blurry. The doctor offered a reassuring nod. That's completely normal. Some memories may return with time, while others might remain foggy. There's no need to rush, your recovery is the priority. The nurse stepped forward with a clipboard. Your insurance covered the hospital expenses, so you don't have to worry about medical bills. David blinked. Insurance? He wasn't sure if the previous owner of this body had set up health insurance, but he wasn't about to complain. The doctor adjusted his glasses. For now, we'll continue monitoring you. If you feel any dizziness, headaches, or anything unusual, let us know immediately. He placed the clipboard back on the table. I'd say you're lucky to have woken up at all. Many weren't so fortunate after the invasion. David swallowed hard. He knew. He had seen the devastation in the movies, but this was different. This was real. The doctor gave him one last reassuring look. Rest for now. We'll check in on you later. Taking a deep breath, he asked, so, when can I leave? The doctor looked up from his notes, slightly amused. Eager to get out, are we? David nodded. 3 months feels like too long to be in a hospital. The doctor chuckled. Understandable. But while you've regained consciousness, your body is still weak. You've been in a coma for months, and your muscles need time to regain strength. We'll need to monitor your progress for at least another 1 to 2 weeks before we can consider discharging you. David tried not to let his frustration show. So I just, rest and wait. Pretty much, the doctor said with a shrug. But you're in good hands. Just focus on healing. David exhaled through his nose. 2 weeks wasn't too bad. It would give him time to process everything, to plan his next steps. The doctor patted his chart. Get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. With that, he and the nurse exited the room, leaving David alone with his thoughts once again. He sighed, staring up at the ceiling. 1 to 2 weeks to figure out what the hell I'm going to do in this world. As David lay back against the hospital pillow, staring at the ceiling in silence. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That was a fact. But what did that mean for him? He wasn't some genius like Tony Stark, nor did he have superhuman strength like Steve Rogers. He was just David Brown. A man who had died in a fire and somehow ended up in another body in a world filled with gods, monsters, and mad titans. What the hell do I do now? He exhaled deeply, letting his eyes drift shut. He needed a plan. He needed to figure out what resources this body had, what he could do, and how he could survive in a world that, if the timeline followed what he remembered, was only going to get more dangerous. David exhaled slowly, his mind racing with possibilities. He had watched the movies, read the comics, he knew what kind of universe he was in. A universe filled with heroes, villains, gods, and monsters. A world where battles could level cities and threats could wipe out planets. And somehow, he was now part of it. For now, I should focus on recovery. Ding! A soft chime echoed in his ears, snapping him out of his thoughts. His eyes flew open, scanning the empty hospital room. What the? Before he could finish, a holographic screen flickered into existence right in front of him, hovering in midair. David froze, his breath caught in his throat. His heart pounded as he stared at the glowing blue interface. It was translucent, the edges pulsing with faint energy, and it looked eerily similar to the kind of heads-up displays he had seen in futuristic sci-fi movies. To be continued. Comment. 5 comment. Vote. Chapter 2, System and Rehab. David froze, his breath caught in his throat. His heart pounded as he stared at the glowing blue interface. It was translucent, the edges pulsing with faint energy, and it looked eerily similar to the kind of heads-up displays he had seen in futuristic sci-fi movies. Then, words appeared on the screen. System activating. Binding to host, David Arthur Brown. Binding complete. Welcome, user. David's mouth went dry. A system? His body tensed as more text appeared. Initializing system functions. Basic system features unlocked. Status. Quests. Inventory. Lottery, locked. David stared at the words in disbelief. His mind raced. He had seen things like this before, in web novels, in fanfictions. It was a system, the kind that gave protagonists insane advantages in otherworldly settings. His hands trembled slightly as he reached out toward the holographic screen. The moment his fingers brushed the glowing text, the interface responded, bringing up another screen. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 9. David's eyes widened as he read through the stats. They weren't particularly impressive, actually, they looked slightly below average. Okay, calm down, he muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. This is insane. But, it's also real. A system. A real system. His breathing steadied as he forced himself to think logically. If he had a system, then that meant he had some kind of advantage. He didn't know what kind of system it was yet, but if it worked anything like the ones he had read about, it could be a game changer. He glanced at the available options. Quests. Inventory. Lottery. But he hesitated. No beginner rewards. No tutorial quest. A cold feeling settled in his gut. Something wasn't right. His paranoia flared up. He had just woken up in a new body, in a world that he was sure wasn't his own. Now, a system was binding to him without explanation. He had read enough stories to know that diving in recklessly was the fastest way to get killed. He closed the system without interacting with anything else. After closing the system, David tried to push it out of his mind. But the moment he did, a new notification appeared in his vision. New quest issued. Quest, Recovery and Return. Objective, Complete rehabilitation and return home. Duration, 14 days. Reward, Lottery feature unlock. David stared at the text, his jaw tightening. It wasn't optional, this was a mission, a structured task he had to complete. The time limit was clear, 2 weeks. Was this the system's way of forcing him to integrate into this life? He shoved the temptation away. He wasn't going to mess with the system until he had a better understanding of his situation. For now, he had a simple goal: recover and get out of here. For now, he needed to focus on reality. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of rehab and cautious observation. On his first day of therapy, David struggled just to stand. His legs were weak from 3 months of inactivity, and every attempt to move sent sharp jolts of pain through his body. The nurse helped him into a wheelchair, reminding him to take things slow. He hated the helplessness but forced himself to remain patient. By the 3rd day, the stiffness in his body was unbearable. Simple stretches felt like torture, and his neck and shoulder throbbed constantly. The doctors prescribed pain medication, which dulled the ache but left his thoughts hazy. Occasionally, a mild headache crept in, but it wasn't severe enough to concern the medical staff. His days settled into a routine: wake up, eat, rehab, rest. The nurses didn't press him much about his memory loss, assuming his quiet demeanor was a side effect of the coma. That worked in his favor, he was still too busy processing everything to answer questions. By the 8th day, he could walk across the rehab room on his own, though his body still felt sluggish. He focused on small victories. One step at a time. Through his hospital window, he could see Manhattan. The city was recovering from the Chitauri invasion. Cranes towered over damaged buildings, construction crews worked around the clock, and news reports replayed footage of the battle. Seeing it firsthand made it real. He was in the Marvel universe. This wasn't a dream. He spent long nights staring at the ceiling, replaying the last moments of his previous life. The fire. The pain. The absolute certainty that he had died. And yet, here he was. For the first few days, he had desperately tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was in a coma dream. Maybe this was some kind of afterlife. But the more time passed, the more undeniable it became. This was real. He was alive. And if he was alive, that meant he had to figure out what came next. By the 12th day, he had accepted it. It didn't mean he was at peace with it, but denying it wouldn't change anything. Finally, after 2 weeks, the doctor cleared him for discharge. He had regained enough strength to walk normally, though soreness still lingered. The occasional headache was manageable. He had no home waiting for him, no friends or family to call. But he had a second chance at life. As the doctor signed off on his discharge papers, a nurse brought over a small plastic bag. "These are your belongings," she said, handing it to him. "Most of it was recovered when you were brought in." David took the bag, feeling the weight of his past life, or rather, the past life of this body. He pulled out the first item, a set of torn and blood-stained clothes. The fabric was stiff, as if it had dried after being soaked in something. His nose wrinkled at the faint metallic scent still lingering on them. "Guess I won't be wearing these anytime soon," he muttered under his breath. Next, he found a broken wristwatch, the glass cracked and the hands frozen in place. He turned it over in his palm, trying to imagine what kind of person the original David had been. Had this watch been important to him? A gift? A cheap purchase? He had no idea. Then, he pulled out a thin silver chain, slightly tarnished but otherwise intact. It was simple, unadorned, yet something about it made him hesitate before setting it aside. At the bottom of the bag, he found a flip phone, an old model, barely holding together with a cracked screen and a busted hinge. He flipped it open, but unsurprisingly, it didn't turn on. And finally, a worn leather wallet. David opened it and found a few dollars, some loose change, a debit card and a driver's license. David Arthur Brown. New York driver's license. Address, XXXX, Upper West Side, Manhattan. He exhaled slowly. At least he had a destination. A nurse walked in, carrying a set of fresh clothes. "These should fit you," she said. "Standard issue for patients being discharged. Nothing fancy, but at least you won't be leaving in hospital scrubs." David nodded. "Thanks." After changing, he pocketed his belongings, then walked outside for the first time in weeks. The city air was crisp, filled with the distant sounds of car horns and murmuring pedestrians. He stepped toward the curb and hailed a cab. As he sat in the back seat, watching the city pass by through the window, he gripped the wallet tightly in his hand. He had a name, an address, and a past he didn't fully understand. But for now, he had a destination. As he arrived at his house, a new notification popped up. Quest completed, rehab and return home. Rewards, lottery function unlocked. David sighed. He still wasn't sure how he felt about the system, but at least now he had a clear goal, getting back home. David's apartment was in the Upper West Side, nestled between Harlem and Hell's Kitchen. The building was old but well-maintained, with a slightly faded brick exterior. The stairs creaked under his weight as he climbed to the second floor, his muscles protesting every step. Unlocking the door, he stepped inside, taking in the familiar yet strangely distant sight of his home. The living room was small but cozy, with a worn-out couch facing an old TV. A bookshelf in the corner held a mix of novels and programming books, remnants of the original David's life. The kitchen was compact, with a small dining table pushed against the wall and a single chair tucked beneath it. In his bedroom, sitting atop his wooden dresser, was a framed photo of him and his mother. It was taken on the day of his community college graduation. In the picture, he stood in a slightly wrinkled cap and gown, a mix of pride and exhaustion on his face. His mother, standing beside him, had her arm wrapped around his shoulders, smiling warmly, her eyes filled with nothing but love and encouragement. The frame was simple and slightly worn, but the photo itself was one of the few things that truly made this apartment feel like home. Now, looking at it after everything that had happened, there was a sharp pang in his chest, a reminder of a life that wasn't his anymore, yet was still his to carry. David took a deep breath. He had made it home. Now, it was time to figure out what came next. To be continued. Chapter 3, The System's Rules and the First Lottery. David sat on his couch, staring at the translucent blue screen floating in front of him. Now that he was finally home, there was no more avoiding it, he needed to understand what this system was and how it worked. Taking a deep breath, he willed the system menu to open. System menu. Status. Quests. Inventory. Lottery. His eyes lingered on quests. He tapped on it, and a new screen appeared. Quests function unlocked. Primary quests, major objectives that influence progress. Side quests, optional tasks with rewards. Daily/weekly quests, recurring missions for smaller rewards. Note, the user has the freedom to accept or reject most quests. David let out a slow breath. So, I won't be forced into every mission. That's good to know. The last thing he wanted was to be a puppet controlled by some unseen force. Next, he opened the lottery function. Lottery function unlocked. The lottery can be activated on the 1st and 15th of every month. A single lottery attempt grants 3 random rewards. These could be weapons, skills, abilities, or even characters from the Omniverse. Rewards are completely luck-based, some draws may result in nothing. Each draw cost system points, SP. A final notification appeared. First lottery attempt available. There were 9 cards displayed. The user must choose any 3 cards to receive the lottery rewards. David frowned slightly. A card draw system. He wasn't sure if this was better or worse than a traditional loot box. It all boiled down to luck. He took a deep breath, trusting his instincts as he tapped 3 cards. Congratulations. You have received Glock 17 plus 5 magazines plus leg strap. Minus $10,000 in cash. Skill, hand-to-hand combat, master, passive. David blinked. Holy shit. A notification confirmed that the items had been transferred to his inventory. He immediately checked. Inventory. Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster. Minus $10,000 cash. Hand-to-hand combat, master, passive skill. His focus shifted to the hand-to-hand combat, master, skill. The moment he clicked the card, a notification appeared before him. Do you wish to integrate the hand-to-hand combat, master, skill? Yes/no. He didn't think twice and clicked yes. The moment he did, a rush of knowledge flooded his mind. Striking techniques, counterattacks, footwork, grappling, every move, every form, felt like second nature. It wasn't just knowledge, his muscles responded instinctively, as if he had spent years training. David exhaled sharply and flexed his fingers. He didn't feel physically stronger, but the precision in his movements was undeniable. It was a strange sensation, like unlocking a hidden ability he never knew he had. This is insane. Then his gaze fell on the Glock 17 in his inventory, and his excitement dimmed slightly. A gun. Unlike combat skills, he had no experience with firearms in either of his lives. The most he knew about guns came from movies and video games. He wasn't even sure how to hold one properly, let alone shoot accurately. He sighed. If I have it, I should at least know how to use it. The thought of handling a lethal weapon made him uneasy, but he wasn't naive. This was a world filled with aliens, super soldiers, assassins, and secret organizations. Being unarmed was a death sentence. I'll have to find a gun range and start practicing. His eyes flicked back to the $10,000 prize. It was an unexpected windfall, but it raised a question: what should he do with it? David leaned back on the couch, rubbing his temples. It was overwhelming, but at least he had a starting point. He made up his mind. He needed training. But, before David could think further, a faint rotting smell reached his nose. His expression twisted in disgust. What the hell? Now that his focus wasn't entirely on the system, he realized his apartment was filthy. The air was stale, dust had settled over everything, and the faint scent of something rotten drifted around the house. And he didn't even notice it because he was so focused on the system and its rewards. Ugh, yeah, I can't live like this. Sighing, he rolled up his sleeves. Cleaning came first. David glanced around his apartment. Then, he walked over to the windows, unlocking and pushing them open. A gust of fresh air rushed in. Next was to clean the kitchen nightmare. He braced himself and opened the fridge. Oh, hell no. The stench hit him like a punch to the face. Expired milk, rotting leftovers, and something unidentifiable in the back had turned his fridge into a biohazard zone. Alright, you're all getting evicted. David grabbed trash bags and started dumping everything. Once everything was gone, he scrubbed the shelves, making a mental note to never let this happen again. He then moved on to the rest of the apartment. He vacuumed the carpet, which had trapped dust and dirt, twice. He wiped down all the surfaces, including the tables, shelves, and counters. Afterward, he went to the bedroom to clean up and gathered his dirty clothes to take to the dry cleaners. Then last was the bathroom cleanup, and thankfully, it wasn't as bad as the kitchen, just dusty. As he worked, an odd feeling gnawed at him. A gut feeling. Like he was forgetting something important. Before he could place it. Ding dong. David froze. Taking a deep breath, he walked towards the door and slowly turned the knob. Standing outside was an elderly man, somewhere in his early 70s, with sharp yet kind eyes. He was well dressed, wearing a clean button-up shirt and neatly pressed trousers. For a second, David blanked, struggling to place him. Then, memories clicked into place, albeit in patches. "Mr. Thompson." The old man smiled. "Ah, David. Finally back among the living, are you?" David hesitated, rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah. Something like that." Mr. Thompson's expression softened. "You gave us a scare, son. How are you feeling?" "Better, but, not exactly myself," he replied. Concern flickered in the old man's eyes, so David decided to be partially honest. I have some memory loss. Some things are clear, but others." He trailed off, shaking his head. Mr. Thompson frowned. "Memory loss, huh? That explains a lot." David raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" The old man sighed, crossing his arms. "Your mother was a dear friend of mine, you know. When I heard what happened, I made sure your apartment didn't fall apart while you were gone. I covered the house bills for the last 3 months." David's eyes widened. "Wait, you did?" Mr. Thompson chuckled, but there was a glint in his eyes. "Of course. But..." He cleared his throat, giving David a knowing look. "Ah. There it is. That feeling. I was forgetting the bills." The landlord side of Mr. Thompson was emerging. David sighed. "You came to collect the rent, didn't you?" The old man grinned. "I may be kind, but I'm not running a charity, son." David laughed dryly. "Yep. He's kind, but shrewd." "Fair enough," David said, stepping aside. "Come in. Let's talk." Mr. Thompson nodded and stepped inside, looking around. "At least you finally cleaned up." David rolled his eyes. Yeah. Make yourself at home." As the old man sat down, he added, "Oh, and Joe from your workplace came looking for you. You should probably check in with him." David frowned. Joe. He had completely forgotten about work. David sighed and paid his dues and the current month's rent in cash. Mr. Thompson looked at him weirdly but didn't ask anything. After some small talk, he left, reminding David to take care of his health. As the door shut behind Mr. Thompson, David let out a deep breath and leaned against the frame. Well, that's one problem solved. Just as he was about to relax, growling. His stomach loudly protested. Right. He hadn't eaten all day. David sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Figures. Now that he was paying attention to his body, he realized he was exhausted. The past few hours had been a whirlwind, returning home, cleaning, checking the system, dealing with his landlord. And now. A dull ache throbbed at the back of his neck and head. It wasn't unbearable, but it was there. Probably a mix of stress, fatigue, and lingering effects from the coma. David pushed himself off the wall and headed to his bedroom. On the bed lay the oversized black hoodie he had tossed aside while cleaning. He grabbed it and slipped it on. Comfortable, loose, and warm. Just what he needed. Walking over to the nightstand, he reached into his inventory and withdrew some cash. He counted out a decent amount, stuffed it into his wallet, and tucked it into his pocket. Alright, food first. With that, he grabbed his keys and stepped out into the cool night air. To be continued. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 4. Agility, 5. Intelligence, 9. SP, 0. Skills, hand-to-hand combat, master. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $4,800 cash. Chapter 4, Settling In. After some searching, David walked into a small, quiet diner. The scent of sizzling patties and fresh fries filled the air, a welcome change from the stale emptiness of his apartment. He ordered a classic burger with fries and settled into a booth near the window. The chatter around him was lively but predictable. "Thor's definitely a god," a man at the counter argued, waving a fry for emphasis. "Come on, he's just an alien with a hammer," his friend scoffed. Further back, an older couple muttered about the increased security in the city. On the mounted TV, the news played a segment on Stark Tower's reconstruction, along with an opinion piece on how New York was moving on from the invasion. David ate in silence, his senses tuned to his surroundings. Paranoia lingered at the edges of his mind, an instinct he wasn't sure would ever fade. Still, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. After finishing his meal, he left a decent tip for the waitress and stepped out into the cool night air. Halfway home, he cursed under his breath. Right. There's nothing to eat tomorrow. Changing direction, he headed toward a nearby 24-hour supermarket. Under the fluorescent lights, he grabbed essentials, vegetables, eggs, milk, bacon, snacks, fresh produce, and some extra cleaning supplies. As he browsed, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Someone's behind me. Casually, he turned his head. An old woman stood by the soup cans, scrutinizing labels with a frown. David exhaled, shaking off his nerves. Relax. Not everything is a threat. After paying in cash, he bagged his groceries and stepped outside. The street was quiet, the occasional car passing by, headlights flashing across the pavement. He started walking briskly, feeling the dull pain in his neck and head intensify. He clenched his jaw and quickened his pace. Reaching his apartment building, he stepped into the elevator and pressed his floor number. As the doors slid open, familiar voices greeted him. He turned to see his neighbors, a friendly couple with a young daughter. The little girl peeked from behind her mother and waved. He hesitated, then returned the gesture, feeling strangely out of place. After a few more pleasantries, he excused himself and entered his apartment. Locking the door behind him, David sighed. He unpacked the groceries, placing everything neatly in the fridge and cupboards. Grabbing a small snack, he ate quickly, but the throbbing in his neck and head was getting worse. With another sigh, he fished out the pain meds from the hospital and swallowed a dose. His gaze flicked to the clock, it was already late. Tomorrow. I'll figure out my next steps tomorrow. Stripping down to comfortable clothes, he collapsed onto the bed. As his body sank into the mattress, exhaustion finally took over, pulling him into a deep sleep. The next day. A faint ray of morning light filtered through the blinds, casting soft patterns across the ceiling. David stirred, eyes fluttering open. There was no grogginess, no confusion, just the quiet realization that he had woken up on his own this time. With a deep breath, he sat up and leaned back against the bed frame, his gaze sweeping across the familiar but still somewhat foreign room. He let out a slow sigh, rubbing his face before glancing around once more. Everything in the room, the furniture, the walls, the faint morning light peeking through the blinds, felt real. Solid. Yup. Still not a dream, he muttered under his breath. Leaning his head back against the wall, he exhaled sharply. Maybe, just maybe, it really was time to move on. He had no significant attachments to his past life, no family, no deep friendships that would have carried over into this new world. It had been a life filled with routine, fleeting joys, and an endless cycle of work. Nothing that truly anchored him. And yet, despite accepting this reality, part of him still clung to the past. Nostalgia, perhaps. Or was it just the simple fact that change, no matter how inevitable, was never easy? Well, he muttered, at least no one checks my browser history. He snorted at his own joke, shaking his head. Small comforts. But jokes aside, he knew he had to start moving forward in earnest. As he got out of bed, a familiar blue screen appeared in front of him. Daily quest issued. Quest, physical conditioning. Push-ups, 0/20. Sit-ups, 0/20. Squats, 0/20. Jogging, in place or outside 0/5 minutes. Reward, +1 to 2 random stat, 5 system points. David sighed. He was already getting used to this. No dramatic reactions, no excited exclamations like the protagonists in web novels. Just another part of his reality now. He dismissed the screen and headed to the bathroom, intending to start fresh. As he splashed cold water on his face, he finally took a proper look at himself in the mirror. It was still bizarre to see someone else's face staring back at him. His blue eyes stared back at him. His face wasn't overly handsome or unattractive, just average. A straight nose, slightly defined cheekbones, a jawline that wasn't too sharp but not weak either. His slightly unkempt brown hair looked like it hadn't seen a proper cut in a while. If he had to describe himself in a word, it would be unremarkable, a face that wouldn't stand out in a crowd, which, in this chaotic world, was probably a good thing. His gaze drifted lower to his body. He was lean, but not in a fit way, more like someone who hadn't done much physical activity in a long time. There was little definition in his arms and torso, and his skin was pale, likely from months in the hospital. His eyes finally settled on the scar at the back of his neck, running down to his shoulder. He traced a finger over it, feeling the uneven texture. A near-death experience he hadn't even lived through. David exhaled. All right. Enough staring. With that, he brushed his teeth, freshened up, and changed into a pair of loose shorts and a plain t-shirt. Before starting his workout, David took care of his usual morning tasks. He cleaned up his apartment a bit, wiped down the kitchen counters. Once that was done, he stood in the middle of his living room, stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders. His body still felt sluggish from months of inactivity, but that was exactly why this quest was necessary. All right, let's do this. First up, push-ups. David got down on the floor and positioned himself. The first 5 were easy. By the 10th, his arms started to burn. By the 15th, his movements slowed. He gritted his teeth, pushing out the last 5 with effort before collapsing onto the floor, breathing heavily. Damn. I'm out of shape. After a short rest, he moved on to sit-ups. His abs protested by the 12th rep, but he forced himself through. Squats were easier in comparison, though his thighs burned by the end. Finally, jogging. Since he wasn't ready to go outside, he jogged in place for 5 minutes, focusing on maintaining a steady pace. His breathing became labored halfway through, and by the end, sweat dripped down his forehead. A familiar chime sounded. Quest completed. Rewards. +1 agility, +1 strength, +5 system points. David wiped his face with a towel, feeling a mix of relief and satisfaction. It wasn't much, but it was a start. He exhaled deeply, drinking a glass of water before slumping onto the couch. His muscles already felt sore, but it was a good kind of sore. He leaned his head back, staring at the ceiling. After completing his exercise, David slowly rose to his feet, his muscles protesting with every movement. He stretched his arms over his head, then made his way to the bathroom. The cool water from the shower seemed to soothe his sore muscles, the steam filling the small space and helping to clear his head. He let the water run over him, giving himself a moment to just be, no distractions, no worries, just the steady rhythm of droplets. When he stepped out, the foggy mirror in front of him reflected his pale, tired face. He wiped it clear with his towel, glancing at his appearance in the full-length mirror on the back of the bathroom door. His eyes lingered on the reflection. He sighed and walked out of the bathroom. He paused mid-motion. Damn, was he sighing this much before? He was starting to sound like an old man stuck in a 20-something's body. As he toweled off, his gaze flicked to the clothes folded neatly in the cupboard. They were functional, sure, but they weren't his. Maybe it was time for an upgrade. They were just things the old David had. He thought about it for a moment. It was time to revamp his wardrobe. He had no idea what his budget was, but he'd figure it out. He pulled on a plain white long-sleeve t-shirt and a pair of faded blue jeans, nothing fancy, just functional. Once dressed, he walked to the kitchen to make breakfast. A light breakfast. Scrambled eggs, toast, and a glass of milk. It was quick but filling. As he sat at the kitchen counter, chewing his toast thoughtfully, David's mind wandered. Today would be the day he tried to get things in order. First step, check in with his old work. He needed to see if he still had a job waiting for him, or if the company had just moved on. A new phone wouldn't hurt either. Maybe a laptop, something reliable. And a new watch. His old one was broken, useless. But he had no interest in anything fancy. Practicality was his focus now. He finished his breakfast, placed the dishes in the sink, and stood up. He walked over to his closet, grabbing a thick hoodie to layer over his outfit. Tossing it on, he made sure to grab a water bottle, slipping it into the side pocket of his crossbody bag. The bag itself was simple, no frills, but it would do. He tucked his pain medications into the bag as well, just in case the day proved more taxing than he anticipated. After a final glance around the apartment, David grabbed his wallet and keys, slipping them into his pocket. The broken watch joined them. A moment later, he was locking the door behind him and stepping into the elevator. The cool morning air hit him as he stepped outside. The hustle of the city was in full swing, people rushing about in their routines. He walked to the intersection, glancing up and down the street. He raised a hand, flagging down a taxi. The driver pulled over, gesturing for him to hop in. "Where to?" the driver asked. David replied by giving the address and slipped into the back seat to settle in. The taxi pulled away from the curb, merging into traffic as they began the short journey across the city. He just looked outside the window and looked around the area to memorize the route in case he needed it in the future. He was still adjusting to everything, but there was a small part of him that felt hopeful. Maybe not about where he was, but about what he could do with this second chance. To be continued. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Intelligence, 9. SP, 5 points. Skills, hand-to-hand combat, master. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $4,500 cash. Chapter 5, An Old Job and Familiar Faces. David stepped out of the taxi and into the cool morning air, adjusting the strap of his crossbody bag. His gaze drifted toward a modest diner tucked between a laundromat and a small convenience store. The exterior had a faded sign that read, "Ivan's Diner," the red letters slightly chipped from years of wear. A simple awning stretched over the entrance, and despite its unassuming look, the place had steady foot traffic. No wonder my past self had decent pay here. He could remember now, this diner had regulars. Workers from nearby construction sites, taxi drivers on their breaks, and even some local cops who swore by Ivan's coffee. Taking a breath, David walked toward the entrance. But just as he reached for the door, his gaze landed on a familiar figure standing nearby, talking with a customer. A tall man, broad-shouldered, his apron with the diner's name. His salt and pepper beard gave him a slightly rugged look, and even from the side, David recognized the tired but sharp eyes. David's mind clicked. Joe. Joe had been one of his work companions, maybe even something close to a friend, despite being a good 10 years older than him. They'd shared shifts, traded complaints about customers, and Joe had even covered for him a few times when life had gotten in the way. The moment Joe turned, their eyes met. His brows furrowed for a second before recognition flashed across his face. David? Joe's voice carried mild surprise. A chuckle escaped David as he nodded. Yeah. Been a while, huh? Joe took a step closer, giving him a once-over. Damn, kid. Where the hell have you been? You just disappeared on us. I even came around your house to see what happened to you. Your neighbors said your house was locked for over a month and you weren't there. David exhaled. Yeah, remember how I said I was taking a 2-day vacation? Joe scoffed. Yeah, I remember. I was the one who suggested it because you looked burned out. But I told you to take a small vacation, not a 3-month one, kid. David paused. Why was I burned out? He just blanked. Joe frowned at his silence. David? When he still didn't react, Joe tried again. Kid, you okay? David hadn't remembered why he was burned out before, but now he did. The reason shocked him. He forced himself to keep his expression neutral. I need to sort through these memories later. Still, he answered, yeah, sorry. Just got sidetracked. But anyway, I took your advice seriously. Problem is, bad luck decided to stalk me during that vacation. Got into an accident. A real bad one. He tapped the back of his neck. You remember when our neighbors decided to barge onto our planet? Got banged up pretty hard. Spent months in the hospital. Still got the scar to prove it. Joe let out a low whistle, shaking his head. Shit. We thought you skipped town or something. That's rough. Then, his expression softened. But you're up and about now. That's what matters. How are you doing? As they walked inside the bustling diner, David nodded. Yeah, trying to piece things together. And if I struggle with faces or names, help me out, I've got some minor memory loss. He glanced toward the diner's entrance. Figured I'd check if I still had a job. Yeah, will do, David. Joe smirked. About the job? That depends. You know how Ivan is. David chuckled. Grumpy old Russian man. Yeah, I remember. Joe snorted. Well, if he lets you, you're in. Come on, I'll take you to him. The inside of the diner was warm, slightly cramped, but clean. The checkered floors, the scuffed-up counter, the booths by the windows where customers sipped their coffee and flipped through newspapers. It wasn't fancy, but it had character. They stopped outside the kitchen door. From inside, raised voices carried out, someone was getting chewed out in Russian. The rough, fast-paced exchange was unintelligible to David, but from the sheer volume of Ivan's voice, it was safe to say it wasn't a friendly conversation. Joe, standing next to him, remained unbothered. He simply turned away from the door, leaning casually against the wall. David followed his lead, pretending not to hear anything. No point in getting caught in whatever storm was brewing inside. A few moments later, the door swung open with a loud creak. Heavy footsteps stomped past them. David caught a glimpse of 2 men in black pants and jackets, one of them muttering curses under his breath in what sounded like Russian. Were those guys just fired? Or was it something else? David shrugged to himself. Not my problem. He glanced at Joe. Joe just shrugged, unbothered. Then, turning back to the door, he knocked twice. A gruff voice barked from inside. Come in. Joe pushed the door open, and they stepped into the kitchen. Ivan was exactly as David remembered, thick arms crossed over his chest, gray-streaked beard hiding most of his expressions, and deep-set eyes that seemed to permanently scowl at the world. The moment he saw David, that scowl deepened. You, Ivan grunted, eyes narrowing. Where the hell you been? David had barely opened his mouth before Ivan continued. 4 months. You vanish. No call. No nothing. His accent was thick, his tone gruff and irritated. You think this is some vacation? David, keeping his expression neutral, answered calmly, got into an accident. Spent months in the hospital recovering. Ivan's scowl remained, but his sharp eyes studied him more closely now. He didn't look convinced. David sighed and turned, pulling the collar of his shirt down just enough to reveal the scar running from the back of his neck to his shoulder. I wasn't lying. For a moment, Ivan said nothing. His gaze lingered on the scar, his gruff expression unreadable. Then, slowly, his scowl lessened, just slightly. Humph. Ivan grunted, turning away as if it was no big deal. Could have called. Before he could respond, Joe clapped a hand on his shoulder. So, what do you think, boss? We got space for him? Ivan snorted. TCH, kid's probably rusty. Useless. He eyed David again. You still remember how to work, or I gotta train you like some dumbass fresh out of school? David smirked. Yes boss, I still remember, while side-eyed Joe who just raised his eyebrow. Ivan grumbled something under his breath before jerking his head toward the diner. Fine. Get an apron. Try not to mess up the work. After saying that, he gestured them to leave the room. After they walked out of the room, and walking away, Joe grinned, patting David's back. Looks like you're back in. Yeah, about that, David said, grinning. Mind running me through what exactly I was doing while working here? Later that evening. After finishing his shift, David left the diner and walked 2 blocks to the nearest electronics store. Time to get what he needed. The store wasn't huge, but it had everything he was looking for. He moved with purpose, picking up a laptop, a new smartphone, a good pair of headphones, and an MP3 player for music. At the checkout counter, he hesitated for a second. His system obtained cash balance had taken a hit, he was down to just $1,500. Screw it. He handed over the cash. As the cashier packed his items, David sighed inwardly. He needed to start making money soon if he wanted to stay afloat. After leaving the electronics store, David's stomach reminded him that he hadn't eaten since his break at the diner. His eyes wandered to the nearby street, where a small food truck with a bright red awning was parked at the corner. The smell of grilled meat and spices drifted through the air, making his mouth water. Might as well eat before heading home, he muttered. As he approached the truck, he noticed a middle-aged man working the grill, flipping skewers of meat over open flames. A younger guy, probably in his early 30s, handled the cash register. David walked up to the truck, eyeing the menu. Tacos, burgers, hot dogs, gyros, the choices were simple but solid. What can I get for you? The cook asked. Cheeseburger and fries, David said, fishing out some cash. The cook nodded and started grilling the patty. Long day. Yeah, something like that, David said absently. David handed over the cash while the man wrapped up his order. Haven't seen you around before, the cashier said, handing him his change. David smirked. Yeah, been out of commission for a while. Just getting back on my feet. The cook, a burly man, turned around and eyed him. Hospital stay or jail time? David blinked, then chuckled. Hospital. I don't have the personality for jail. The guy grunted in amusement and handed him his order. Good. You don't look like the type who could handle prison food. David took the wrapped sandwich with a nod. Appreciate it. As he ate, he flagged down a taxi, finishing his food just as the cab pulled up. Tossing the wrapper into a nearby bin, he climbed into the back seat and the driver his address. The cab pulled into traffic, and David leaned back, exhaling. His body was starting to ache again, a dull reminder that he still had a ways to go before fully recovering. Might as well set this up now, he muttered, pulling out his new phone. Fishing his old, cracked phone out of his pocket, he ejected the SIM card and inserted it into the new device. After a few moments, the screen lit up, showing his old number was active again. A flood of unread messages and missed calls appeared, mostly from unknown numbers. He scrolled through them briefly, nothing important. Most were probably old work shifts or spam. Then, he noticed a single message from Joe, dated 2 months ago. Joe, dude, where the hell are you? Ivan's pissed. Let me know if you're alive. David chuckled dryly. Guess he got his answer today. As the taxi continued through the city streets, he put his phone away, staring out the window. He needed to get home. He had a lot to process. The moment David stepped inside his apartment, he dropped the bags on the table and sighed. He went straight to the bathroom to wash his face and refresh himself. The cold water helped, but his thoughts were already pulling him toward what he really wanted to do, go through his new memories. Before sitting down, he took his pain meds, knowing that his neck and shoulder were starting to ache again. The dull pain had returned, and he wasn't about to let it get worse. Finally, he sank into the living room couch, leaning back with a deep breath. David stepped out of the taxi, gripping his bags tightly as the vehicle pulled away. The evening air was cool, the city streets still buzzing with life, but all he wanted right now was the quiet of his apartment. He made his way up to his unit, unlocking the door and stepping inside. The familiar dim lighting, the slight creak of the wooden floor, everything was just as he left it. He placed his shopping bags on the small dining table and let out a deep breath. First things first. David moved to the kitchen, grabbing a glass of water before taking his pain meds. His shoulder and neck had begun to throb again, a dull ache spreading from the scar. It wasn't unbearable, but it was enough to remind him that his body still had limits. At least I'm back home, he muttered. He set up his new laptop and phone, letting them charge as he changed into a comfortable t-shirt and sweatpants. The exhaustion from the day was creeping in, but there was something more pressing on his mind, his memories. Time to sort this mess out. He settled onto the couch, leaning back with a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the memories come. Scenes played out in his mind like a fragmented movie. To be continued. Chapter 6, Revelations and Resolve. A few hours earlier, David's POV. David? Joe's voice held a mix of surprise and cautious relief. I let out a small chuckle and nodded. Yeah. Been a while, huh? Joe stepped closer, giving me a quick once-over. Damn, kid. Where the hell have you been? You just vanished on us. I even swung by your place to check in. Your neighbors said the house was locked up for over a month, and no sign of you. I exhaled slowly. Yeah, remember how I said I was taking a 2-day vacation? Joe scoffed. Yeah, I remember. I was the one who told you to take it. You looked completely burned out. But I meant a short break, not a damn 3-month disappearing act. I paused. Why was I burned out? The question struck deeper than expected. And then, like a dam cracking open, the memories surged, fragmented, disjointed, but vivid. Sharp flashes. Echoes of sensations. And just as quickly as it started, it all stopped. Everything went still. System notification. Host, the amount of memories can put a strain on your brain. Do you want to receive them later? Y/N. Shit. I cursed inwardly, not just because of the memories, but because of what the system had just done that IT could interfere with my mind. That was a terrifying realization. After a beat, I mentally selected yes, and the notification vanished. Joe's voice snapped me out of it. I forced myself to stay composed, masking the churn behind my eyes. I'll have to sort through those memories later. Still, I replied evenly, yeah, sorry. Got a little sidetracked. But hey, I did take your advice seriously. Problem is, bad luck decided to tag along for the ride. Ended up in a pretty nasty accident. Present time, third-person POV. After David got home, he sank into the couch and leaned back with a long, slow breath. Eyes closed, he let the memories come, scenes unfolded in his mind like a broken film reel, disjointed but vivid. His breathing grew shallow as everything hit him at once. His hand clenched the fabric of his shirt, grounding himself against the emotional storm surging inside. Another wave surged forward. Detective Alan Sloane. The old David had been naive, desperate to believe that justice still meant something. After his mother's death, he'd uncovered something. Something important. And he'd taken it straight to the detective handling the case, clinging to hope. Sloane had promised to look into it. 2 days later, 2 men in suits showed up at his door. David's fingers curled into a tight fist. They didn't need to be violent. Their words were smooth, their smiles practiced. But beneath the polished surface, the message was crystal clear. Some things are better left buried, Mr. Brown. Take the money. Move on with your life. A day later, millions of dollars were deposited into his bank account. And the old David, he had folded. Fear. Helplessness. The crushing realization that he had no power against whoever was behind his mother's death. So, he took the money. He gave up. And for one night, just one, he slept. But the next 2 days? He thought he slept. Then the guilt began to settle in, quiet at first, then unbearable. He couldn't sleep. Couldn't stop thinking about it. He had abandoned his mother's justice. The money felt like blood, staining his hands, poisoning his every thought. So, he worked. Extra shifts. Double shifts. A second job at a bar. Anything to stay busy. Anything to drown out the guilt. But it wasn't enough. His hands trembled from exhaustion. His mind blurred from sleepless nights. Joe had noticed, of course he had. The man was rough around the edges, but he was sharp. Kid, you're gonna drop dead if you keep this up. Take a damn vacation. So, he did. And then the Chitauri invasion happened. But the worst part? He hadn't even tried to run. David's breath caught as the memory surfaced. The old him, drugged, numb, lying in a hotel room as the world outside burned. Buildings crumbled. People screamed. And his final thoughts? I should have fought back. I should never have agreed. Never taken the money. After everything Mom did for me. I betrayed her. I'm a coward. A worthless, pathetic coward. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry for being born your son. I'm sorry for being weak. Then came the explosions. The chaos. The building across the street collapsed, debris rushing toward him. He didn't move. He accepted it. The weight of his cowardice crushed him long before the rubble did. And then, darkness. David exhaled sharply, his body trembling as he returned to the present. He was back in his apartment, seated on the couch, but his hands remained clenched into fists. He had always assumed the old David had just been an unlucky civilian, caught in the crossfire of something bigger. But no. The old David had wanted to die. And that realization sent a cold shiver down his spine. He inhaled deeply, forcing his fists to loosen. I'm not that person, he reminded himself. Not anymore. But as the memories continued to settle, another truth began to surface. The new David, the now David, hadn't lived an easy life either. He hadn't been a genius. Or born gifted. But he had been a fighter. An orphan, clawing his way through life just to survive. Getting a basic job in his previous life had been a struggle in itself. Every inch of progress came from effort, not talent. He was quiet, yes, but never a coward. A loner, but never weak. He had seen both sides of the world, the powerlessness of the poor and the rot behind the powerful. He learned early that trust was a luxury, and often a fatal one. And now, for the first time, he felt the depth of the old David's emotions. The love his mother had for him. The warmth of a family he had never truly known. He saw her struggles, her sacrifices as a single parent. Her strength. Her pride when the old David graduated. Her joy in watching him grow. Tears rolled silently down his cheeks. For the first time since waking up in this world, he felt whole. Like his soul had truly settled into this body. Like he was David Arthur Brown. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, taking a steady breath. The past no longer weighed him down, it forged him. He would finish what the old David couldn't. He would get justice. He would have revenge. But for that, he needed to grow stronger. This world wasn't simple. No world was. You couldn't just walk in and take what you wanted. You needed strength to survive, not just physical strength, but mental, emotional, and psychological. And now, he had the means. For the first time, he was glad the system chose him. Ding! Just as David resolved himself, a notification sound echoed in his ears, and the system interface materialized before his eyes. System notification. Primary mission, revenge. Objective, make those responsible for your mother's murder pay. Time limit, 1 year. Rewards, 500 SP. A skill. Mystery box. He hadn't expected his resolve to be rewarded like this. Even though the idea of something being able to access his mind unsettled him, for now, he was content. If it became a problem later, he'd deal with it then. Just as he allowed himself a moment of relief, another notification chimed, and the holographic interface flickered to life once more. Side mission, change house. Objective, stay away from a bugged house. Time limit, 1 week. Rewards, 50 SPA. A random lottery card. David's eyes narrowed, his apartment was bugged. A slow, icy realization settled over him. They were still watching. But if it had been bugged before, he would have received this mission earlier, that meant someone had been inside his apartment today. Shit. David exhaled slowly, forcing his body to relax. No sudden movements. No reckless decisions. That was what they wanted, a reaction, but he wouldn't give it to them. Instead, he'd take his time. Plan. Prepare. The system's inventory was his hidden advantage. Over the next few days, he'd gradually move out his essentials, piece by piece, until he could disappear without raising suspicion. He checked his phone, August 29 th.3 more days until the next lottery draw. He had no idea what kind of reward he'd get, but every resource mattered. If he was going to face whatever shadowy force was behind his mother's death, he'd need every edge he could get. But for now, he needed rest. Before going to bed, David pulled out the pistol from his inventory. His hands felt awkward around the grip as he fumbled with the magazine, clumsily loading the bullets. He had only ever seen guns in movies in both his lives, and the weight of the real thing in his hands was a stark reminder of his inexperience. Once loaded, he placed it back in the inventory, then tested how quickly he could summon it. In an instant, it appeared in his grip. He exhaled and returned it. For now, that would have to be enough. He walked to his nightstand, grabbed the pain meds the hospital had prescribed, and swallowed one dry. The dull ache in his neck and shoulder, and after today's mental exhaustion, he needed rest. David lay back in bed and closed his eyes. The meds were already kicking in, numbing the pain. In 1 week, he'd be gone. Unknown POV. In a dimly lit office, a man flipped through a weathered folder, its pages filled with reports and surveillance notes. Pinned to the front was a single photograph, David Brown. He exhaled through his nose, irritation flickering in his cold gray eyes. So, the kid finally crawled back. A voice crackled through his earpiece. Didn't think he had the balls to return. His fingers drummed idly against the desk. He's been gone a while. For all we knew, he was dead. The voice replied, did some digging. Looks like he got caught in the Chitauri invasion. Hospitalized for a bit. Might have some memory issues too. The man let out a low chuckle, his eyes scanning the report again. A beat of silence passed. Want me to send someone in? No, he said flatly. We watch. See what he does. If he's just some broken man looking to fade away, fine. Let him. He glanced back at David's photo, his expression hardening. But if he starts poking around again? A pause. A faint smirk. Then we jog his memory. Remind him why he took the money in the first place. To be continued. Chapter 7, Relocation and New Lottery Draw. David's POV. I stared at the water tank in front of me. After receiving the old David's memories, I remembered something important. After taking the hush money, he had stashed some of his belongings, wrapped in a waterproof cover. Maybe it was guilt, maybe it was caution, I don't know. I reached in, my fingers brushing against plastic. Gripping it firmly, I pulled out a small black bag. Water dripped onto the floor as I held it in my hand. I didn't open it. I examined it from the outside of the transparent cover. Inside, I could see some tightly rolled up papers, a phone, maybe a burner, and what looked like bank ATM cards. Now I know where his bank cards had been. I sighed, shoving the items into my inventory. This only confirmed what I already knew. The old David might have accepted the money, but he didn't have the balls to use it because of his cowardice and his guilt. I'd have to go through his notes later. 2 days later. Life continued as usual. Or at least, that's how it had to look. I woke up. Went to work. Completed my daily system missions. Packed my things little by little. Completing the last 2 days' missions had gradually increased my stats. And the difference was very little noticeable. My body was still weak, but my endurance had improved. The dull aches in my shoulder and neck were still there, but much more manageable. Slight increase in stamina but not by much, but I could tell the difference. The system wasn't making me superhuman overnight, but it was working. I had asked Joe the day before for recommendations on low-rent apartments nearby. Joe had given me a few addresses, all within a reasonable distance of the diner. Joe scratched his chin. Got a few places in mind. Some decent, some, well, let's just say they'll put hair on your chest. Won't be as good as your old place, but they'll do. I huffed a small laugh. That's okay. I'll take decent. He grabbed a notepad from under the counter and scribbled down a few addresses. These are some low-rent spots I know of. A couple of them got vacancies. He handed me the list. You owe me for this, kid. I chucked and replied, yeah, drinks on me this Sunday, and I took the paper, glancing at the names. Some were within the distance of the diner, good. Appreciate it, I said, slipping the note into my pocket. Later that evening, I called my landlord. You're leaving? The old man sounded genuinely sad. Sigh. You were always a quiet tenant, but after your accident, I figured you might want a fresh start. I gave a nonchalant response, keeping it short. I told him I'd be gone in 2 days and that I'd leave the keys with the neighbor as instructed. The call ended without issues. Next day. Just as I woke up, I heard the system notification and a pop-up screen appeared before my eyes. Ding! A system notification popped up. System notification. Monthly lottery draw available. You have 1 free lottery draw available. Would you like to use it now? Y/N. I exhaled. The last time I got a lottery draw, I pulled a random pistol. What would I get this time? System, can I draw my rewards later? I asked mentally. Yes, host, you can draw you lottery cards at your preference. You can also stack up to 3 draws. Nice, then I will draw the lottery after moving to the new place. I replied. Yes, host. The screen disappeared. After that I received my morning mission. Daily quest issued. The system notification vanished, and almost immediately, another screen popped up. Daily quest. Issued. Quest, physical conditioning. Stretching -5 minutes. Push-ups 0/30. Sit-ups, 3 sets, 15 reps each. Squats, 3 sets, 12 reps each. Jogging in place, 10 minutes. Reward, +2 strength, 10 system points. I exhaled through my nose. Small, consistent improvements. Nothing overwhelming, but over time, it would add up. I rolled my shoulders and got to work. Finally, I finished with jogging in place for 5 minutes. My stamina wasn't great, and I could feel my breathing get heavier after a couple of minutes. But compared to a few days ago, I was doing better. When I finished, I wiped the sweat from my forehead, breathing deeply. Ding! Daily quest completed. Strength +2, 10 system points added. I exhaled, satisfied. Small progress, but progress nonetheless. With that done, I headed to the kitchen and quickly made myself breakfast, nothing fancy, just some toast and eggs. While eating, I glanced at the note Joe had given me, listing the available rental places. It was time to check them out. Later that day, I visited a few places, but most of them were either in terrible condition or too expensive for what they offered. Then I found one. It was an old apartment building, not the best-looking place, but it seemed decent. The unit I checked out was on the 3rd floor, near the stairs. A single-bedroom apartment, a bit cramped, but it was manageable. The landlord was an older woman in her late 50s. She eyed me critically as I inquired about the place, her arms crossed. "You looking to rent long-term or short-term?" she asked. "Long-term, if possible," I replied. She nodded slowly but didn't seem convinced yet. "Why are you moving?" I had already thought of a response. I work nearby at Ivan's diner, so I was looking for a place closer to my job. I hesitated for a second before adding, also. I was in a coma for a while. During the invasion. Her expression softened slightly. "Coma?" "Yeah," I nodded. "Got caught in the attack. Spent months in the hospital. Just trying to get back on my feet now." Her posture relaxed a little, but she still had her doubts. "I have rules," she said firmly. "No loud noise, no parties, and rent is paid only in cash. No delays." "Understood." "Cash only?" I hesitated. "Understood," I finally said. She studied me for a few more seconds before sighing. "All right. Rent is due at the start of each month. Deposit up front. If you break anything, you fix it yourself." I nodded. "That's fine. Could I have the keys now?" The landlord eyed me for a moment before finally sighing. "Fine. Since you've paid, I'll give you the keys now. When are you moving in?" "In a day or two," I answered. "Just need to pack up my things." She nodded and handed me the key. "3rd floor, apartment 3B. Make sure you don't cause any trouble." I took the key, gave her a polite nod, and headed upstairs. Apartment 3B. I unlocked the door and stepped inside, taking in my new home. It was a small, one-bedroom apartment, the kind of place you'd expect a nurse, a struggling artist, or a college student to live in. Functional, but without much luxury. The living room was modest, just a worn-out couch and a coffee table, with a small TV mounted on the wall, probably left by the last tenant. A single window provided a view of the alley below, with an old radiator beneath it. The walls were painted a dull beige, a little faded but still intact. The kitchen was tiny but had the basics, a stove, a fridge, and a few cabinets with mismatched handles. The counter space was barely enough to prepare a meal, but it would do. The bathroom was just big enough to turn around in. A shower with a sliding glass door, a small sink, and a mirror cabinet. No bathtub, but I wasn't picky. Then, there was the bedroom. I walked in and let out a breath. It wasn't much, just a small bed pushed up against the wall, a rickety wooden nightstand, and a narrow closet with sliding doors. A ceiling fan spun lazily above, making a faint clicking noise. The walls were bare, except for some old hooks where someone had probably hung posters before. It felt temporary. But that was fine. I wasn't planning on staying here forever. I closed the door behind me and sat on the bed, taking out my phone for a moment before shaking my head. Time to unload my stuff. I reached into my inventory and pulled out the important things I had stored. Glancing at the room, my eyes landed on a couple of boxes stacked near the door. They were my mother's things. I stood there for a moment, staring at them. My fingers itched to open them, but I held back. Not now. With a sigh, I slid the boxes under the bed. Out of sight, out of mind. Just as I finished unloading my things, a familiar notification popped up. System notification. Side mission completed. Objective, stay away from a bugged house. Time limit, 1 week, mission completed. Rewards. -50 SP. -1 random lottery card. Rewards have been stored in inventory. I shook off my thoughts and grabbed some fresh clothes. My search for an apartment had stretched into the evening, meaning I didn't have time to return to my old place before work. So, I quickly changed into a clean shirt and jeans, ran my fingers through my hair, and grabbed my jacket. As I locked the apartment door behind me and headed downstairs. For now, I had to keep up appearances. Just another day. Just another shift. I pushed open the door to the diner, and entered. The place was moderately busy, as expected during the evening rush. Joe glanced up from behind the counter. "Hey, kid. Find a place?" I nodded. "Yeah. Thanks for the recommendations." He smirked. "Told you I knew a few spots. You pick one of the decent ones, or are you living in a death trap?" "Somewhere in between," I said, chuckling. Joe barked out a laugh. "Well, good luck with that. Rent's a pain in the ass, but at least you won't have some crazy landlord breathing down your neck." I didn't comment. She wasn't crazy. The rest of my shift was uneventful. Serving tables, cleaning up, keeping my head down. At the end of the night, I grabbed a quick dinner from a nearby takeout joint before heading back to my new apartment. I locked the door behind me and double-checked the locks in my new apartment as it was already late. I had to clean up my new apartment too. I was very cautious in the night and I practically ran to my new apartment building. It wasn't paranoia. It was just good sense, especially in Hell's Kitchen that too in this world. Even though I had combat skills and a pistol, I wasn't stupid enough to test my luck out there at night. I placed the food on the table, kicked off my shoes, and stretched. Finally, some peace. But I wasn't done yet. I opened the system. Lottery. A familiar blue screen appeared in front of me. System notification. You have 3 lottery draws available. Would you like to use them now? Y/N. I selected, yes, and picked 3 cards from the 9 cards displayed in front of me. Congratulations. You have received Parkour Mastery, Knuckle Dusters, Hidden Knives, Hacking Mastery, Expert. When I saw the Parkour Mastery card I immediately clicked on it to acquire it. I felt a rush of knowledge flood my brain, techniques, foot placements, momentum control. It was a useful skill. Very useful skill. The second reward was the Knuckle Dusters. I brought it out, it was a pair of black metal. I flexed my fingers. A solid weapon. Discreet, effective. On the side, I noticed small retractable blades. Now for the last card. I was extremely surprised. I blinked. Hacking. Even in my past life it was dream job, but he didn't have the skills, not something I had planned on, but considering where I was, this could be invaluable later on. I let out a slow breath, closing the system. 3 rewards. All of them useful in their own way. Tomorrow, I'd deal with my old apartment and move in properly. But for now. Cleaning time. I needed to clean this new apartment and I have a long night to do that. To be continued. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 12. SP, 65 points. Skills, hand-to-hand combat, master, parkour mastery, hacking mastery, expert. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $800 cash. Chapter 8, Moving Forward and Gun Practice. David's POV. I woke up feeling a little stiff. I sat up and ran a hand through my hair, exhaling. Today was going to be a long day. I didn't bother checking the system or wasting time with unnecessary thoughts. Brushing my teeth and splashing cold water on my face, I threw on a fresh hoodie and jeans. No breakfast. No distractions. I had to move the rest of my things from my old apartment. By the time I arrived at my old apartment, it was around 7 a.m. I looked around my apartment once I entered. My eyes stopped at view of the living room sofa. I could see the silhouette of my mother sleeping, after she would come back from her work shift. My mother. It was odd feeling. I felt happy for some reason and also sad that she wasn't there anymore to be in my life. I stopped thinking and walked to my bedroom. I moved through the space, taking only what I needed real fast. I didn't want to linger in this house anymore. This feeling was suffocating. A suitcase for essentials. 2 bags filled with clothes and supplies. The last thing I packed was the only photo, my graduation picture with my mother. I stared at it for a moment before sliding it into my suitcase, zipping it shut. There was no point in lingering. I grabbed the keys, took a last look around, and left. As I stepped out into the hallway, I rang Mrs. Gonzale's doorbell. She opened the door and saw me with my bags packed and left outside. She was in her late 60s, always wearing a patterned housecoat and carrying that same old suspicion in her sharp eyes. "You're leaving?" she asked, squinting at my bags. I gave a neutral nod. "Yeah. Moving out of this place. Couldn't afford paying the rent anymore with the job I have." I continued, not giving her a chance to speak. "Mr. Thompson asked me to give the apartment keys to you and said he would collect it in a day or 2. She said, "Okay, I will return it to the old man." I handed her the keys. "Thanks, Mrs. G." She took them, still watching me as I turned and walked away. I could feel her gaze on my back. Mrs. Gonzalez had a way of sniffing out secrets, and I wasn't about to give her anything to work with. I hailed a taxi, but I wasn't stupid enough to go directly to my new place. Instead, I got off several blocks away, near a familiar alleyway. A quick scan of my surroundings, no suspicious figures, no vehicles that seemed out of place. Still, I didn't take chances. I stepped into the alley, moving swiftly toward the far end where a wire fence blocked the exit. Pulling my hoodie over my head, I focused on the building beside it. A fire escape hung just above my reach. Alright, let's see if this parkour mastery actually works. I took a deep breath and ran forward. My foot hit the fence first. Using the momentum, I pushed off, grabbing the bottom rung of the fire escape. My arms tensed as I swung my leg up, hooking it onto the railing. I pulled myself up and scrambled onto the platform. I blinked. That was way smoother than I expected. I moved fast, climbing to the rooftop. My muscles protested with a slight strain, not unbearable, but noticeable. My body wasn't conditioned for this yet. Still, my movements felt natural, as if I'd been doing this for years. Damn. I grinned slightly despite myself. But I didn't have time to admire my newfound skill. I jumped across to the next building, landing with a controlled roll. My body absorbed the impact, but the stiffness in my legs reminded me that I wasn't in top form. I need to train more. One more jump. Another roll. I reached the final building's fire escape and climbed down. By the time I hit the street, I was just another guy in a hoodie walking away. Paranoia or not? I'd rather be safe than sorry. I walked a few blocks before finally catching another taxi to my new apartment. Few hours later. I knew I couldn't just walk into any shooting range and expect to start firing without paperwork. The place I found last night was a legal range, meaning I had to play by their rules, at least on paper. I took the subway to get there, keeping my hoodie up and my head down. It was early, not quite rush hour, so the train wasn't packed. I sat in the middle of the car, scanning the faces around me out of habit. No one paid me any attention. A short walk from the station brought me to the shooting range, a well-maintained facility. That was exactly why I chose it. If I wanted real training, I needed professionals. Walk-in or membership? She asked. Walk-in. Basic firearms training, I replied. First time here. I nodded. She slid a clipboard across the counter. You'll need to fill this out. Name, address, contact info, and sign the waiver. Training requires a valid ID. I kept my expression neutral as I pulled out my ID from my wallet. David Arthur Brown. It still felt strange sometimes, knowing that the original me, the old David, was gone. That this was my life now. I filled out the form quickly, handed it back, and waited as she scanned my ID into their system. After a few seconds, she nodded. You're all set. The instructor will be with you in a few minutes. Range 3. I nodded back, took the safety goggles and earmuffs she handed me, and walked toward the training area. I stepped into Range 3, where a middle-aged instructor was already waiting. He was a stocky man with a buzz cut, wearing a black range uniform with the name Rick embroidered on the chest. His sharp eyes scanned me as I approached. First time handling a firearm, he asked, arms crossed. Yeah, I admitted. He gave a small nod, not surprised. Good. That means no bad habits to unlearn. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult. Rick motioned for me to step up to the shooting stall, where a Glock 17 rested on the counter along with a box of 9mm rounds. Before we start shooting, let's go over gun safety, Rick said, picking up the Glock with a professional ease. His voice was calm but firm. Rule number 1, treat every firearm as if it's loaded, even if you know it isn't. You never point it at anything you don't want to destroy. I nodded, taking that in. Rule number 2, finger off the trigger until you're ready to shoot. He demonstrated, keeping his index finger straight alongside the frame rather than resting it on the trigger. This is called trigger discipline. You only put your finger inside the trigger guard when you're about to fire. Otherwise, keep it out. He placed the gun back down and gestured for me to pick it up. Your turn. Pick it up the way I showed you. I reached for the Glock, making sure to keep my index finger off the trigger as I lifted it. The weight surprised me, it was heavier than I expected. Rick nodded approvingly. Good. Now, always be aware of where you're pointing the muzzle, that's rule 3. Never wave it around carelessly. I adjusted my hold slightly, ensuring the barrel remained pointed downrange. Last rule, know your target and what's beyond it. Bullets don't stop just because you hit your mark. If you're shooting in the real world, you better be damn sure what's behind your target. I listened carefully. These weren't just rules for the range, they were survival rules. Got all that? Rick asked. I nodded. Yeah. Treat it like it's always loaded, keep my finger off the trigger, control where the barrel points, and know what's beyond my target. Good. Now let's get to handling the gun properly. Rick picked up the gun again. This here is your slide lock. See this lever on the side? He tapped the small latch near the rear of the gun's frame. I leaned in slightly, observing. When the magazine is empty, the slide locks back automatically. That tells you you're out of rounds. He pulled the slide back manually and let it lock in place. Now, when you reload, you have two ways to release the slide. First, you can press the slide release lever, like this. He used his thumb to push down the slide lock, and the slide snapped forward into its normal position. Second, and what most pros do, is rack the slide manually. He demonstrated by pulling the slide back slightly and letting go. Why do it that way? I asked. Better reliability. The slide release is small, and in a high-stress situation, you might miss it. Pulling the slide back gives you more control. Now, your turn. Lock the slide back, while he kept the gun down. I took the Glock and mimicked his motion, pulling the slide back. I managed to get it locked in place. Good, Rick said. Now release it. I pressed the slide release lever, and the slide shot forward with a satisfying snap. Not bad, he muttered. You'll get smoother with practice. I placed the gun back down, feeling a little more familiar with it. Alright, let's get to shooting, Rick said. He showed me how to properly grip the Glock. Hands on time, he said, setting it back down. Pick it up again. I reached for the gun, my fingers wrapping around the grip. Your grip's weak. If you hold it like that, the recoil's gonna kick harder than it should. Tighten up. Thumbs forward. I adjusted my hold. Better. Now, square your stance. Feet shoulder width apart, slight bend in your knees. Lean forward just a bit, this ain't a movie, you don't want to get knocked back by the recoil. I followed his instructions, keeping my focus. Alright. Slides already racked. Line up your sights, slow press on the trigger. I exhaled slowly and squeezed. Bang! The shot went wide, completely missing the center target. Rick huffed. Yeah, that's about right for a first shot. I frowned. Felt like the gun jerked up the moment I pulled the trigger. Because you pulled it. You need to press the trigger smoothly. If you jerk it, your shot's gonna veer off. Try again. I adjusted my grip, took a breath, and fired again. Bang! This time, the bullet hit the edge of the target. Rick grunted. You're getting the feel for it, but don't expect miracles. Shooting's a skill, and skill takes time. Keep at it. I kept practicing. 20 rounds later, my shots were still inconsistent. Some landed closer to the center, but many were scattered. My hands felt a little stiff, my arms slightly sore from maintaining the stance. Rick didn't offer praise, but he did say, not bad for a first session. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to be encouraging, but I'd take it. Come back when you can, and we'll move up from here, he said, taking back the Glock. I nodded. Yeah. I'll be back. I returned my protective gear and left the range. Slipping my hoodie back on, I adjusted the fit and started walking toward the station. If I caught the train on time, I'd still have enough time to make it to the diner. When I reached the platform, the train hadn't arrived yet. I plugged in my earphones and played some music, letting the familiar tunes fill the silence. As I listened, my mind drifted to the day's events, moving into a new apartment, learning to handle a gun. I had made some progress, no matter how small, was still progress. But it was clear I still had a long way to go. To be continued. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 12. SP, 65 points. Skills, hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour mastery, hacking mastery. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $800 cash, knuckle dusters, hidden knives, 2 nos, 1 random lottery card. Chapter 9, Mission Rewards and Testing Skills. David's shoulders ached slightly from practice. With a deep breath, he headed straight for the shower. The cold water shocked his system at first, but as it ran down his body, the tension in his muscles eased. As he changed into his work clothes, his eyes drifted towards the waterproof bag he had recovered. Something about it nagged at him. He sat down, unzipped it, and pulled out the playing cards, flipping through them absent-mindedly. They were old, slightly bent at the edges. Nothing special. He tucked them into his wallet. Then, his fingers brushed against something else. A stack of papers. Photographs. His brows furrowed as he took them out and froze. One of the photos showed a damaged car, parked in an impound lot. Even though it had been years, he recognized it instantly. His mother's car. His breath hitched. His fingers clenched the edges of the photo, his vision tunneling. Rage flared in his chest, sharp and suffocating. His mother's accident had never sat right with him. And now, staring at this photograph, a deep suspicion clawed its way back to the surface. Why was her car in an impound lot? Who took this picture? His hands shook. The anger burned hot, threatening to consume him. He forced himself to take deep breaths. Calm down. Think. But the emotions were too raw. His mind was too clouded. No new clues presented themselves. Just the relentless, boiling rage. He exhaled sharply and shoved the photos into his inventory, out of sight. Not now. He needed a clear head. By the time he had calmed down, he saw the clock and it was time for his shift. David grabbed his jacket, double-checked his wallet, and stepped out into the evening streets. The air was crisp, the city buzzing with life as he made his way to the diner. The routine of work was a welcome distraction. Taking orders, refilling coffee, wiping down tables. It was mindless, simple. A break from the weight pressing on his mind. Joe dropped by during the shift, offering his usual teasing remarks before heading out. Before long, his shift ended, and he clocked out. On his way home, David stopped by a small grocery store. He grabbed the essentials, rice, eggs, vegetables, and a few instant meals for quick fixes. As he left the store, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw Joe's name flashing on the screen. Joe, yo, Dave. Bar tomorrow night. No excuses. David sighed, shaking his head before replying. David, fine. Just text me the place. Joe, that's my guy. Back home, he unpacked the groceries, neatly arranging his fridge and cabinets. It was a mundane task, but there was something grounding about it. Next, he prepared a simple meal, rice, eggs, and some sautéed vegetables. Nothing fancy, but enough to fill his stomach. Then, slipping into bed, he stared at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep, so he grabbed his hoodie. Came out of his house grabbing his keys and his phone. He needed some fresh air, so decided to make his way to the terrace of his apartment. Just as locked and turned, he bumped into someone. Lady. Hey, watch where you are going, the lady said. I was stunned to see the woman, but quickly he replied, I am really sorry. And quickly climbed the stairs, made his way to the terrace. While the woman could he hear murmuring, did he just call me ma'am? But she was too tired from her shift to deal with it. She quickly made it to the apartment, which was the last inside of David's apartment, and shut the door. David by the time reached the terrace, he thought the place looked familiar, like he has seen it someplace, but he brushed it off. He slightly leaned against the parapet wall looking down his apartment and, letting the cool night breeze wash over him. The distant hum of the city below mixed with the occasional honk of a passing car. Up here, away from the noise of daily life, he could breathe freely. His fist tightened unconsciously as he thought about the photograph. His mother's car. The rage threatened to bubble up again, but he forced himself to let it go, for now. With a sigh, he pushed off the edge wall and sat down on a nearby ledge. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped against his thigh before he remembered something. He decided to check his system status. Since hadn't checked his status in a while. Status, he muttered. A translucent blue screen appeared before his eyes. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 9. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 12. SP, 65. Skills, hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour mastery, hacking mastery. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $800 cash, knuckle dusters, hidden knives, 2 nos, 1 random lottery card. David's gaze locked onto the last item. Oh, right, the lottery card. He slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about it. That was his system reward, and he hadn't even thought to check what it did. Taking a deep breath, he reached into his inventory and pulled the card out. System, what does this card do? A mechanical voice responded in his mind. Random lottery card, grants 5 random rewards. This card can only be obtained through mission rewards. David exhaled. 5 rewards. He was surprised. Then a small grin tugged at his lips. Finally, some good news. Without hesitation, he decided to start the lottery draw. Use the lottery card. As soon as the words left his mouth, the card dissolved into golden particles, and the system screen flashed brightly. Congratulations. You have received Perfect Recall, Skill. Character Assimilation Slot, +1. -$100,000. Cooking Mastery. Bullet Time, Skill. When he saw the rewards, especially the skills and assimilation slot, he almost jumped and screamed with joy. Perfect Recall, the user can remember and recall everything that they have ever experienced, encountered, or learned in their lifetime. The user needs only to read, hear, see, experience something once and they will never forget it. Bullet Time, when under stress, the heart beats in excess of 400 beats per minute, resulting in a substantial release of adrenaline into the bloodstream. This heightened state enables the individual to perceive and react faster than usual. Character Assimilation Slot, allows the host to assimilate traits or skills from chosen individuals. These were the necessary skills he really needed for him. And with assimilation, if his luck was high, he would instantly become extremely strong. And Cooking Mastery could help in making money if he becomes a chef or decides to start a hotel. He quickly clicked the Perfect Recall skill to learn it. Suddenly he had an ominous feeling, but it was too late. The sudden rush of his suppressed memories knocked him out cold. He just fainted on the top of terrace floor. The next day. He woke up early in the morning due to the cold wind. He sat up and shivered. He cursed under his breath. Quickly got up and ran downstairs top his house. After he got in, he went bed and lied on the bed. He calmed himself down without getting angry on himself for his stupidity. He could now really everything from both his lives. Before this it was becoming foggy to differentiate between which was what, whether past or present. Now he had perfect grasp of his memories, which almost made him drool of the possibilities he could use this skill. His fingers twitched with anticipation. It was time to test them. He grabbed his brand new laptop, powered it on, and connected to the internet. His previous theoretical knowledge had merged with his hacking mastery skill as if he had spent years mastering the craft. He cracked his knuckles and got to work. The first step was establishing an identity, one that wouldn't lead back to him. He created multiple fake emails, each linked to different servers across the globe. He set up a virtual machine with a customized OS, one stripped of any tracking features. He installed a VPN chain with multiple rerouted locations, bouncing his connection between different countries. Now, he needed a name. He smirked. His old self had once dreamed of becoming a hacker, but he had lacked the skills. Now, he had more than enough. After some thought, he typed. Alias, Grey Phantom. Now came the tricky part, getting into the underground hacker community. He applied to a mid-tier hacker forum under his new alias, using an encrypted message with code embedded inside to prove he wasn't just some script kiddie. After a few minutes, a message popped up. Welcome, Grey Phantom. He was in. David took a deep breath. It was easier than he expected. Inside the forum, different sections were available: cracking, data retrieval, penetration testing, security bypasses, bounty boards. He scrolled through the freelance requests, searching for something simple yet rewarding. Then he found one. Job posting. Request: extract personal messages from a social media account. Payment: $5,000. Difficulty: beginner. Status: open. David leaned back. Simple social media hacking. Child's play. His fingers hovered over the keyboard. He could do this in under an hour. But before accepting, he reminded himself, this was the real world. Did he want to cross this line? He wasn't hacking for fun anymore. This was real crime, real consequences. After a long moment, he clicked accept. Time to put his new skills to the test. Executing the hack, David's first freelance job. Now that he had accepted the job, David needed to act carefully. He couldn't afford to make mistakes. The first step was gathering information. He checked the request details and found the target's username. Using OSN open source intelligence techniques, he ran a quick background check. Within minutes, he had a list of possible emails associated with the account. Next, he needed access. David had two options. 1. Phishing attack: trick the target into giving their login credentials. 2. Brute force attack: exploit weak passwords or security flaws. Since the request mentioned a social media account, he assumed the target was an average user, which meant weak security. He decided to run a password dictionary attack. David launched a script that automatically tested thousands of common passwords. Come on, he muttered, watching the screen. Within 6 minutes, the system beeped. Password cracked, Sunshine 123. David let out a low chuckle. Too easy. He logged into the account, browsed through personal messages, and extracted the necessary data. Before sending the information, he wiped all traces of his presence: no logs, no alerts, nothing. Then, he attached the extracted messages to an encrypted file and sent it to the client. Minutes later, a new notification appeared in his crypto wallet. Transaction received, 0.083 BTC, $5,000. David stared at the screen. That was it. He had just made $5,000 in less than 30 minutes. It was faster than any job he had ever done in his life. And it felt too easy. Since he tested his skills, he decided to stop there. He would try it another time. Just as he closed his laptop, he received a system quest. Side mission. Display your hacking skills. White hat hacking, 0/10. Time limit, 1 month. Rewards, +5 intelligence, 100 system points. Do you accept the mission? Y/N. He grinned while he read through the mission description and accepted the mission. The system issued his daily mission. Decided to finish his morning chores and do the daily mission. After finishing the daily mission, he checked his status. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 11. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 18. SP, 33. Skills, hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour mastery, hacking mastery, perfect recall, cooking mastery. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $100,800 cash, knuckle dusters, hidden knives, 2 nos, bullet time, skill card. He was satisfied. Ad decided to take bath. While he took the shower he recalled everything that has happened yesterday and then it clicked. Holy shit, the woman that I bumped into was Claire Temple, he remembered from the Daredevil series and the other Marvel TV series she was in. To be continued. Chapter 10, Partying and Testing Cooking Skills. His current outfits were too plain, too repetitive. So he decided it was time for a wardrobe upgrade. The store was decent. Mid-range, nothing flashy. He browsed, fingers grazing the fabric as he made quick, efficient choices. A few neutral-colored shirts, a couple of jackets, dark jeans. As it was afternoon he decided to eat outside. David rarely treated himself, but today, he figured he'd indulge. The restaurant wasn't fancy, but it was better than the quick bites he usually grabbed. His eyes skimmed over the dishes, and something strange happened, he knew. Not just what the food was, but how it was made. Ingredients, spices, cooking techniques. It was like reading a blueprint instead of a menu. An effect of his system's cooking mastery skill, no doubt. When his meal arrived, he took his time. The flavors were clearer, more distinct. His brain processed every spice, every texture. He could almost break it down step by step, how long the meat had been marinated, what temperature it had been cooked at. I could make this. The realization caught him off guard. He knew how to cook, but now, it felt second nature. Something to test later. For now, he finished his meal, left a reasonable tip, and walked out. Later that evening. David wasn't exactly a bar guy, but tonight, he figured, why not? Joe had texted him an address, nothing fancy, just a casual bar where locals hung out after work. So, he dressed the part. Dark jeans, a simple button-up, and a jacket. The place had a dim, warm glow, the kind of lighting that made it feel relaxed. The hum of conversation mixed with clinking glasses and the occasional burst of laughter. As he stepped inside, his eyes adjusted quickly, scanned the place to find Joe. Joe was easy to spot, seated at the far end of the bar with a group of people. When David approached, Joe grinned and waved him over. "Hey, you made it," Joe said, raising his glass. David nodded, taking in the group. Joe gestured toward them. "Guys, this is David, works at the diner with me. David, meet the gang." A quick round of introductions followed. There was Marco, a stocky guy with a loud laugh, Tina, a sharp-witted woman who worked at a nearby bookstore, Ethan, who actually worked at the same diner but on different shifts, which explained why David had only seen him once or twice, and Lev, a laid-back guy with an easygoing smile. "Nice to meet you all," David said, shaking hands where appropriate. With introductions out of the way, they eased into conversation, mostly about work. Ethan complained about customers who didn't tip, Marco had some hilarious stories about his job at a garage, and Joe, true to form, kept things lively with jokes and exaggerated retellings of minor work mishaps. Food came, drinks followed. Nothing excessive at first, just casual drinking. But as the night went on and two of the group left early due to family obligations, Joe leaned forward with a mischievous grin. "All right, boys," he said, slamming his glass down. "Drinking game time." David raised an eyebrow. "You sure that's a good idea?" "Absolutely not," Lev chuckled. "Which is why we're doing it." The game started simple but it escalated quickly. More people from nearby tables joined in, and soon, the bar was alive with energy. Cheers, groans, and laughter filled the air. David, despite his initial reservations, found himself enjoying the atmosphere. His tolerance was decent, but the drinks kept coming. Eventually, things blurred into a haze of laughter, cheers, and music. Then, blackout. The next day. David woke up with a mild headache, a dry throat, and the distinct sensation of not being alone. His eyes flickered open, taking in the unfamiliar ceiling. A soft warmth pressed against his side, and as he slowly sat up, the covers shifted, revealing her. A young woman, probably in her early 20s, was curled up beside him. Tousled black hair spread across the pillow, her breathing slow and steady. Smooth, golden-toned skin, delicate features. A natural, effortless kind of beauty. And, most importantly, both of them were very, very naked. David's mind clicked into overdrive. What the hell happened last night? He had no gaps in his memory, his skill-perfect recall was too good for that. And judging by the very vivid flashes of last night's activities running through his brain, he hadn't just gone along for the ride. No. He had actively participated. Enthusiastically. Repeatedly. The heat rising in his face wasn't from embarrassment but from the sheer intensity of those memories. He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. Okay. First time for everything. But what now? He didn't have any experiences like this in both lives. But the movies and TV shows he had seen gave him two options. Either he sneak out quietly like nothing happened or be the decent guy and at least make her breakfast. David sighed, rubbing his temples. He had no clue what was expected in this situation, but he wasn't about to disappear like a cliché. Decision made, he quietly slipped out of bed, put on his clothes, and padded toward the kitchen. Stretching his arms, he spotted a water bottle on the counter and downed half of it, trying to shake off the remaining grogginess. Now, breakfast. He wasn't sure what kind of morning this would turn into. Her kitchen was modest but well kept, stainless steel appliances, a stocked spice rack, and a cast-iron skillet resting on the stove. His eyes scanned the space, instinctively cataloging every ingredient available, every tool within reach. Opening the fridge, he found buttermilk, eggs, and butter. A quick search in the pantry yielded flour, sugar, and baking powder. Perfect. He moved with effortless precision, cracking eggs one-handed while simultaneously measuring out flour. He didn't need exact measurements, his skill let him feel the right ratios. A flick of his wrist, and the batter was smooth, thick, and airy. The griddle heated and he poured the batter, forming perfectly round pancakes, flipping them midair with an easy flick. A golden brown crust. The scent of warm vanilla filled the air. A pat of butter melts onto the stack like silk, soaking into the porous surface. Maple syrup, real maple syrup, not the fake stuff, drizzles over the top, cascading down the sides like liquid gold. He pulls thick-cut applewood smoked bacon from the fridge. No flimsy, cheap slices, these have substance. He lays them in the cast-iron skillet, and immediately, the kitchen is filled with the sharp, intoxicating crackle of sizzling fat. Most people would stand over it, anxiously poking and flipping. He doesn't need to. He knows exactly when each strip reaches peak crispiness. The moment before it crosses into being overcooked, he transfers them onto a paper towel, the edges curling just slightly. A perfect balance of crunch and chew. Crisp bacon, fluffy eggs, thick-sliced sourdough toast rubbed with garlic and toasted to perfection. He set the table with deliberate care, pancakes drizzled with real maple syrup, bacon arranged like an artist's brushstrokes, coffee rich and dark. Bella POV. I groaned, rolling onto her side, my head fuzzy, her mouth dry. God, how much did I drink last night? And then it came to me. The bar. The stress from work making that first drink go down too easily. Then another. And another. The drinking game, the guy with sharp eyes and a quiet confidence. Their conversation had been playful, full of teasing smiles and drunk laughter, and at some point, I had decided I wasn't going home alone. I made the first move. A mix of embarrassment and amusement flickered through her, but there was no time to dwell on it. The smell was stronger now, pulling me from the bed. I grabbed my sheets and got up and wore my t-shirt and shorts as she stumbled toward the kitchen, still groggy, still shaking off last night's haze. And then I saw him. I blinked, still half convinced that I was dreaming. David, because I remembered his name, at least, stood there like he belonged, casually setting the last piece of toast in place. He was dressed now, though his shirt sleeves were rolled up, and his jacket was draped over the back of a chair. And he was wearing my apron. It was ridiculous. A tall, broad-shouldered guy standing in my kitchen, looking all too natural in an apron that had pink flowers on it. But what really got me wasn't just the sight, it was the smell. Golden brown pancakes stacked high, butter melting into the fluffy layers. The rich, smoky scent of bacon. Eggs cooked to perfection, their yolks gleaming in the light. Toast that looked like it had come straight out of a high-end cafe, crisp and warm, with just a hint of garlic. And coffee. Freshly brewed. My stomach growled before I could notice. David looked up then, meeting my eyes. There was a little awkwardness in his expression. Then he quickly gave a smile, a real natural one. "Morning," he said, voice even, like waking up in a stranger's bed and cooking a real breakfast was the most natural thing in the world. I ran my hand through her messy hair. "You cooked?" David gestured toward the table. "Figured it was the least I could do." She crossed her arms, shifting her weight to one leg. "You sure you're not a chef?" He smirked slightly. "Nah. Just a guy who knows his way around a kitchen." Bella eyed the food again, torn between being impressed and suspicious. "Okay, but why does this look like something out of a food magazine?" David shrugged, grabbing 2 plates and setting them down, "Didn't feel right just leaving. Besides, you had the ingredients." That answer didn't explain much, but at this point, my hunger won. I hesitated for a second, then sat down. David took the seat across from me, pouring me a cup of coffee before fixing his own. The first bite of pancake practically melted in my mouth. I let out a quiet groan of appreciation before I could stop myself. "Okay. Damn. This is good." David simply sipped his coffee, "Glad you like it." I pointed my fork at him. Apartment. Dinner was done, dishes washed, and the place was spotless, his way of unwinding after an intense day. A break from training wouldn't hurt. I really need some time to breathe. Grabbing the trash bags, he made his way downstairs to toss them in the dumpster. The night air was cool, carrying the distant sound of traffic. As he turned back toward the entrance, a noise made him pause. It wasn't just any noise, it sounded like an argument. He hesitated, but he decided to follow the sound cautiously. Rounding the corner, he spotted 2 men harassing a younger guy. He seemed to be youngster. The kid looked terrified. One of the men, clearly drunk, had a rusted metal pipe in his hand, waving it threateningly. David narrowed his eyes. He recognized the kid, someone from his building who seemed to be a tenant. The kid seemed too scared to even reply, and those men didn't look like they'd leave without causing trouble. Before stepping in, he pulled out his phone and started his audio recording. Better to have evidence in case things got complicated. Just as he hit record, the drunk guy raised his voice. "You think you can just take our money and ghost us, huh?" The pipe-wielding guy took a step forward, his arm lifting for a swing. David moved. In an instant, he grabbed the kid by the collar and yanked him backward, smoothly placing himself between the teen and the 2 men. The kid stumbled and stood confused to what was happening. All right. Let's talk," David said, raising his hands in a placating gesture. The sober guy of the 2 squinted at him, assessing. "Who the hell are you?" "Just a guy passing by who doesn't want to see 2 grown men beat a kid senseless." The drunk one sneered, gripping his pipe tighter. "Mind your own damn business, pal." David stared him down. "I live in the same building as him and I also know this little guy." He turned his attention to the sober one. "So, what's this about?" The guy exhaled through his nose. "The brat borrowed $5 grand and then ghosted us. Ignored our calls. We came to collect. David glanced at the kid, who looked away. Guilty as charged. He sighed. I get it. You want your money back. But shaking him down like this, at night, while drunk? Not exactly the best way to get paid, is it? The sober man hesitated. The drunk one, not so much. You think you're some kind of hero? He lifted the pipe again. David gasped, me? A hero? No way guys, do I like one, that he spoke with a proud tone. Nah, but I'm confident in my speed, and let me tell you, I have lot of experience in running away from bullies. For a moment the three other people just stared at him thinking, the hell is he talking about? The three of them just stared at David like he'd grown a second head. Even the drunk guy faltered for a second. The hell are you talking about? The sober one finally asked, looking genuinely confused. David shrugged. I'm saying, if you start swinging that pipe, I'll be gone before you even blink. And then, guess what? Cops show up, and you two have to explain why you're beating up someone in a dark alley. The sober guy groaned, rubbing his temple like he suddenly had a migraine. The drunk one, however, still looked ready to swing. You think you're funny, asshole? David smirked. Nope. But I am confident that I can run faster than you. And I'm a hell of a lot more sober. The drunk guy took a step forward, pipe raised. David casually reached into his pocket. By the way, I already started recording this whole thing, he said, pulling out his phone and waving it lightly. So unless you want to star in tomorrow's viral video, titled 2 Idiots Get Arrested for Assaulting a Kid, I'd suggest you take a deep breath and think this through. The sober guy cursed under his breath, grabbing his drunk friend's arm. Damn it, let's just go. We'll come back tomorrow when this idiot doesn't have his phone shoved in our faces. The drunk guy looked ready to argue but eventually grunted, lowering the pipe. Fine. But kid, he pointed at the teen hiding behind David, you better have my damn money tomorrow, or it won't just be a talk next time. David gave them a cheery wave as they turned and stalked off. Can't wait to not see you guys again. Once they were out of sight, David turned to the kid, who looked like he had just survived a horror movie. Alright, genius. Let's go. Before the kid could protest, David grabbed him by the hoodie and practically dragged him back toward the building. Wait, the kid sputtered. I don't even know you. You do now, David said flatly. And since I just saved your dumb ass, you owe me an explanation. $5,000. Are you serious? The kid groaned. Look, I had a plan. Yeah, clearly, David deadpanned. Step 1, borrow a ton of money. Step 2, disappear. Step 3, get your ribs caved in behind a dumpster. The kid had the decency to look embarrassed. Okay, when you say it like that, it sounds bad. David sighed, dragging him up the stairs. No, kid. It is bad. Now, let's figure out how to fix this mess before those guys come back looking for round 2. David POV. I looked at the kid and saw a reflection of my past life. The old me had made the same mistake, thinking he could handle things on his own, borrowing money from the wrong people, only to get beaten down by thugs when he couldn't pay up. I remembered the pain, the humiliation. The helplessness. The current me could have handled the 2 guys easily with my skills. A few quick moves, and they'd be on the ground, rethinking their life choices. But that wouldn't solve anything. It would just start a new cycle of hatred, and I already had enough on my plate, digging into the cover-up of my mother's death. I wasn't about to waste my energy playing hero in some random street fight that would only lead to more problems down the line. Still, I couldn't just leave the kid like this. He was scared stiff, his hands clenched into trembling fists. Even though the thugs had backed off, he was still locked in survival mode, his brain trying to catch up with what had just happened. I sighed and made my decision. Come on, kid, I muttered, grabbing him by the hoodie and steering him toward my apartment. He flinched but didn't resist. Too shaken to argue. I didn't say anything as we walked. The kid needed time to process, and honestly, I wasn't in the mood to play therapist on the sidewalk. When we reached my apartment, I unlocked the door and nudged it open, jerking my chin for him to step inside. "Sit," I said. He hesitated for a second before moving to the couch, staring at the floor. His hands gripped the edge of his jeans, his knuckles white. I grabbed 2 bottles of water from the fridge and tossed one to him. He fumbled the catch but managed to open it, twisting the cap with shaky hands. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then, finally, I leaned back in my chair and met his nervous gaze. "All right," I said. "Let's hear your side of the story." And just he about to speak, we hear a rapid knock on our door. To be continued. Dear readers. The MC's age is 25. I made a mistake of mentioning him as 23. I'm sorry for that mistake. I kindly request you all to forgive me. Yours truly. The author. Chapter 13. David's POV. Jaden finally looked like he was about to spill whatever mess he'd gotten himself into when. Bang. 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 I stiffened as I turned toward the door. Jay practically jumped, his whole body tensing like a rabbit about to bolt. Another set of knocks followed. Great. Headache incoming. I chained the door before unlocking it just enough to see outside. Claire Temple. Damn it. She stood there, arms crossed, eyes sharp, and yeah, okay, she was hot. I exhaled slowly. Who are you? Claire. I live at the end of this hall. All right. What do you want? Her brows furrowed. The couple downstairs said they saw you dragging Jay into your apartment. She tilted her head, care to explain. I really considered just shutting the door in her face. But Claire was the first Marvel character I'd encountered, and from what I remembered from the show, she was a highly compassionate woman. And she wasn't the type to drop things easily. With a sigh, I unchained the door and stepped aside. Fine. Come in. She didn't hesitate, brushing past me like she owned the place. I left the door open and turned, rubbing the back of my neck. I extended a hand. David. She shook it. I wasted no time getting to the point. Jay got into some trouble today. Saw him getting shaken down when I went to take out my trash. Stepped in and sent the guys away. Kid was scared out of his mind, so I had to drag him out of there. Since I told those guys the problem would be solved, I brought him here before he did something stupid. I didn't let her interrupt and finished my explanation in one go. Jay immediately shrunk in on himself, clearly intimidated by her presence. Claire took a quick look around before fixing her gaze on Jay. You okay? He just nodded timidly. She sighed, looking relieved. She turned to me. I just came to check if he was okay. I'll tell the couple downstairs that he's fine. I nodded. She hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jay like she wanted to say something else. Then, with a final nod, she turned and left. I turned around, shutting the door behind her. I locked it. Then I turned to Jay. All right. Might as well start talking. He gulped. Jaden's POV. Growing up in an orphanage, I learned early on that being invisible was safer than being noticed. The other kids pushed me around, called me a loser. School wasn't much better. I was the quiet nerd, the kid who got shoved into lockers and laughed at whenever I tried to stand up for myself. Eventually, I just stopped trying. I hate conflict. Always have. I struggle to hold eye contact, flinch at loud voices, and get scared easily when confronted. Even raising my voice feels unnatural. Years of being bullied taught me that speaking up only made things worse. But I was smart. School was my escape. Numbers, books, programming, they all made sense in a way people never did. I had dreams, college, a stable job, a normal life. But dreams cost money. And orphans like me don't have much of that. When I aged out of the orphanage at 17, I had nowhere to go and no one to rely on. College was the plan, but with no money and no support, that dream started slipping away. I picked up small programming jobs online, barely scraping enough to survive. But I somehow saved up enough and got into a university. Then, I made a terrible mistake. Desperate to earn more money, I fell for a scam. I borrowed $5,000 from the wrong people, convinced I could pay it back. But work was inconsistent, expenses piled up, and before I knew it, I was drowning in debt. Then the loan shark started calling, then showing up. I paid the interest every time. But for the last 2 months, I was struggling to pay them. At first, I ignored their calls. When they came in person, I begged them for time. I even prayed they'd forget about me. They didn't. Tonight, they found me. And if David hadn't stepped in, I knew I wouldn't have walked away unscathed. Now, sitting in his apartment, I felt grateful but also terrified. Why did David help me? What does he want? I took a deep breath, gripping the water glass in my hands. It was time I spoke. My voice cracked, and I swallowed hard before trying again. I borrowed $5,000 from some loan sharks, I admitted, barely above a whisper. I thought I could pay it back. But things didn't go the way I expected, and I fell behind. David sighed. Let me guess. The interest kept piling up, and they didn't exactly send friendly reminders. I nodded stiffly. Yeah. They wanted their money back weeks ago. I tried avoiding them, but tonight. I clenched my jaw, shaking my head. David didn't react, just leaned back in his chair. How much do you still owe? I hesitated. With interest? $8,000. He let out a slow breath. Figures. I lowered my head. I wanted to go to college, I said, voice quieter now. I was good at school. It was the one thing I had going for me. But with no family, no support. I couldn't afford it. So I thought, if I just got a little help, if I borrowed some money to get started, I could make it work. I laughed bitterly, rubbing my arms. Stupid, right? David didn't laugh. He just sighed, running a hand through his hair. I get it. That made me look up. You do? He exhaled. Yeah. More than you think. For a moment, nobody spoke. I gripped the water bottle tighter, my throat dry. Thanks, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. David simply replied, for what? For, I swallowed, forcing myself to speak. For stepping in tonight. If you hadn't. I don't know what would have happened. David didn't say anything, just kept watching me with that unreadable look. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, I added quickly. I didn't mean to get anyone else involved. I hesitated, shifting awkwardly. I don't have that much money right now, I admitted. Even if I wanted to pay them back, I really don't have money to pay. I told those guys the problem would be solved. If you don't pay them back, they'll come after me. And I don't like people coming after me. David replied. I swallowed. So, what do we do? David smirked. Simple. You're gonna pay them back. But on my terms. That means I become your new loan shark. I tensed. What does that mean? David leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Nothing illegal, if that's what you're thinking. He continued. It means I'll give you the money. But in exchange, you listen to me. You focus on school. No more shady loans, no stupid risks. I blinked. You, what? You heard me, he said, voice calm but firm. I'll cover your tuition expenses until you graduate. My hands clenched into fists. Why? David raised an eyebrow. Why what? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me. He exhaled slowly. Because I understand. I've been in a dark place before. I know what it's like to feel trapped, to see no way out. I was lucky, many I knew weren't. This decision is to sati my own selfishness. I don't want you to end up like them. I swallowed hard. And if I say no? David shrugged. Then you figure things out on your own. But let's be real, Jay. Do you really have another option? I bit my lip, my chest tightening. He wasn't wrong. But this was too much. Too good to be true. But something stirred inside me. I suppressed it. Before I knew it, David held my shoulder and said, "It's okay. You don't have to hold back anymore. You are going to be fine." And unknowingly, I felt tears wet my face. I tried to stop the tears. David just walked away after patting me twice. David's POV. I know what repressed emotions can do to a person. I've been there before. So, I said the words I once wished someone had said to me. Then, I walked away. Not because I didn't care, but because sometimes, people need space to let it out. And in the meantime, I had a mission. Food. If there was one universal truth, it was that a good meal could fix at least 30% of life's problems. Maybe more, depending on the seasoning. Rolling up my sleeves, I checked the fridge. Chicken breast, vegetables, garlic, butter. I grabbed everything and started working. My hands moved instinctively. The sound of my knife slicing through the onions. The chicken followed, diced swiftly, their sharp scent filling the air. The pan sizzled as the chicken hit, turning golden brown in melted butter. A splash of broth and white wine deglazed the pan, the steam carrying the rich aroma of garlic and herbs through the kitchen. Sniff. I sighed, glancing over my shoulder. Jay was standing awkwardly near the doorway, eyes red. He looked like he wanted to say something but settled for staring at the food instead. "Sit," I said, flipping the chicken. "What are you making?" he asked, hesitantly stepping forward. "Magic," I replied. Jay snorted. "Magic smells suspiciously like chicken." "Exactly. Now shut up and let me cook." I finished plating, perfectly sliced chicken, a drizzle of velvety sauce, and neatly arranged roasted vegetables on the side. Then, I slid a plate in front of him. He hesitated for a second before picking up a fork. One bite in, his expression shifted. "Dude." He stared at the food like it had just whispered government secrets to him. Jay took another bite, then another, quickly forgetting whatever emotional crisis he'd been in earlier. Halfway through his meal, he glanced at me. "Wait, you're not eating." "I already had dinner," I said, leaning back against the counter. Jay frowned, pausing mid-chew. "Wait, so you made all this, just for me?" I shrugged. "What, you think I was gonna let you ugly cry and starve at the same time?" Jay huffed, stabbing a piece of chicken. "You could have just ordered pizza, you know." "Yeah, but then you'd just feel sad and bloated." "Fair point." By the time he finished, he leaned back in his chair with a deep sigh. "Thanks," he muttered. "For the food?" I asked. Jay shook his head, avoiding my gaze. "For earlier." I didn't say anything. Just reached over and patted his shoulder twice. "It's okay," I said simply. He sniffed again but nodded. Before he could stop himself, a few stray tears slipped out. "Oh, come on," I groaned. "Not over my cooking, man. I know it's good, but..." Jay let out a weak laugh, rubbing his eyes. "Shut up, dude." I smirked, standing up. "Whatever. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to my dishes. And with that, I walked off. To be continued. Chapter 14. David POV. The last couple of days had been chaotic. Helping Jay, dealing with the loan sharks. But I played it smart. When their collectors came, I bribed them so they would forget about last night happenings, and I had erased all evidence and phone in front of them. And they bought it. I knew they were dumb, decided to gamble on it, and it worked like a charm. Of course, I had backups, multiple copies. Still, despite the stress, these last few days had their moments. And now, I had a responsibility, Jaden. I had brought it upon myself, but I couldn't just walk away and let that kid suffer. He reminded me too much of my past life. Maybe by helping him, just maybe, I could wash away some of my regrets. Most people would call this reckless, even stupid. This world was dangerous, and taking in a kid like Jay could invite trouble. Didn't matter. I wasn't changing my mind. After dealing with these thugs, there was one more thing I had to do. I headed to Ivan's diner, the place I had worked for years. And now, it was time to leave. I stood outside, staring at the big, "Closing soon" sign taped to the window. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Well, that makes quitting a little easier. I stepped inside. The place almost empty, just a few regulars hanging around. For the first time, I didn't head to the back to change into my uniform. Instead, I went looking for Joe. I found him in the kitchen, talking to someone. It looked like one of the cooks had already quit. That left only two, with all the young assistants long gone. I waited until Joe caught sight of me. He smiled but immediately knew something was up. I gave him a small nod, gesturing toward the kitchen door. Without a word, I walked outside. 2 minutes later, Joe joined me. "Hey, kid. What's up?" he asked. "You should have figured it out by now," I said. Joe let out a long sigh. "Yeah. I guess so." He didn't look surprised. Why would he? With the diner shutting down in a few days, everyone was leaving whether they liked it or not. Figured as much. He grabbed a coffee mug and poured himself a cup. "You're not sticking around for the funeral?" "Didn't see the point." Joe nodded. "Well, hell. Can't blame you." I leaned against the counter, glancing around. The place might not have been much, but it had been a constant in old David's life. "What about you?" I asked. "Any plans?" "Yeah," Joe said, taking a sip of coffee. "I'll be moving out of New York soon." I let out a low whistle. "Honestly? Sounds like the right move." Joe raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah? And why's that?" I threw my hands up dramatically. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because we just had a full-scale alien invasion right in the middle of this city. And call me crazy, but I really don't think that was the last one." Joe blinked at me. Then, he burst out laughing. "Shit, you might be right," he said between chuckles. "Maybe I should get out while I still can." We both turned to look at the diner. A moment of silence. I exhaled and gave him a small nod. "Anyway, Joe, thanks, man. For everything." Joe just shook his head. "Don't get sentimental on me, kid." But his expression softened for a moment. Then, he added, "Go see Mr. Thompson before you vanish into the wind. And don't forget to collect your last paycheck." The meeting with my boss wasn't long. I walked into his office, and he barely looked up from the papers on his desk. "I'm quitting," I said, getting straight to the point. Mr. Thompson didn't even react. He just reached into his drawer, pulled out an envelope, and tossed it onto the desk. I picked it up and I felt it heavier than usual. I opened my mouth to say something, but he cut me off with a grunt and a wave of his hand. "Get out of here," he muttered. That was it. And I didn't linger any longer, I bolted out of there. When I stepped outside, Joe was leaning against the diner's door, arms crossed, watching me with that knowing look. "How'd it go?" he asked. I sighed. "All good." He grunted and waved me out. Joe chuckled, shaking his head. "Yeah, sounds about right." Joe clapped a hand on my shoulder. "Well, kid, good luck out there." Before I left, I turned back to him. "If you ever run into trouble, call me." He snorted. "You looking out for me?" I shrugged. "Hey, you never know." Joe just laughed, shaking his head. "Go on, get out of here before you get all sentimental on me." I chuckled, shaking my head, gave him a wave, and walked away. The world was becoming more dangerous by the day in the shadows, and New York would be at the center of chaos. I needed to get stronger. And I had the means to do so. But I had to be careful, not attract any unwanted attention. I wasn't aiming for anything grand. No world domination, no superhero dreams. I just wanted to live my life on my terms. To protect the people I cared about. Even if it meant going against the whole world. The training in the warehouse had been monotonous, but it paid off. My hand-to-hand combat mastery gave me knowledge, but knowledge without experience was useless. So, I put in the hours. Built the muscle memory. Turned technique into instinct. I had just finished my night training when I heard it. A scream. Then, silence. I stopped. The sound came from a side alley, swallowed by the hum of the distant traffic. I exhaled slowly. "Come on. It's not your problem. Not your problem at all. You could just walk away. Walk away like nothing ever happened here. Yeah, keep walking. You didn't hear anything." I turned away. Then, against my better judgment. Screw it. I turned back and stepped into the alley. And I didn't like what I saw. 5 men. 3 restraining a struggling woman, while the other 2 loaded an unconscious woman into the back of a truck. My jaw clenched. I slipped behind a dumpster, exhaled through my nose, and cursed inwardly. Fuck. Me and my big mouth. Just when I thought I'd have a peaceful night. If I didn't intervene now, those women were gone. I knew I could take them. It was dark enough that I had an advantage. I reached into my inventory, pulled out my newly bought hockey mask, and slid it on. My hoodie went up. I took out one of my knuckle dusters and fitted it over my right hand. Then I moved. I closed the distance with a burst of speed. The first thug didn't even register what was happening before my knuckle duster-clad fist crashed into his jaw. He crumpled like a sack of bricks. The second guy barely had time to react before my elbow slammed into his temple. His eyes rolled back, and he dropped, unconscious before he even hit the pavement. 2 down. The third one realized what was happening and swung wildly. I ducked, caught his wrist, twisted it behind his back, and slammed him face first into the truck. A brutal hammer fist to the back of his head finished the job. Then when I turned, the fourth guy had drawn a pistol, aiming it right at my chest. Shit. I panicked. I wasn't bulletproof. I didn't have super speed. I had no way to dodge a point-blank shot. Time slowed. I felt my heartbeat hammering in my chest. Then my vision sharpened. I saw everything in painstaking detail, the flicker of streetlights on the gun's barrel, the twitch of the thug's finger as he pulled the trigger. And my body moved. Before I even realized it, I shifted just enough for the bullet to graze past me. Bang! The shot whizzed past, missing by inches. The thug's eyes widened in shock. He fired again. But this time, I was ready. I lunged forward, grabbed his wrist, twisted it sharply. Bang! The next shot went wild, hitting the pavement near my feet. With a brutal wrench, I disarmed him, ripped the gun from his grip, and tossed it aside. Then, a bone-crunching punch to the ribs. He collapsed, screaming. The last guy, the one standing by the van, froze. His eyes darted around, looking for an escape. Then, in desperation, he swung wildly. Didn't matter. I closed the gap in an instant, ducked under his swing, and drove a hard right hook into his jaw. His head snapped back. He dropped. Out cold. My eyes snapped back to the fourth guy. The bastard who tried to shoot me. A burn of anger built in my chest. That asshole actually tried to kill me. I walked over to him. He was groaning, clutching his ribs, barely conscious. I grabbed him by the collar and dragged him up just enough to send a vicious right hook into his face. His head whipped back. I hit him again, my knuckle duster making a sickening crunch against bone. His nose exploded with blood. Another punch and another. I only stopped when his body slumped completely. Unconscious. I exhaled sharply, shaking out my fist. The rage somewhat simmered down. Then, I pulled off my knuckle duster and tossed it into my inventory. My hands were aching from the impact, I just brushed it off. Then I switched to my full-finger gloves, slipping them on with a deep breath. I took out my phone and snapped pictures of the 5 men, making sure to get clear shots of their faces. Then, I turned to the 2 women, taking pictures of them as well just in case. Next, I rummaged through the truck. Duct tape. Rope. Perfect. I scanned the thugs who were sprawled on the ground. Butterfly knives. Wallets. Phones. Money. I took photos of their driver's licenses for later, if needed. I emptied their wallets and pockets of their cash. Hee hee. Then, I grabbed the duct tape and rope and got to work. One by one, I tied their hands behind their backs and bound their feet together. For extra measure, I wrapped duct tape over their mouths. Once secured, I neatly arranged them by the van, side by side, like garbage waiting for pickup. Then, I turned to the women. I carried them away from the scumbags, placing them separately in a safer spot. I checked their pulses, steady. At least they were still breathing. I also looked for their purses, which I quickly found. I checked for any identification, but there was none. Maybe they had it on them. I looked down at them. Yeah, not my problem. Then, using one of the thugs' phones, the one who tried to shoot me, I dialed 911. I took short breaths, making sure to sound panicked. Hello. I just heard gunshots, 2 of them. In an alley near XX and XX. Please, send help. I think someone's hurt. My voice trembled just enough to sell it. I didn't wait for a response. I dropped the phone onto the thug's chest and quickly stepped away. Without a sound, I scaled a fire escape of the nearest building, found a dark spot, took out my binoculars which I had brought earlier that month. From there, I watched as 2 patrol police officers went inside the alley, then securing the scene, they called in. Soon some more patrol cars arrived followed by ambulances. The police started doing their jobs and while paramedics checked on the women. With one last glance, I turned and escaped. To be continued. Comment. Chapter 15. David POV. My body still carried the lingering tension from the fight, but now that I was home, I could finally let it go. I locked the door behind me and sliding down against the door, I sat on the floor, panting. Good thing no one saw me sprinting up the apartment. As the adrenaline wore off, exhaustion hit me like a truck. My breathing was heavier than before, and my legs burned as if I'd just run a marathon. Bullet time drained my stamina like crazy. If I didn't get stronger, I wouldn't last long in a real fight. But I hadn't stopped moving. On the way back, I had changed out of my dress and gloves, stuffing them into my inventory and swapping them for a fresh pair. 500 SP, a skill, mystery box. Ever since I fully assimilated Deadshot, I could feel the shift in my mindset. It wasn't something drastic, nothing like losing myself or becoming someone else. But the way I thought, the way I acted, it was different. If it had been the old me, I never would have considered kidnapping Alan Sloan, much less putting him through interrogation and psychological torture. The thought alone would have been enough to make my stomach turn. Now, it still left a bad taste in my mouth. But I did it anyway. Because there was no other option. Revenge demanded cruel actions. And if breaking a corrupt detective was what it took to get closer to the truth, then so be it. Over the past 2 months, the last 2 times I drew from my lottery gave good results. I acquired 2 character cards that will be immensely helpful: Christian Wolf, the accountant, and Jason Bourne, the Bourne series. Additionally, I obtained a car from the Death Ray series, the monster Ford Mustang GT, complete with all its gadgets, including Frankenstein's mask and ring. Furthermore, I gained an extra character assimilation slot and 3 character summoning slots, allowing me to summon up to 3 people. And tomorrow I would be drawing my next set of lottery cards. I am really skeptical about how I am getting the characters that are trained to kill. But they did come with other exceptional skills. So beggars can't be choosers. And now in this world I am a beggar even with my skills. I might be street level and could survive on the streets. But if I had to survive in this world I need to get strong and increase my network and allies. I checked my tablet to ensure no one was lurking nearby. I had set up mini cams around the warehouse to monitor any suspicious activity. Reviewing the day's footage around the warehouse, I saw only animals, mostly cats and homeless individuals passing through the area. Then I put my tab in the inventory. I walked out of the warehouse, my mind drifted to the events at the nightclub earlier. Suddenly, I stopped and slapped my forehead. I had given Elena my phone, gotten her number and told her to call me once she reached home safely without giving my number. Now, I felt like an idiot. I quickly texted her. "Hey, it's me, David. Just checking in. Hope you got home safe." I hit send and exhaled, slipping my phone back into my pocket. I wasn't sure if she'd reply, but at least I had done my part. Shoving my hands into my jacket pockets, I walked down the empty street, the cold night air biting at my skin. The warehouse district was quiet at this hour, with only the occasional distant sound of a passing car or the rustling of stray animals. I had planned to stay low for the next few days, but tomorrow's lottery draw had me on edge. No, just tomorrow's. Every lottery I pulled had me on the edge. Every rewards. A vibration in my pocket broke my thoughts. "Elena, made it home. Thanks for helping us out in the club, Sir Knight." Laughing face. I stared at the message for a moment. I chuckled. I typed back. "Glad to hear, my lady. Good night. Sleep well." I smirked at my own reply before shaking my head and slipping the phone back into my pocket. Time to head home. For the first time in nearly 3 months. The thought should have been comforting. It wasn't. If anything, a strange sense of unease settled in my chest. I walked through the quiet streets, hands tucked into my pockets, my hood pulled up. The night air was cold, but I barely noticed. When I finally reached my apartment building, I reached my door, I hesitated. Nothing seemed out of place. I had left a small piece of paper wedged between the door and its frame before leaving, carefully placed on both edges. It was still intact, undisturbed. Only then did I unlock the door and step inside. I stood there, my eyes scanning the space. My mind kept telling me everything was fine. But my paranoia wouldn't let me relax. I pulled out a bug detector and swept the entire apartment, moving methodically through each room. Only after finding nothing did I allow myself to breathe easier. The apartment was coated in a thin layer of dust, the air stale from being shut for nearly 3 months. I left the door open, along with the windows, letting the cold night air sweep through the space. It helped push away the lingering stillness, though the paranoia in my gut remained. I got a house cleaning skill and then with it, the entire process became effortless. Moving through each room, I wiped down surfaces, swept the floor, and tidied up with swift, precise movements. In no time, the place looked noticeably cleaner. Tossing the small trash bag by the door, I headed into the kitchen. A moment later, there was a knock. I turned, to find Claire Temple standing in the doorway with her handbag on your shoulder. She looked a little more tired, but then again, that was expected with her job. Her hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. For a brief second, neither of us spoke. Claire paused at the doorway, her gaze briefly sweeping over the open windows and the faint scent of cleaning supplies in the air. "You're back," she said, her tone neutral. I set down the cloth I was using and replied face her. "Yes. I assume you've spoken to Jaden." "I have. I spoke on phone, he told me he's been doing fine." She gave a slight nod. "You asked me to keep an eye on him before you left." "There hasn't been any trouble." "I appreciate it," I replied. She regarded me for a second before responding. "Noted. Good night, then." "Good night." With that, Claire turned and walked to her apartment. I resumed cleaning. The next day, I woke up later than usual. After nearly 3 months of training, my body had grown accustomed to a strict schedule, but last night's exhaustion had caught up with me. Rubbing my eyes, I sat up and stretched. My stomach grumbled. I had nothing to eat. Well, nothing fresh. But I did have some basic ingredients in my inventory: eggs, bread, milk, and a few other essentials. Just enough for a simple breakfast. I made my way to the kitchen, rolling my shoulders as I grabbed a pan from the cabinet. With practiced ease, I cracked a few eggs into a bowl, whisking them lightly. The stove flickered to life, and I poured the eggs in, letting them sizzle. While the eggs cooked, I toasted some bread and heated a cup of milk. My mind drifted as I plated the food. I had changed. 2 months ago, I would have made instant ramen or grabbed a takeout meal. Now, cooking felt natural. Not just because I had cooking mastery, but because I had been living off homemade meals for months during training. After finishing my meal, I exercised for about an hour, bodyweight workouts, flexibility drills, and a few sets of shadowboxing. Dressed in a casual hoodie and jeans, I checked my wallet. Still had plenty of cash in it. Time to restock my kitchen. The nearest supermarket was only a few blocks away. It was a quiet morning, not many people out. I walked in, grabbed a shopping cart, and began picking out what I needed. As I stood at the checkout counter, waiting for my turn, my attention drifted to the TV screen mounted on the wall. A breaking news banner flashed across the bottom. U.S. military officer commits suicide bombing in Tennessee, authorities investigating possible terror links. My fingers froze around my wallet. The name of the attacker appeared on the screen, Chad Davis. I knew that name. This was the plot of Iron Man 3. Iron Man 3. Extremis. AIM. Killian. Then, Phil Coulson's team would be moving soon, setting up their operations. But that had nothing to do with me. They could do whatever they wanted, chasing superpowered threats, dealing with shield politics, but my priority remained the same. Revenge. Everything I had done in the past few months, the training, the assimilation, the surveillance, was for that goal. I wasn't about to get distracted just because the larger Marvel events were unfolding. But I have to make plans to survive in this world. Sir. I blinked. The cashier was looking at me, waiting. I hadn't even realized she had finished scanning my groceries. Right. I pulled out some cash and handed it over. After collecting my bags, I stepped outside. To be continued. Chapter 18. Later that night. David POV. Alan finally cracked. He had been holding out, but didn't last long. After hours of silence, isolation, and starvation, his resolve shattered. When he finally spoke, it all came spilling out like a flood. They're called the Iron Serpents. Every single case I helped cover up for them, it was always the same reason. They got in the gang's way. I kept my expression unreadable. Explain. Alan hesitated before speaking again. One of them was a woman. She tried to help some girl the gang had their eyes on for trafficking. She was driving the girl to the police station when they hit her. The crash killed her instantly. Driver's side impact. I stared at him, and knew exactly who he was talking about. My heartbeat was raising. I was trying really hard not to snap. I asked. And the girl? Alan shook his head. Don't know. The gang member was pissed when she tried to get away from them. They cleaned up the mess, made sure no one looked too deep into the case. I just filed the paperwork to make it seem like an accident. He continued. I was only contacted by their handler when they need to handle things if it comes under my precinct area, who passed the money and instructions. When I asked about the other cases, Alan reluctantly spilled those, too. About cases that he had hand in the cover-up. I still had my doubts if he was telling the truth or not. So, I pulled my pistol from my hip holster and racked the slide, ensuring a bullet was in the chamber, which was to show that I was not bluffing before leveling it at Alan's head. His breath hitched. His eyes, already sunken from exhaustion, went wide. Can I trust your intel? I asked. Alan's body shook violently. Why yes. Yes, you can. I swear to God, I don't want to die. What I did was wrong, I know it was wrong. Please, don't kill me. Please. His voice cracked. As I watched him with my finger over the trigger, the urge was creeping in, tell me pull it and make him disappear. I pressed the barrel harder against his forehead. His body went rigid. Do they have any weaknesses? There's a silent war going on, he stammered. Between them and the Russians. The Russian mafia are pushing into Hell's Kitchen, trying to take their territory. And in Brooklyn, they're being pushed back by the Yardies. Word is, they're losing ground, fast. That's all I know, Alan pleaded. Just please let me go. Don't kill me. Please. Who was it? I asked the handler. He nervously asked, which one do you want to know about? All of them. Alan hesitated before finally spitting out the name. Alan swallowed hard. Guy named Victor Ruiz. Back then, he was just a mid-level enforcer. But now, he's moved up. Word is, he's running operations for the Serpents in Brooklyn. He hasn't been in that role for the last 2 years. Someone else took over. I narrowed my eyes. Who? Alan licked his lips. A guy named Manuel Cortez. Where are they now? Alan replied. Victor operates out of a nightclub called Horizon in Williamsburg. It's a front, high-end on the surface, but the back rooms are where deals are made. Drugs, guns, girls. Victor's got his hands in everything. Cortez runs a auto shop in called Romero's Repairs. I stayed silent, my grip tightening on the gun. Then, I slid the pistol back into my holster and stood up. I took a step forward and stood before him. I had been exercising extreme patience since the piece of shit had started talking. But now, I didn't want to kill him and I didn't have the guts to do so, at least not yet. So I decided to something that I had the guts to do. Beat him up until I could. My fist crashed into his face. His head snapped to the side, a strangled grunt escaping his lips. He didn't even have time to react before I drove another punch into his gut. He jerked against the restraints, but he wasn't going anywhere. I hit him again. And again. I wasn't thinking. I didn't care. His lip split. Blood dribbled down his chin. I could see his teeth stained red as he coughed, his head lolling forward. I didn't stop. Not until his body went slack. Not until his head slumped forward, his breath coming in weak, uneven gasps. I stepped back. Alan wasn't moving. For a moment, I thought I had killed him. But then when I checked, he was still breathing. I exhaled, and let go of his shirt. Alan's body hung limply against the chair, his head slumped forward, blood dripping from his broken nose onto his shirt. His face was swollen beyond recognition, a mix of purple and red bruises blooming across his skin. His breathing was shallow. I exhaled sharply. I lost control. Fuck. That realization didn't sit well with me. The rage was blinding. I had beaten him while he was still tied up. I should have felt something to have put someone in this position. But I didn't. I felt nothing. Shaking off those thoughts, I pulled out a knife from my inventory and sliced through the ropes binding him to the chair. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. After seeing him, I could tell that he might not wake up. How did I know? Deadshot's experience, probably. The injuries weren't life-threatening, but they were bad enough that without medical attention, he wouldn't last long. I clicked my tongue in irritation. TCH. I wasn't about to waste a full bottle of my full recovery potion on a piece of shit like him. That would be too generous. Instead, I took out a syringe and filled it with a small portion of the full potion I had obtained from the lottery draw. He was going to be my guinea pig for testing just how effective the potion really was. I crouched down and injected it into his arm. Almost instantly, I could see the effect, his breathing steadied, the swelling around his eyes slightly reduced, and the worst of his wounds began to clot. Even a fraction of the potion was working wonders. Satisfied that the bastard wouldn't die, I tossed a bottle of water and a small pack of food onto the floor beside him. Standing, I turned toward the exit of the underground bunker. Before stepping out, I cursed myself again for losing control, for letting my emotions dictate my actions. It couldn't happen again. I wasn't stupid enough to walk out looking like I just stepped out of a bloody crime scene. My gloves, jacket, and even my mask had Alan's blood on them. Quickly, I stripped down, tossing the blood-stained garments into my inventory. 2 sets of clothes have gone waste till now. I stripped off my blood-stained clothes and gloves, replacing them with a fresh set from the warehouse before heading home. After leaving the warehouse, I made my way back to my apartment. As soon as I stepped inside, my stomach grumbled in protest. Realizing I hadn't eaten anything since noon, I decided to fix myself a dinner. I pulled out a package of pre-marinated chicken from the fridge and tossed it onto a hot skillet. The sizzle of the meat filled the small kitchen, the rich aroma blending with the faint hum of the city outside. While the chicken browned, I chopped bell peppers, onions, and a couple of tomatoes, adding color to the meal. The rhythm of cooking became almost meditative for me. Once done, I plated the food simply, chicken with the sautéed vegetables, finished with a sprinkle of salt and pepper. Sitting at my small dining table, I ate slowly, savoring each bite. As I ate, I pulled up my status screen. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 25. SP, 725. Lottery stack, 3/3 draws. Skills, hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour mastery, hacking mastery, perfect recall, cooking mastery, bullet time, eye color manipulation, high-speed calculation, psychopaths, Shinya Kogami's combat analysis, house cleaning mastery. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $20,000 cash, knuckle dusters, hidden knives, 2 nos, loose and ombre, Devil May Cry, Senbons, Naruto, full potion X5, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, elucidator and dark repulsor, sword art online, Yubashiri, One Piece, C-147B Paladin, Splinter Cell, Christian Wolf, The Accountant, Monster, Ford Mustang GT, Death Race, Jason Bourne, The Bourne series. Character assimilated. Deadshot, DCU. Character assimilation. 1.0. 2.0 Characters summoned. 1.0 2.0 3.0 Missions. Primary mission, revenge. Objective, make those responsible for your mother's murder pay. Time limit, 9 months. Rewards, 500 SP, a skill, mystery box. I stared at my pending lottery draws, remembering that today was the last day before the stacking period ended. With a sigh, I closed the status screen and focused on finishing my dinner. Once done, I retreated to the bathroom. Stepping into the shower, I let the warm water cascade over me, washing away the sweat and grime. The steam filled the cramped space, wrapping around me like a comforting haze. I closed my eyes, letting the steady rhythm of the water relax my tense muscles. After showering, I changed into a fresh set of clothes before collapsing onto my bed with a deep sigh. My body finally began to relax, sinking into the mattress. But my mind? It refused to follow. I needed a distraction. Pulling up the system, I stared at my pending lottery draws. Without hesitation, I tapped the screen to begin. The results appeared, and the moment I saw what I had drawn, my exhaustion evaporated. My brain blanked for a second, struggling to process what was in front of me. I blinked. Once. Twice. Then, a slow realization crept in, sending a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. Yes. I yelled at the top of my lungs, unable to stop myself. Bang! Shut the hell up. People are trying to sleep. My neighbor's angry voice rang through the wall. I winced. My bad. I sat up straight, staring at the rewards. If someone saw my face right now, they'd think I was a lunatic because I couldn't stop grinning like an idiot. To be continued. Chapter 19. I sat up straight, staring at the rewards. If someone saw my face right now, they'd think I was a lunatic because I couldn't stop grinning like an idiot. Congratulations. You have received Agent 6, Generator Rex. Marco Rossi, Metal Slug. C1, Robocop 2014. Background customization card +5. Grapnel gun, Batman, Arkham Knight. Harold Finch, Person of Interest. Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe. Character assimilation slot +1. Gideon, The Flash. 1. Agent 6, Generator Rex. A master swordsman and elite operative, he is one of the most dangerous and disciplined fighters in his world. His combat skills extend beyond swordplay, he is highly trained in martial arts and acrobatics. Additionally, he is an expert in covert operations, piloting aircraft, and counter-surveillance, making him an exceptional all-around combat specialist. 2. Marco Rossi, Metal Slug Defense. A super-skilled soldier who's also a secret computer whiz. He's really good at fighting and knows all about military stuff, but he's also a tech genius who can build his own AI. He's a kind friend who looks after people, but he gets really mad when you talk about General Morton. 3. C1, Robocop 2014. The C1 is a high-performance motorcycle. Designed for speed, agility, and durability, it features advanced self-balancing technology. The bike comes equipped with reinforced armor plating, making it resistant to small arms fire and minor explosions. 4. Background customization card +5. Can be used to alter details of background, identity, and history in subtle of any summoned character. With 5 uses available, this card could ensure that his allies integrated seamlessly without attracting unnecessary trouble. 5. Grapnel gun, Batman, Arkham Knight. A compact, high-tensile grappling hook designed for rapid mobility and vertical traversal. It can attach to nearly any surface, allowing the user to quickly ascend buildings, scale walls, or swing across gaps. The grapnel gun features an accelerated retraction system, pulling the user toward the anchor point at high speed. 6. Harold Finch, Person of Interest. A technological mastermind, he is the creator an AI capable of analyzing vast amounts of data to predict crimes. His expertise includes hacking high-security systems, encrypting and decrypting communications, counter-surveillance, and identity forgery. He is also highly skilled in electrical and mechanical engineering, having built various surveillance devices and cyber-infiltration tools. He has a remarkable pain tolerance, an ability to stay undetected, and knowledge of espionage, bomb defusal, and tactical planning. 7. Snake Eyes, G.I. Joe. A ninja commando, a master of stealth, hand-to-hand combat, and weapons. Trained by the Arashikage clan, he possesses extreme agility, speed, and reflexes. He is also highly skilled with firearms, tactical infiltration, and silent assassinations. 8. Character Assimilation Slot +1. Allows the host to assimilate traits or skills from chosen individuals. 9. Gideon, the Flash. Gideon is an advanced artificial intelligence capable of processing vast amounts of data in real time. An interactive AI, Gideon responds to voice commands. It can also integrate it with other systems, allowing it to take necessary functions when needed. Designed as an assistant to you, with only you having the access. This dedicated, multi-purpose AI, exclusively responsive to your voice, is contained within this toolbox which can only be operated only with your biometrics. I took a deep breath, letting the excitement settle in. These rewards were really good. Agent 6, Snake Eyes, Marco Rossi, Harold Finch. For characters in one draw, and an AI specially designed for me, that too all contained in the toolbox 1. It seems to be my lucky day. I can't even choose my own personal favorite from the rewards. And now, with an extra assimilation slot, I can assimilate 3 characters at once. And I had 6 characters to choose from since I had already obtained Jason Bourne and Chris Wolf from my previous draws. The question was, who? I closed my eyes, running through my options. I needed money. That was my current priority. If I wanted to build a base, secure a house, and start setting up things for my future plan, for that I needed money, and most of all I wanted to be rich. After contemplating for a while longer, I finally made my decision. Character Assimilation. 1. Jason Bourne, 55%. 2. Chris Wolf, 63%. 3. Harold Finch, 65%. As soon as I confirmed my choices, I was stunned to see the assimilation percentages already above 50% right from the start. That was odd. The last time I had assimilated a character, the process had started at a much lower percentage. Frowning, I decided to ask the system. Hey, system, why is the character assimilation already this high at the start? I asked. The system responded in its usual neutral tone. Assimilation percentages are determined based on the host's existing knowledge, physical capabilities, and relevant skills that overlap with the chosen character. The higher the compatibility in these areas, the greater the starting assimilation percentage. Considering the explanation, it made sense. Jason Bourne, Chris Wolf, and Harold Finch each had expertise that overlapped with my existing skills. For Bourne, my hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour skills, and high-speed combat calculation provided a solid foundation. Chris Wolf was a master marksman and strategist. I already had an exceptional grasp of firearms and precision shooting. That likely accelerated the process. Harold Finch's technical prowess aligned with my hacking mastery. The system's logic checked out. Now looking at the summoning characters. I would be summoning, since I can't function alone. They were needed. But could I trust them? System, when I summon the characters, will they be completely loyal? Host, summoned characters are bound by a soul contract to you. The contract cannot be broken. They retain their full abilities, memories, and personalities, but they are loyal to the host. They cannot betray the host under any circumstances. You can cancel their summoning, if the need arises. That was reassuring, but it still gave me pause. Loyalty wasn't the issue. It was control. They would follow my orders, but they weren't mindless puppets. They were their own people. Future plans was still forming in my head, but one thing was certain. If I was going to summon them, it had to be at the right time, under controlled conditions, and with clear objectives in mind. I glanced at the time. It was way past midnight. I had a long day ahead. The next day. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the wall. I had been so blind. The handler formed the iron serpents might have killed his mother. But them handing out hush money? Bullshit. Gangs don't bribe people to keep their mouths shut. They silence them permanently. Which meant, they weren't acting alone. Someone else had used them. And I hadn't even questioned it. Damn it, I knew I wasn't the sharpest, but I didn't think I was this dumb. I clenched my jaw, my fingers tightening into fists. How had I missed something so obvious? But then it hit me. Of course, I hadn't seen it before. Even with my boosted intelligence, I lacked the necessary skills to truly connect the dots. Intelligence alone meant nothing without the ability to analyze, investigate, and break things down logically. But now, I had those skills. I had assimilated all three of them, and their instincts, experiences, and expertise were now a part of me. The moment I woke up, my mind had already started piecing things together, things I had overlooked before. I exhaled slowly. Calm down. Anger wouldn't solve anything. I needed to focus on what came next. Then, I spent the next hour going through the old evidence I had collected, photos, and scraps of information the old David had held onto. But the more I looked, the more I realized something. None of this would help me now. For years had passed since my mother's accident. Any lead from back then was long cold. Any person involved have erased their tracks. This was a dead end. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Fine. If I couldn't rely on the past, I'd focus on the future. I picked up my tablet and checked the live feed from the warehouse. The camera I had set up was focused on the underground bunker door, making sure no one had tampered with it. I flipped through the other feeds, scanning the surrounding area for anything out of place. Good. Nothing out of ordinary. Satisfied, I set the tablet aside and stretched out my limbs. My body still carried the lingering fatigue from yesterday's training, but it was nothing I couldn't shake off. I needed to clear my mind. So, I fell into my routine. First, a light workout using the home equipment I had. Then came a quick shower, the hot water soothing my muscles. After that, I headed to the kitchen. Cooking had become second nature, and in minutes, I had a solid breakfast ready, nothing fancy. Once the dishes were cleaned and put away, I tackled the housework. Sweeping, wiping down surfaces, making sure everything was in order. Then, my eyes landed on the small pile of laundry in the corner. Right. I had been putting that off. Might as well take care of it now. There was a laundromat just a block away. I could throw the clothes in, maybe grab a coffee while waiting. Just as I was about to step out, my phone pinged. A message. I pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Elena, good morning. Smiling face with smiling eyes. It was a WhatsApp message. I stared at it for a second, and before I even realized it, a small, unconscious smile tugged at my lips. I leaned against the doorframe, thumb hovering over the keyboard before I typed out a reply. Me, morning, smiling face with smiling eyes. Hope you're not up too early. I hesitated briefly before hitting send. Pocketing my phone, I grabbed the laundry bag and headed out. The laundromat wasn't far, just a short walk down the block. As I walked, my phone vibrated again. Another message. Elena, I always wake up early. Perks of being a law student. Gotta study if I want to pass the bar exam. What about you? Early riser or night owl? I smirked slightly. Me, depends. Some nights I barely sleep at all. It wasn't a lie. My routine had been erratic lately, but I wasn't about to dump that on her. I reached the laundromat, stepping inside as soapy scent filled my nostrils. It was mostly empty, save for an old man reading a newspaper in the corner. Loading up the washing machine, I leaned against the wall, checking my phone again. Elena, work? Or college? I blinked. Me, yeah, work. Yeah, right. Like I have a job right now. I thought to myself. A few seconds later, another message popped up. Elena, well, at least I know who to call if I need a caffeine-addicted study buddy. I started typing a casual reply, but then a thought hit me. She had said she was a law student. That never crossed my mind. I gasped dramatically in my message. Me, wait, what? A law student? Elena, please, don't lie to me. Typing appeared, then stopped. Then appeared again. I could almost picture her frowning at her phone. Elena, excuse me. Why would I lie about that? Yeah, she was definitely offended. I didn't blame her. Probably should have phrased that better. I took a deep breath, mustered up some bravery, and typed. Me, because when I saw you, I thought you were a model. I hit send before I could second-guess myself. A long pause. Then, finally. Elena, smooth save. But you're still not off the hook. I swept my imaginary sweat and grinned. Elena was a student at Columbia Law School, set to graduate this May. Just a couple of months left before she was officially a lawyer. She still had to take the bar exam in July, but from the way she talked about it, she was confident. Our conversation continued as I handled my laundry, flowing so effortlessly that I barely noticed time passing. By the time I got back home, I was still texting her, completely unaware of how long we had been at it. It wasn't until I was done folding and arranging my clothes that I finally put my phone down. I decided to check in on Jaden. I headed downstairs and knocked on his door. A few seconds later, it cracked open, and the moment he saw me, my mood soured. His face was bruised, lip busted and swollen along his cheekbone. Before I could say anything, he moved to shut the door in my face. I reacted on instinct, pushing through before he could lock me out. He stumbled backward as I stepped inside, closing the door behind me. Yeah, nice to see you too, I muttered, eyes already scanning him for more injuries. To be continued. Chapter 20. David POV. I stood there, arms crossed, watching Jaden shift uncomfortably. His bruised face and busted lip told me enough, but I wanted to hear it straight from him. So, I began casually, keeping my tone light. You gonna tell me what happened? Jaden scowled, avoiding my gaze. It's nothing. Sure. His busted knuckles and the defensive wounds on his hands told a different story. Since my character assimilation progressed, I'd started noticing things, small details, body language, micro-expressions. It wasn't exactly Sherlock Holmes-level deduction, but I could piece things together with unsettling accuracy. And right now? The evidence was written all over him. Let me guess, bullies. I muttered. Rich kid from the sports team. You got into it with one of them, didn't you? Jaden's head snapped up, his mouth hanging open. How the hell? I smirked. You talked to the class beauty. The rich sports guy, he warned you. You ignored him. A tussle happened. I gestured toward his bruised knuckles. But you fought back, huh? Jaden clenched his fists, staring at his hands. I wasn't gonna let them push me around anymore. I nodded slightly. His knuckles bore wounds, he hadn't just taken a beating, he fought back. He stood his ground. Reminded me of myself. Back then, I dealt with bullies the only way I knew how, physically. Being an orphan made me a target, but I wasn't the type to roll over and take it. If someone swung at me, I swung back. Simple as that. Jaden's suspicious gaze snapped back to me. Wait, are you stalking me? I snorted. You wish. Was she worth it? I asked. Jaden's lips twitched into a faint smirk despite the swelling. Yeah, she was. I chuckled softly. Then at least you didn't get your ass kicked for nothing. His smirk faltered as he shifted uncomfortably. I didn't get my ass kicked. I raised an eyebrow. You sure? 'Cause your face says otherwise. Jaden groaned in frustration. Okay, maybe a little. But you should have seen the other guy. Yeah, right, I said finally, shaking my head. Just don't go picking fights. There are some you can't win. Yeah, whatever, he muttered. I glanced back at him as he sighed heavily. You suspended? Yeah, he admitted reluctantly. 2 weeks. How much time you got left? Another week and a half, Jaden replied. Shaking my head, I glanced around Jaden's apartment. Clothes were scattered across the floor, dishes piled high in the sink, and the air carried that distinct, stale quality of someone who hadn't bothered cleaning in a while. I walked over to the fridge and pulled it open, only to slam it shut a second later. A horrible stench hit me like a punch to the gut. Seems like I've got a curse with fridges, first mine, now this one. Jesus, Jaden, I muttered, pinching my nose. How long has your fridge been broken? He scratched the back of his head sheepishly. A while. I exhaled sharply. Yeah, I figured. What have you been eating? Mostly takeout, he admitted with a shrug. Or whatever doesn't need refrigeration. Right. That explained a lot. So what have you been doing all day? Freelance work. Coding, small projects, some website stuff. He replied. Just then, my stomach growled. I glanced at the clock. It was late afternoon. All right, enough of this. Let's eat first. Let's go, I said. Jaden blinked at me, confused. What? You're coming to my place, I said simply. No point sitting here in this dump when you could be somewhere with, edible food. And I'm making lunch, I added before he could argue. Jaden hesitated but eventually, he sighed and stood up. Fine. After we got to my apartment, I headed straight for the fridge. Grabbing a handful of ice, I tossed it into a plastic bag, twisted it shut, and wrapped it in a thin towel before handing it over to Jaden. Here, I said. Put this on your face. Jaden took it reluctantly and pressed it against his swollen cheek with a wince. Yeah, I muttered as I watched him flinch. That's gonna hurt for a while. He moved over to the couch and sat down with a groan. His posture stiffened immediately. Probably some bruising on his ribs too. I leaned against the counter, arms crossed. You sure you don't want to get checked out? He shook his head. I'm fine. I squinted at him, unconvinced, but let it go. Instead, I turned toward the kitchen. All right, I said, rolling up my sleeves. Just sit there and keep pressing on the swelling. I'll make lunch. I grabbed a brown apron hanging on the wall and slipped it over my head, tying the strings at the back. I set a pot on the stove, drizzling in a bit of olive oil before tossing in finely diced onions, celery, and carrots. The gentle sizzle filled the air, soon replaced by the warm, rich aroma of the sautéing vegetables. I let them soften, stirring occasionally, before adding in a few cloves of minced garlic, letting the scent bloom. From the fridge, I pulled out bone-in chicken thighs, seasoning them with salt, black pepper, and a touch of paprika. In a separate pan, I seared them until golden brown, the crispy skin adding an extra layer of depth to the dish. Once done, I transferred them to the pot, pouring in homemade chicken broth along with a bay leaf and fresh thyme. The soup was left to simmer. I took 2 fresh chicken breasts, patting them dry with a paper towel before seasoning them with sea salt, black pepper, rosemary, and thyme. With my pan already hot, I added butter and olive oil, letting it sizzle before laying the chicken in skin side down. I let it cook undisturbed, ensuring a crispy, golden crust formed before flipping it over. Lowering the heat, I added crushed garlic, a knob of butter, and a sprig of rosemary, basting the chicken continuously to keep it moist and packed with flavor. While the chicken cooked, I turned my attention to the Yukon Gold potatoes boiling on the stove. Once fork tender, I drained them and mashed them with heavy cream, melted butter, and roasted garlic, blending until they reached a silky consistency. A sprinkle of grated Parmesan added a subtle nuttiness, while finely chopped chives gave a refreshing contrast to the rich flavors. For the final touch, I prepped baby carrots, zucchini, and bell peppers, tossing them with olive oil, smoked paprika, and a pinch of sea salt before spreading them on a baking tray. A quick roast in the oven at high heat caramelized the edges, locking in their natural sweetness while keeping a slight crunch. I adjusted my brown apron, making sure nothing was out of place before plating the meal. First, a smooth mound of mashed potatoes, followed by the perfectly cooked chicken breast, sliced. The roasted vegetables were arranged on the side. With the soup ready, I ladled it into deep bowls, garnishing with a sprinkle of fresh parsley. The broth shimmered, filled with tender chicken and vegetables. I carried the plates to the table, setting them down with a quiet sense of satisfaction. "All right, Jaden, let's eat. I'm starving." From the couch, Jaden lifted his head, his expression shifting as he took in the meal. He got up and joined me at the table, settling into his chair. He picked up his spoon and took a sip of the soup. After a brief pause, he let out a deep, satisfied sigh. "Damn, this is really good." I smirked, already slicing into my chicken. "Of course it is." Jaden kept eating, barely stopping to breathe. "Dude, I swear, if you ever need a second job, open a restaurant or something." I just shook my head, grabbing my own bowl. "Just eat and stop talking." Jaden had no restraint. He was inhaling the soup, barely giving himself time to breathe between spoonfuls. I smirked. "Slow down. You're gonna choke." He waved me off and kept eating. I just shook my head and focused on my own meal. By the time we were both done, the bowls were practically spotless. Jaden leaned back in his chair, rubbing his stomach with a satisfied sigh. "Damn. That was the best thing I've eaten in weeks." "Not surprised," I muttered. "Your fridge is basically a biohazard." He snorted but didn't argue. After clearing the table, I leaned back against the counter and crossed my arms. I just waltzed into the kitchen and started doing the dishes. Jaden offered to help but I declined. Once I finished cleaning up, I stepped out of the kitchen and glanced at Jay, who was already hyper-focused on whatever he was working on. Without a word, I headed straight to my bedroom. I pulled both my PC and laptop from my inventory, powered them on, and sat down. Screens flickered to life, the hum of the hardware filling the quiet space. Time to get to work. With Harold Finch template integrating and pairing that with Chris Wolf's expertise suddenly, making money through stocks became a piece of cake. This was the perfect time to act. With the right investments, I could build a fortune without attracting unnecessary attention for the time being. I leaned in, eyes scanning through financial reports, algorithmic trading strategies, and global market shifts. Let's see just how far these new skills can take me. Chapter 21. David's POV. I had lost track of how many days had passed since I started this routine. Wake up, eat, study the market, train, sleep, repeat. But the changes were undeniable. With my character templates fully integrated, my mind worked on a completely different level. I could recognize trends, calculate risks, and predict market shifts with almost unnatural ease. It was like a switch had flipped, unlocking a part of me that processed information at a speed and depth I had never experienced before. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 25. SP, 725. Lottery stack, 2/3 draws. Skills, hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour mastery, hacking mastery, perfect recall, cooking mastery, bullet time, eye color manipulation, high-speed calculation, psychopaths, Shinya Kogami's combat analysis, house cleaning mastery. Inventory, Glock 17, 5 mags, leg holster, $20,000 cash, knuckle dusters, hidden knives, 2 nos, loose and ombre, Devil May Cry, Senbons, Naruto, full potion X5, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, elucidator and dark repulsor, sword art online, Yubashiri, One Piece, C-147B Paladin, Splinter Cell, Monster, Ford Mustang GT, Death Race. Agent 6, Generator Rex, Marco Rossi, Metal Slug, C-1, Robocop 2014, Background Customization Card +5, Grapnel Gun, Batman, Arkham Knight, Gideon. Character Assimilated. Deadshot, DCU. Jason Bourne. Chris Wolfe. Harold Finch. Character Assimilation. 1. Snake Eyes, 45%. 2. Nil. 3. Nil. Characters summoned, nil. Missions. Primary mission, revenge. Objective, make those responsible for your mother's murder pay. Time limit, 8 months. Rewards, 500 SP, a skill, mystery box. Looking at my status screen, I was starting to understand just how much the system stats works. The stat boosts had real, tangible effects on my body and mind. Strength was the most obvious. I felt it every time I trained, every time I moved. My muscles were more efficient, more explosive. Whether it was learning new skills or assimilating more characters, my body could keep up. And that was important. Even though I had to train to speed up the assimilation process, my physical foundation made everything smoother. My body could handle the strain of new techniques, new instincts, new ways of moving. But intelligence? That was something else entirely. I had felt the shift most when I assimilated Chris Wolfe and Harold Finch. My brain worked differently now, it has become sharper, faster, able to process information in ways I never could before. Numbers made more sense. Patterns jumped out at me. I could see connections I wouldn't have even considered before. So in the end, stats were just a base. The system could enhance my abilities, but it wasn't going to do the thinking for me. Everything was still up to me, from my experience, my knowledge, my choices, and my ideas. I could have all the intelligence in the world, but if I was dumb, I was dumb. No system could fix that. At least, with the character assimilation progressing, I was starting to come around. I sat on the couch, the toolbox resting in my hands. The small, unassuming cube of vibranium was cool to the touch. To anyone else, it was just a block of metal. But I knew better. As I pressed my thumb against the surface for the cube, the top of the cube split apart and a thin beam of light swept across my face, completing the scan with a brief flicker over my retinas. A pale blue holographic interface flickered outwards, expanding. Strings of code flowed in midair, rapidly reorganizing into a structured UI right before my eyes. Then, a voice which was clear and feminine spoke. System activation confirmed. Stand by. I watched as the interface stabilized, the floating windows snapping into place. Good evening, sir. I am Gideon, your personal assistant. I leaned back slightly. What can you access right now? Currently, I am interfacing with 2 devices, your laptop and your mobile phone. Additional systems can be linked upon command. List your functions. I can process and analyze large volumes of data, assist in strategy formulation, provide real-time operational support, and execute cyber operations upon command. I am capable of learning and adapting based on available information. I picked up the toolbox and walked over to my desk. Placing my custom-built PC on the table, I powered it on. This machine was the best I could put together with the current available resources available in the market. Gideon, connect with this PC and integrate with the algorithm I designed for data collection and analysis. It's built for pattern recognition, behavioral tracking, and open-source intelligence gathering. Run it. There's a folder named Pigs Hit. I need full information on everyone mentioned and everyone who appears in the videos. Everything. Understood, sir, Gideon replied. That folder contained the confessions of that pig bastard, Alan. Along with them, I had retrieved all the backups he had collected as an insurance in case any of his deals ever went south. The videos were intriguing. I needed to know everything about the people involved with him. Iron Serpents, it's a gang based in Hell's Kitchen and Brooklyn. Find everything on them. Warehouses, stash houses, front businesses. Any legitimate operations they use for laundering money or storing contraband, I want them mapped out. Gideon's voice remained smooth and composed. Understood. Collating data from law enforcement records, financial transactions, and open-source intelligence. Would you like me to include cross-referencing with the data present in the PC and laptop? Yes, I said. Gideon, also compile a full intelligence report on Hammer Industries. Start with their corporate structure about their executives, board members, shareholders. Then move on to their manufacturing facilities, research labs, and warehouses. I want to know where their high-tech components are stored, their distribution networks, and especially the security around their servers. I'm gonna go shopping for machines in Hammer Industries. Understood, sir. Compiling the requested data now. Gideon replied. Keep me updated, I said. Of course, sir. I could have used Gideon to analyze the stock market, but something held me back. A part of me wanted to do it on my own as a test for myself, to prove that the weeks of hard work I had put in weren't for nothing. Maybe it was pride, or maybe I just wanted to experience the market firsthand. For now, I decided to keep Gideon out of my investments. Suddenly, I heard a ping. I stared at my phone, reading Elena's text. Elena, we're going bowling. You in? Bowling? That was unexpected. I had never been to a bowling alley before. Not in my old life. Not in this one. And honestly, I wasn't sure if I wanted to start now. Me, not sure. I was debating whether to add some excuse like something about being busy, but before I could, the message sent. Almost immediately, she replied. Elena, come on, it'll be fun. Everyone's coming. My fingers tapped against the screen. Before I could reply, my front door swung open. Jaden strolled in like he owned the place, dropping a bag of takeout onto my counter. Yo, you eat yet? I glanced at the food. I was about to. Good. I got extra. He dug into the bag, pulling out a box. What's with the face? You look like you're trying to do math in your head. I sighed, locking my phone. Elena invited me to go bowling. Jaden's chewing slowed. He swallowed. Bowling? Yeah. I hesitated, but then something clicked. I turned to him. You free tonight? He raised an eyebrow. Why? Because we're going bowling. He blinked. Wait, what? I didn't say I wanted to. Great, I said, grabbing my phone again. Me, alright, I'll come. But I'm bringing someone. I hit send and locked my phone and put it down, looking at Jaden. He was still staring at me. Bro, what just happened? I smirked. Quality time with friends. Then the reply came. Elena, okay. Come to Frame's Bowling Lounge by 6:30 p.m. today. NYPD Precinct. The mood in the precinct had soured over the past month. Detective Alan Sloan was still missing and every lead had gone cold. It was like he had vanished into thin air. Detective Carter sat at his desk, flipping through case files again. He had been Sloane's partner for the past 8 months, ever since Sloane's old partner died of a heart attack. The deeper Carter looked, the more certain he became, Alan is a dirty cop. Small inconsistencies in old reports, gaps in evidence logs. Then there was the cash. Late one night, Carter returned alone to Sloane's apartment, hoping to find a lead on his own. Although forensics had already cleared the scene, his instincts urged him to look further. In the closet, behind a loose panel, he discovered a small metal box. Inside was cash, a substantial amount. Dirty cops always kept records as insurance in case things went south. It was just money. Either Sloane had hidden the real evidence elsewhere, or someone had beaten Carter to it. Tempted to take the money, he resisted, leaving everything untouched before leaving the apartment. He searched once more, but still found nothing. Back at the precinct, Captain Reynolds slammed a folder shut, his expression tight with frustration. A month, and we still have nothing. His sharp gaze swept over the room. I want every lead checked again. People don't just disappear in this city without a damn trace. Carter kept his tone steady. We've been through his case files, phone records, bank statements, nothing unusual. Which means someone planned it for him, Reynolds said. The room fell into uneasy silence. Jenkins, one of the younger detectives, hesitated before speaking. What if we're looking in the wrong places? What if it's not about one of his old cases? What if it's personal? Carter turned to him. You got something to back that up? Jenkins shook his head. Not yet. But if this was a hit, we'd have found a body by now. That was the worst part, no body, no real evidence of foul play beyond the signs of struggle at his apartment. If someone had taken him, they were either professionals or very lucky. Carter's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and frowned. Reynolds caught the shift in his expression. Something new. Maybe, Carter said, already standing and grabbing his coat. I'll check it out to find if it leads somewhere. As he walked out, he felt Reynolds' eyes on him. To be continued. Chapter 22. Elena's POV. I frowned down at my phone, rereading the messages. Elena, we're going bowling. You in? David, not sure. Me, come on, it'll be fun. Everyone's coming. David, alright, I'll come. But I'm bringing someone. Someone. Elena, okay. Come to Frame's Bowling Lounge by 6:30 p.m. today. Sophie, who had been sitting next to me on my dorm bed, noticed immediately. Uh-oh, she said, setting her laptop aside. What's with the face? I sighed and turned the screen toward her. Look at this. She skimmed the messages, and the second she read his response, her lips curled into a slow, knowing grin. Oh. Then she burst into laughter. I scowled. What? Sophie nudged me with her elbow. You look like you just swallowed a lemon. I do not. You totally do. She leaned in, eyes practically sparkling with amusement. Let me guess. You didn't expect him to bring anyone? I hesitated. I mean, no. I just. Sophie gasped dramatically. You thought it'd be just you and him? No. I said, too quickly. Sophie's teasing grin widened. Elena. I groaned, flopping back onto the bed. I don't know, okay? It's just weird. Who is he bringing? Why didn't he just say who? Sophie rolled onto her side, propping her head up with her hand. Maybe it's a friend. Or maybe, she gasped again, this time even louder. It's another girl. I shot up. Why would you say that? Because you're fun to mess with. She winked. I grabbed the nearest pillow and smacked her with it. She just cackled, completely unbothered. Wow, okay. That reaction says a lot. I don't care if he brings someone, I grumbled. I was just, surprised. Sophie smirked. Sure. Before I could argue, the door swung open as Nat and Izzy strolled in. They went to coffee from the cafe downstairs. Izzy's eyes narrowed, glancing between me and Sophie. Okay, what did we miss? Sophie, the absolute traitor, didn't even hesitate. Elena's moping because David's bringing someone tonight. David's bringing someone? Nat asked, raising a brow. Yeah, Sophie said, biting back another laugh. And Elena's not jealous. At all. I'm not, I insisted. I just. Izzy gasped dramatically, clutching her chest. Oh my God. Are you jealous? I groaned. Can we not do this right now? Nat just sipped her coffee, looking mildly entertained. I mean, it's a fair question. I am not jealous. You so are, Izzy sang, wiggling her brows. You wanted it to be just you and him, huh? That's not what I said. Sophie threw an arm around my shoulders, shaking me playfully. Elena, babe, you are so obvious. Nat, ever the level-headed one, finally stepped in. Okay, let's not give her too much grief. She turned to me. But seriously, do you know who he's bringing? I shook my head. Nope. He didn't say. Nat hummed. That's a little weird. But hey, maybe it's just a friend. Izzy smirked. Or maybe it's a date. I opened my mouth to argue, because obviously it wasn't a date, but before I could, Izzy's smirk deepened. You hesitated, she sing-songed, leaning in like she'd just won some grand argument. I groaned. I did not. You so did. She totally did, Sophie chimed in, nodding sagely. Even Nat, who usually stayed out of this kind of thing, looked slightly amused. I mean, it is odd that he didn't just say who he was bringing. If it were just a casual friend, wouldn't he have mentioned it? Exactly. Izzy pointed at her like she had just discovered the meaning of life. Mystery plus secrecy equals potential romance. I rolled my eyes. Or it just means I asked last minute and he had plans with someone already. Plans with who? Sophie pressed, wiggling her brows. I sighed, staring down at my phone like it might magically answer the question for me. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. Izzy hummed, clearly unconvinced. You say that, but I can tell your brain is spiraling. Who is he bringing? Why won't he say? Does this mean he's secretly dating someone? What if he? Enough, I groaned, cutting her off. She grinned. I'm just saying, the fact that you care so much about this is very interesting. I huffed and took a sip of my coffee, pretending I wasn't still thinking about it. Because, okay, maybe a tiny part of me had assumed it'd just be me and him hanging out together tonight. Not in a date way, obviously. Just, in a way where I had his full attention. Now, instead, I had to spend the whole time wondering who the hell he was bringing along this evening. As if sensing my thoughts, Sophie nudged me with her foot. You could just ask him. I opened my mouth to respond, then hesitated. The real answer was I don't know. But I couldn't say that. Instead, I scoffed. I can ask him. Nat raised a brow. Then why don't you? I stuffed my phone into my bag, feeling all their eyes on me. Because I don't want to. Izzy let out a loud, exaggerated gasp. Oh. My. God. She grabbed Sophie's arm. Did you hear that? Sophie nodded solemnly. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. I shot them a glare. I don't want to get involved because it's irrelevant, I clarified, though it hardly improved matters. Whoever he's bringing, it's none of my concern. I'm just inviting him so we can thank him for intervening in the nightclub for us. So you say. Izzy hummed, clearly unconvinced. And yet, you've been frowning at your phone thinking about it. I was not. You were, Nat confirmed. I let out a sharp sigh and started walking toward the door. We're leaving for our class. Right now. Before I throw one of you out the window. Sophie grabbed her bag, grinning as she followed. You'd miss us too much. Izzy looped her arm through mine, smirking. Come on, Elena. We'll get to see what mystery person your boy is bringing in the evening. He's not my boy, I muttered, but my face felt just a little warm as we stepped out of my dorm room. David's POV. You sure you want to bring me along? Jaden asked. How many friends do you have at your college to hang out with for you to relax? I countered him with another question. He didn't answer, just bent down and stuffed his mouth with food. That was all the answer I needed. Shaking my head, I focused on eating, but my thoughts drifted to her, Elena. I liked her. That much, I knew. I wanted to ask her out, but everything about this was new to me. So, I decided to take my time. The invitation to go bowling with her and her friends had caught me off guard. I didn't have friends to hang out with. Even from the old David's memories, it was clear that he didn't either. Going out like this? Meeting new people? This was a new step for me. I was pulled out of my thoughts by Jaden's voice. So, what time are we going? We'll leave around 6 p.m., I said. All right. He stretched before getting up. I've got some work to finish. Was planning to do it in the evening, but since I suddenly have plans now, I need to get it done before we leave. Got it. I'll call you when I'm heading down. Meet me downstairs. Jaden nodded, tossed his trash into the bin, and left. I finished eating, cleaned up, and then sat down at my desk, flipping open my laptop. The screen lit up, flooding my vision with stock tickers, live market feeds, and financial projections. For now, I had my own priorities. I needed to make money. An opportunity was coming, the Mandarin attack. I had already mapped out how this event would shake the market. With my skills and the predictive algorithm I had recently coded, I would always be one step ahead of analysts, hedge funds, and corporate insiders who thought they controlled the game. The funds I was using? Millions from my account. Hush money from my mother's death. Money that was meant to make me disappear. Instead, I was turning it into something more. It also contained her insurance payout. I had already moved it under one of my shell companies. On top of everything else, my hacker jobs were still bringing in steady income. Speaking of my side business, one of those jobs led me to Rising Tide, a large group of hacktivists. After the Battle of New York, they became famous for revealing S.H.I.E.L.D. to the public. They also exposed short video clips from the battle at Stark Expo, Iron Man 2, and the duel between Hulk and Abomination in Harlem. I got on their radar when I stopped an attack on a tech company. I didn't know it at the time, but that attack came from a few of their members. When they saw how I handled it, they took notice. A few days later, I got a message. It was from Miles Lydon, one of the most well-known Rising Tide members. He was famous for hacking the Kremlin and released topless photos of Vladimir Putin. I accepted the invitation. The group had files, networks, hidden forums, and connections buried deep in places most people didn't even know existed. And right now, they were my backdoor to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. With my skills now, I could do it myself. But Miles? He was the perfect scapegoat. He was going to get caught eventually. With the skills I had, I could have gone solo. But that wasn't the plan. Miles? He was going to be my decoy. The perfect fall guy. If someone had to take the heat when S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed the breach, it wouldn't be me. It'd be him. Truth is, I already had him flagged as a possible future recruit. Besides, he had ties to someone important, Skye or Daisy Johnson, the Inhuman who would later become known as Quake. She'd eventually end up on Phil Coulson's team. And here's the thing, the more I dig, the more it all fits, and I'm starting to think, I might actually be in the MCU. Or at least, that's what the news and the information I've been collecting seems to point to. I haven't gone digging too deep yet. The last thing I want is to poke the wrong nest and have someone notice me. Staying under the radar is key for now. But if I'm right, if this really is the MCU, then things are about to start moving fast. Iron Man 3 plot has already started and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. should begin soon. And that means Miles, Sky's boyfriend, soon to be ex-boyfriend, will be breaking into the S.H.I.E.L.D. database, hunting for the index list. That's when I'll make my move. I'll slip in at the same time and extract everything I can get my hands on. Every secret file, classified name, and off-the-record operation S.H.I.E.L.D. has buried in their system. And I won't be doing it alone. I've got Gideon, my AI. A two-man team, except in this case, it's one man and one machine. And I'm leading the charge. I'm not cocky enough to break into S.H.I.E.L.D. solo. Their tech division is no joke, and this world is full of talents. But with timing, planning, and the right tools, we'll be in and out before they even know we were there. Few hours later. The afternoon sun was warm, casting a golden glow over the city as I stepped out of my apartment. I wanted to walk to stretch my legs and clear my mind. I shoved my hands into my pockets and set off down the street. The city was alive with horns blaring, people talking, street vendors calling out to passers-by. By the time I reached the diner, the scent of grilled meat, fresh coffee, and crispy fries filled the air, making my stomach growl. I slid into a booth and ordered a cheeseburgers with fries and an iced coffee. After paying for my meal, I continued walking, heading toward a few stores. I wasn't much of a shopper, but I needed a few essentials. A couple of new shirts, a pair of jeans. As I walked through the aisles, I spotted a leather wallet. Mine was old, falling apart at the seams. I picked it up without hesitation. After a stop at a couple of electronics shops for some gadgets and few tools, I paused outside a barber shop. Almost a year. That's how long it had been since I last got a haircut. Before the coma. I ran a hand through my hair. It was longer than I'd ever let it grow. With a quiet breath, I stepped inside. The shop smelled like aftershave, clean towels, and the faint hint of cologne. Black leather chairs lined the room, mirrors gleaming under soft lighting. The barber looked up and gave me a nod. "Have a seat." "Sure," I said, walking over and settling in. He eyed me through the mirror. "What are we doing today?" I gave him a rough idea of the style I had in mind. He nodded. "All right, I got you." Just as he was about to start, he tilted his head. "You want a shave too?" I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. Might as well." "Good call," he said, reaching for a hot towel. The clippers buzzed quietly as he cleaned up the sides and back. The cool snip of scissors followed, trimming through nearly a year of neglect. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling lighter with every pass. Then came the shave, hot towel, rich lather, and a straight razor that glided smoothly across my jaw. When he finished, he turned the chair so I could get a good look. Short sides and back, the fade clean and sharp. The top was left longer, thick and textured, styled up and slightly forward in a messy, tousled look. "Thanks," I said, standing and paying. I left a decent tip before heading back out. To be continued. Chapter 23. David's POV. I walked the rest of the way home. By the time I got back to my apartment, the sun was starting to dip, painting the sky in soft hues of orange and pink. I checked the time. It was almost 5. Enough time to shower and get ready. I took a quick shower, the steam helping to clear the last of my thoughts. Then I stepped out, dried off and opened my closet. I went with a white fitted tee that showed just enough of the work I'd been putting in. Dark jeans, black high-top boots and a casual bomber jacket. I checked myself in the mirror. Then, I grabbed my phone and sent a quick text to Jaden. I'm heading down. You ready? He replied within seconds. Jaden, be there in 2. I slipped the phone into my pocket, grabbed my keys, and made my way down the stairs. My boots echoed softly in the hallway as I walked toward the lobby. Jaden stepped out of the apartment building just as I pulled up to the curb. His eyes widened the moment he saw the car. What the hell? He walked up slowly and asked. Is this yours? I gave him a smirk and leaned back in the driver's seat. What do you think? He circled the Challenger, the matte black finish, the purr of the engine, the aggressive front grille. Then he stopped and looked at me. What the hell happened to you? His expression was half shock. Half disbelief. You look like you just stepped out of a cologne ad. I shrugged. Got a haircut. A haircut? He laughed, sliding into the passenger seat. You got a whole personality upgrade, man. I chuckled and pulled away from the curb. The lot outside the bowling lounge was buzzing with weekend energy as cars were pulling in, bursts of laughter spilling from the doors, neon signs blinking in the soft dusk. As I stepped out of the car and shut the door behind me, I spotted them. They were already there. Elena and her group stood near the entrance under the soft amber glow of the building's lights. She was laughing at something one of the girls said, and her beautiful smile was like a tether yanking my focus toward her. Her laughter stalled the moment she saw me. I could feel the attention shift, her friends turned as well, and for a brief moment, a hush settled over the group. As we approached, the group straightened a little. Liam crossed his arms, Ryan tilted his head, scanning me. The girls exchanged glances, but I barely registered any of it. Because Elena was looking at me like she wasn't quite sure what to make of what she was seeing. Hey, I said, stopping just in front of her. Hey, she replied. There was a flicker in her eyes, maybe surprise, maybe even something close to relief. I gestured toward the entrance. Sorry, were you guys waiting long? Not really, she said quickly. Just a few minutes. I nodded, then shifted slightly and added, this is Jaden. He's my brother. Jaden blinked. It was a half-second of hesitation, so quick no one else would have noticed. But I caught it. He recovered smoothly, grinning as he stepped forward. Nice to meet you all. Jaden. He extended a hand toward Elena first. She shook it, polite and a little curious, before he made the rounds with the rest of the group. I'd barely finished introducing him before Elena's friend started talking again, Sophie throwing in a joke, Izzy whispering something to Nat with a grin, Ryan elbowing Liam. The silence cracked and crumbled, and the mood started to shift back to normal. Elena's gaze returned to me. She tilted her head slightly. You look different. I gave a half smile. I grew my hair outside my comfort zone. That earned a small laugh from her, warm and genuine. It was a good sound. Come on, Sophie called, gesturing toward the doors. We've got lanes reserved. As the group moved inside, Elena fell into step beside me. Didn't know you had a brother. I shrugged. Family was never a topic we brought up in our conversations. So. She nodded slowly, right. As everyone began settling into the lounge area, Elena glanced over at me. I should probably introduce everyone properly. I gave her a look. Or I could take a shot at it. Her brow arched. You're going to guess. I've heard some of their voices, I said, lips twitching at the corners. And you've mentioned a few names in our calls. Let's see how good I am. That earned a curious smile from her, equal parts amused and intrigued. She stepped aside slightly, folding her arms as if to say, all right, impress me. I turned to the group. Okay, I began, pointing casually. You're Izzy, I said to the girl with wild curls and the loudest laugh in the group. The fun one. Izzy grinned, giving me finger guns. Guilty as charged. I moved my gaze. I nodded at the girl with her legs crossed. You're Nat. Natalie smiled, dipping her head in approval. Not bad. Which makes you Sophie, I said to the girl in the faded hoodie with a mischievous glint in her eye. Turning toward the guys, I squinted in mock thought. Ryan, I pointed to the tall one. The confident guy. The one who followed me first into the fight. Ryan barked out a laugh. You must Ethan, I said, extending a hand. The silent one. Ethan with his handshake firm. Nice to meet you. I turned to the last guy, who had been quietly observing everything. You've got to be Liam, I nodded at the more laid-back guy leaning on the booth, hands in his hoodie pockets. Liam gave me a small salute. Elena blinked beside me, clearly impressed. Okay, that was freakishly accurate. I gave a modest shrug, though I could feel Elena's eyes still on me. The bowling alley inside was vibrant, retro designs, pulsing pop music, the steady rumble of rolling balls and the clatter of pins. Neon lights glowed above the lanes, illuminating the polished floors and plastic seating. We slipped into our assigned area with 2 side-by-side lanes and started grabbing shoes and picking out bowling balls. I hung back at first, watching as everyone settled in. Jaden immediately gelled with the guys. Ethan offered him a ball and made a joke about finger sizes. Ryan cracked something about needing bumpers. Jaden played along like he'd known them for years. Yo, Ryan said, turning toward me, you bowl. I shook my head. Nope. Never tried. Liam grinned. You're in for it now. Sophie, hearing that, perked up. Wait, really? Not even once. I raised a brow. Grew up in a different kind of environment. Izzy laughed. That's okay. We'll go easy on you. No, we won't, Sophie added immediately. Elena was lacing up her bowling shoes when I sat down beside her. Be honest, I said, leaning a little closer. Is this a setup to watch me embarrass myself? She looked up, amused. I plead the fifth. I smiled at that. When it was my turn, I grabbed a ball and stepped up to the lane. I could feel the eyes on me, Elena's friends trying to act casual about it, Sophie low-key recording on her phone like she wasn't. I took a breath, stepped forward, and launched the ball. Too hard. It bounced, spun off to the left, and hit the gutter like it had been magnetically drawn there. Liam let out a loud goof. Behind me, Sophie made a fake buzzer noise. Wah wah wah. I turned back, laughing. Okay. Fair. That was tragic. Elena bit her lip to hide her smile. Points for power, at least. 0 points for aim, though, Izzy added helpfully. I sat down next to Elena again, shaking my head. This is gonna be a long night. Don't worry, she said softly, leaning a bit closer. I'll show you. Our eyes met, her smile was subtle this time. And for a moment, the music, the noise, the fluorescent lights, they all faded. It had been more than half an hour since Elena had taken on the self-appointed role of bowling coach. Elbow in, she said, standing behind me like a patient sensei. And don't hurl it like you're throwing a grenade. I'm not hurling, I muttered, lining up another shot. I'm expressing force with intent. Ethan, who'd wandered over to join the tutorial session at some point, chuckled from the side. You're expressing something, all right. I released the ball. It wobbled, curved, and somehow knocked down 8 pins. Elena clapped like I just performed open-heart surgery. See? Progress. After that small victory, we called for a break. Everyone collapsed into the lounge area. Food was ordered, drinks were claimed, and Ryan, ever the instigator, ordered a round for the table. Not for him, I said, jerking a thumb toward Jaden, who was busy dismantling a chicken tender. Kid still not 21. Jaden groaned and sank deeper into the booth. I hate being the baby. Izzy grinned. Don't worry, we'll corrupt you legally when the time comes. That's when Ryan clapped his hands together. All right. Team game time. Wait, what? Liam said, mid-fry. You heard me. Let's split into teams and actually compete. Bragging rights. Glory. Maybe even the last mozzarella stick. I was still drying my hands when the chaos began. Nat opted out, citing a mysterious thumb injury no one could verify, and promptly appointed herself referee/trash talker in chief. Team A, Sophie, Ryan, Izzy, and Liam. Team B, Elena, me, Ethan, and Jaden. Sophie and Elena stood across from each other like rival mafia bosses, eyeing each other down. Prepare to be crushed, Sophie said, cracking her knuckles. You always say that, Elena replied sweetly, right before you lose. Ooh, Izzy and Ryan chorused. The game kicked off. Through the first few frames, Team A took the lead. Sophie was terrifyingly consistent, and Ryan and Liam weren't bad either. Team B, meanwhile. Jaden was still finding his footing. Ethan was solid. Elena kept us from falling apart entirely. And me? My first frame was a disaster. Ball 1. 3 pins, ball 2. Hit one more. One single, lonely pin. Impressive, Sophie said, deadpan. Did you aim for that one, or was that just a happy accident? Izzy gave me a pity thumbs up. Hey, at least it didn't bounce into the next lane. By the 5th frame, I managed a 7 and a 3. The scoreboard started leaning in our favor. Not by much, but we were closing in. Jaden, shaky at first, started to find his rhythm. Ethan kept knocking down 7 or 8 pins a frame. We were holding steady. Then came the 7th frame. I stepped up, focused, and rolled the ball. Strike. I thought he said he'd never bowled before, Ryan whispered. Maybe it's luck, Liam said. I walked back to the booth, shrugging. Guess so. We were tied. By the 9th frame, the tension was thick enough to cut with a butter knife. Elena handed me her turn without a word. I stepped up again. Another strike. Ryan's jaw dropped. The scoreboard updated, and just like that, we took the lead. Jaden threw both arms in the air. Let's go. Behind me, Natalie whistled. From baby deer to silent assassin in, like, 30 minutes. I dropped into my seat next to Elena, who looked somewhere between impressed and mildly suspicious. You really never bowled before, she asked, narrowing her eyes. I smirked. You saw how I started. Yeah, and now you're casually pulling off strikes. I just shrugged and reached for another fry, letting the silence answer for me. One more frame to go. But for the first time in a long while, I wasn't watching the exits, counting security cameras, or calculating threat vectors. For once, I was just having a good time. 2. Chapter 24. David's POV. The game wrapped up with the last pins clattering dramatically before the final scores lit up on the screen. After slipping off our bowling shoes and grabbing what was left of the drinks and snacks, the group slowly began to scatter, gathering coats and stretching out sore shoulders. Elena and I had drifted to the side near the vending machines, a small quiet corner away from the noise. I looked at her, lips twitching into a grin. You weren't too bad yourself, coach. Oh please, she rolled her eyes. You just needed someone to stop you from flinging the ball like a medieval catapult. Hey, I was showing enthusiasm, I said, mock offended. And expressing force. With intent. She laughed, that soft, melodic kind that I was starting to like a little too much. Everyone was still buzzing around, gathering jackets, shoes, leftover food. It felt like a natural end to the night. I stood up, grabbed my jacket, and paused. Then turned to her. So, this was fun, I said, quieter now. Just between us. She tilted her head. Yeah. It was. I met her gaze, steady. Wanna do it again sometime? Just you and me? She blinked. Just once. Then smiled she slowly, brightly. Are you asking me out on a date, David? Depends, I said. Are you saying yes? She laughed again, and this time there was a faint hint of pink on her cheeks. Yes, she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Definitely yes. I nodded, stuffing my hands into my jacket pockets to keep from doing something dumb, like fist-pumping the air. Cool. I'll text you. I'll be waiting. Just like that, the noise of the others faded into the background. For a moment it was just her and me standing near the ball return machine, grinning like idiots. Jaden passed by, giving me a suspicious glance. What did I miss? Nothing important, I said, walking past him as Elena fell into step beside me. Elena's POV. As we exited the bowling alley, the crisp night air was a refreshing contrast to the clatter of pins and the scent of fried food that had filled the evening. The neon lights cast shadows on the pavement as our group ambled towards the parking lot, laughter still bubbling from our recent game. David walked beside me, his presence both comforting and slightly electrifying after our earlier conversation. Before we reached the cars, Sophie turned to him, her expression sincere. Hey, David, she began, drawing everyone's attention. We never really got to thank you for what you did at the nightclub a month ago. Stepping in like that, it meant a lot to all of us. Izzy nodded, her usual playful demeanor momentarily subdued. Seriously. Things could have gone south fast if you hadn't been there. David shrugged modestly, a faint smile on his lips. I'm just glad I was there at the right time. Nat grinned. Well, right place, right time or not, you're officially our hero. David chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I'll add it to my resume. With final waves and exchanged goodbyes, David and Jaden headed towards his car, and we made our way to ours. With final waves and exchanged goodbyes, David headed towards his car, and we made our way to ours. As we piled in, the atmosphere shifted, the air thick with unspoken curiosity. I could feel the weight of their glances, especially Sophie's, who was practically vibrating with anticipation. The moment the doors closed, Sophie twisted in her seat to face me directly. All right, spill. What were you and David talking about back there? I felt my cheeks warm. Oh, nothing much, I attempted, focusing intently on fastening my seatbelt. Izzy leaned in from the back seat. Nothing much. That didn't look like nothing much. That looked like something something. Nat chimed in. Come on, Elena. We've seen that look before. Details, please. Before I could formulate a response, Izzy sighed dramatically, leaning back. I mean, I get it. Those arms. That chest. The man is a walking thirst trap. Nat nodded in agreement. Seriously. Does he have a license for those biceps? I groaned, covering my face with my hands. Can we not objectify the man? Sophie smirked. Oh, we absolutely can. But fine, we'll focus. Did he ask you out? I peeked at them through my fingers, their eager faces leaving no room for evasion. Yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. A collective squeal erupted, causing me to wince and the driver, Ryan, to chuckle from the front seat. Ladies, my eardrums, he teased, though his amused glance in the rearview mirror showed he was just as interested. Liam, seated beside him, turned slightly, his expression thoughtful. I have to say, David is, well, hot. I raised an eyebrow, surprised by the comment. Really? Liam nodded, a playful glint in his eye. Oh, absolutely. If I thought I had a chance, I'd be all over that. The car filled with laughter, mine included. Well, Liam continued, since it's clear he's got eyes only for you, I'll gracefully bow out. Ethan, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke up. He's been watching you, Elena. Not in a creepy way, but attentive. It's obvious he cares. His words added a layer of depth to the conversation, and I felt a flutter in my chest. You think so? Ethan nodded. Absolutely. Izzy sighed dreamily. This is like something out of a rom-com, mysterious, handsome guy saves the day and then falls for our leading lady. Nat grinned. And now they're going on a date. Classic. Sophie leaned in closer. So, when is this date happening? I smiled, the excitement infectious. We haven't set a time yet. He said he'd text me. Izzy waggled her eyebrows. Ooh, the anticipation. Liam placed a hand over his heart, feigning emotion. Our little Elena, all grown up and dating superheroes. I laughed, shaking my head. You all are ridiculous. Nat nudged me gently. But you love us. I sighed, a smile tugging at my lips. That I do. Jaden's POV. The ride back was filled with that kind of silence that isn't awkward at all, just easy. The kind that comes after a night where everything clicked. For once, I wasn't counting down the minutes until I could go home and retreat into my room. Tonight had been fun. Like, real fun. The kind I hadn't had in what felt like forever. David was driving, one hand on the wheel, the other draped casually over the gearshift. The streetlight slid across his face in intervals, soft golden slashes of light that came and went. He wasn't smiling exactly, but he looked lighter. More relaxed. And for David, that was basically the equivalent of someone doing cartwheels in public. We didn't talk much, but we didn't need to. The air in the car was calm. Comfortable. I liked it. When we pulled into the lot behind our building and stepped out, he waited for me like he always did. He didn't have to, but he always did. As we started up the stairs toward our respective apartments, mine on the second floor, his one flight up, he suddenly spoke. Happy birthday, Jaden. I paused on the step, blinked, and turned to look at him. What? He gave me a small, knowing smile. You heard me. But, how did you? I didn't tell anyone. David just shrugged, that smug but not in a jerk-way expression tugging at the corner of his mouth. I have my ways. Of course he did. I narrowed my eyes at him like I was annoyed, but I wasn't. Not even a little. Creepy, but cool, I muttered. Sleep tight, birthday boy, he said, tapping the railing once before heading up the next flight. I shook my head and laughed softly to myself, still smiling as I unlocked my apartment and stepped inside. The second I closed the door behind me, I noticed something new sitting on my desk. On the desk sat something wrapped in gift paper, topped with a simple folded sticky note. I walked over, peeled the note off, and read. Build your future. And don't let anyone screw with it. D. I stared at the note for a second, then carefully unwrapped the paper. Inside was a laptop. Not just any laptop. The laptop. The top-tier model I'd drooled over, that had always been out of reach. High-spec, maxed out, sleek as hell. My fingers hovered over the cool surface of the lid, hesitant to touch it like it was made of glass. This wasn't just generous. It was insane. And yet, somehow, perfectly David. Understated but thoughtful. No birthday banner. No card with a funny joke or cake with my name on it. Just a perfect machine and a sticky note with 4 words that said more than most people had ever said to me on my birthday. And then it hit me, this was my first birthday gift. Ever. Not a cake or a card. Not some half-hearted dollar store gift from a pitying teacher. This was the first time someone went out of their way, thought about what I'd like, and gave me something without expecting anything in return. My throat tightened a little. I blinked fast and stared at the screen as I booted it up, watching the glow fill the dark room. He didn't have to do this. Hell, no one ever had. But David did. And the way he did it? Like it was no big deal. I looked down at the note again. I didn't know if I could. But I was going to try. Because someone believed I could. It was a message. I sat down slowly, fingertips gliding across the keyboard, and booted it up. It purred to life like a beast ready to take on the world. My world. I leaned back in my chair, smiling like an idiot again. Thanks, man, I whispered, even though he wasn't here to hear it. David's POV. I didn't bother turning on the lights. I could move through this place with my eyes closed. I tossed my keys onto the counter and headed straight for the laptop. Welcome back, sir, Gideon greeted. Gideon, how much of the task is done? And just call me David, I said, pulling out the chair and sitting down. Understood, David. Most tasks have been completed. The exception is Hammer Industries. Progress has been slow due to suboptimal internet speed. I recommend upgrading our hardware and bandwidth to ensure more efficient processing. Yeah, I know. I rubbed my face, fatigue starting to creep in. We really need a proper base of operations, and better gear. Alright, lay it on me, I said, leaning back. What have you processed so far? To be continued. Chapter 25. David's POV. The moment I gave the go-ahead, Gideon activated the interface. A second later, the darkness was swept away by streams of light. Holographic projections burst to life, casting an eerie glow across the room. Now I had every operation, warehouse, laundered dollar and dirty cops list, that could cause a small shockwave throughout this small part of the city. I didn't speak. I just absorbed. After finishing reading it, I leaned back in my chair, hands dragging down my face, fingers gripping my hair like they might pull out the thoughts tangled inside it. Fuck, I muttered. I stood, shoved the chair back and made my way to the small liquor shelf. I poured a glass of whiskey, didn't bother with ice. Took a long drink. Silence pressed against the walls now. I walked back into the room, glass still in hand, and dropped into the chair again. My eyes stared at nothing for a moment, until the thoughts started lining up. What I had, it was great. With this, the right person could burn the corrupted people from the Allen confession video and entire Iron Serpents gang to ash. Every connection, every dirty dollar, every twisted arm of influence. All of it could come crashing down. But that wasn't enough. Not for me. I wanted answers. And to get that, I needed to talk to Victor. Face to face. That bastard had been just a fixer back when it all happened. Now, he was a lieutenant. But if anyone knew who orchestrated the pressure, the bribes, the silent burial of my mother's murder, it was him. And the worst part? It had been nearly 4 years. 4 years of cold trails and closed doors. There were no clean avenues left. If I wanted to know who pulled the strings behind the cover-up. I stared at the black screen for another long minute before pulling out a thumb drive from my inventory. I plugged it into the laptop. Gideon, I said, voice low and even, copy everything you've compiled so far onto the drive. Understood, Gideon replied. Beginning data transfer. The room was silent except for the soft hum of the fan. I didn't bother watching the progress bar, Gideon had it handled. I just sat there, rubbing my temples, exhaustion beginning to seep in. A soft chime echoed seconds later. Transfer complete, Gideon announced. I pulled the thumb drive free and stored the drive in my inventory. Then I pushed myself to my feet, walked back to the bottle of whiskey, and poured another drink. The liquid burned less this time. Or maybe I just didn't care. Eventually, I pulled the drive free and threw it into my inventory. Then I walked to the bed, still holding my half-empty glass, and sank down onto the mattress like I was carrying the whole damn city on my back. I reached for the whiskey bottle again and poured another 2 fingers into the glass, the amber liquid catching the faint glow from the streetlights outside. I laid back on the bed, one arm tucked behind my head, the other balancing the drink on my chest. The next day. The morning sun filtered through the blinds, casting slatted patterns across the room. I stirred awake, the residual haze of sleep quickly dissipating. Swinging my legs over the edge of the bed, I moved through my routine, a brisk shower, a quick breakfast. Then I settled at my workstation. Multiple monitors flickered to life, displaying a mosaic of stock charts, news feeds, and financial dashboards. Yesterday marked the beginning of my foray into the stock market. I had adopted a dollar-cost averaging strategy, aiming to mitigate the risks of market volatility. I reviewed the overnight performance. The market's fluctuations were expected, but my long-term strategy remained intact. I set automated buy orders for the week, ensuring consistent investment regardless of sentiment. Then it was time for fieldwork. My outfit was simple, dark jeans, a gray hoodie, and a baseball cap, standard attire for blending in. Just another face in the crowd. I was already familiar with the layout of the area. First stop was an unassuming red brick building with faded signage, surrounded by a chain-link fence. The yard was quiet but not empty. 2 guards lingered near the loading bay, smoking and talking softly. I could spot sidearms beneath their jackets. I took a slow walk past on the opposite side of the street, keeping my gaze casual. A beat-up van idled near the corner. A block down, I ducked into a coffee shop, ordered something forgettable, and slipped out the back. A fire escape on the adjacent building gave me access to the rooftop, 4 stories up. I crawled into position. From this vantage point, I saw the pattern: every 30 minutes, a truck arrived, stayed for 10 to 15 minutes, and left. No markings on the trucks. I whispered, "Gideon, can you access the building's security?" A second later, his voice tickled my earpiece. "Only exterior systems. But I can scan for other devices." "Shall I proceed?" "Yeah. Do that," I muttered. "Take a snapshot of every face entering or exiting. Also, get me the building's blueprints." "Yes, David." I stayed until traffic shifted, movement slowed, and the sun began to dip. Then I ghosted off the roof and made my way to the next location. Now on to the second warehouse. I hit the rooftops again, 3 buildings over, with a clean line of sight. Lying on my stomach behind a rusted HVAC unit, I pulled a compact monocular from my backpack and started logging details: faces, builds, weapons. These weren't street-level thugs. Their posture was too clean. Ex-military. Hired guns. Maybe mercs. Why the hell would a street gang need hired guns? "Gideon, same as before," I said quietly. The trucks here were unmarked refrigerated vans. Drugs? Organs? Girls? Didn't matter. I'd find out soon enough. Third site was different, well hidden. From the street, it looked abandoned. But I didn't trust appearances. I parked myself on the fire escape of the building across the street and waited. Half an hour later, the side door creaked open. 2 men exited, carrying duffel bags. They tossed them into the trunk of a van and drove off without saying a word. "Get me a plate on that vehicle," I told Gideon. "Already traced. Belongs to a laundry service that went out of business 3 years ago. Could be a shell company. Dig deeper." "Yes, David." That was enough. This place was a ghost warehouse. No records. No names. Whatever was happening inside wasn't just illegal, it didn't even exist on paper. I slipped into the alley, hugging the shadows, and took one last look at the door. The city slipped into its usual dusk haze as I crouched on the edge of a worn rooftop. The hum of traffic was ever present, muted, distant. Below, shadows stretched longer by the minute, hugging alleyways and creeping up walls like they had something to hide. Technically, it was the start of the week. Clubs didn't run at full steam this early. But places like El Toro and Nocturne never really slept. What looked like silence to the casual eye was a message to someone like me. I'd already swept 3 warehouses. Now it was time to observe the other half of their operation. El Toro squatted at the end of a narrow street, flanked by graffiti-covered walls and a padlocked service gate. The neon sign above the entrance buzzed faintly, half-lit and dim. The place looked closed, no doorman, no line, no velvet ropes. From my rooftop vantage point, northwest corner, 2 buildings away, I watched as 2 men emerged from the side entrance. They unloaded crate after crate from a blacked-out van. 6 in total. 2 were marked as liquor shipments. The other 4. Plain, industrial, and unmarked. I zoomed in with my phone lens, catching one of the men flicking a small flashlight over each crate. A quick scan, checking for tampering, confirming the count. Inside, the lights flickered behind heavily tinted windows. Someone was definitely home. But no sound. No bassline. No crowd. I moved across a scaffold construction frame, keeping to the shadows. 10 minutes later, I was 3 blocks down and 1 building up, overlooking Nocturne. Compared to El Toro, Nocturne wore its wealth like cologne, loud and confident. Even on a Monday, the sign above the door pulsed in hues of violet and sapphire. The velvet ropes were still in place, the entryway lit just enough to maintain the illusion of normalcy. I crouched at the ledge and waited. 1 guard paced in a slow arc near the door. What caught my attention wasn't his posture, it was his earpiece. Short wire, custom fit. Definitely not standard club security. A second man stepped out from a side door and handed something off, a padded envelope, to a courier in an unmarked hoodie. The exchange was quick. Clean. I stayed a little longer to observe the rhythm. It didn't change. By the time I returned to my final perch, an overlook on the west corner of Hell's Kitchen, the sun had sunk below the skyline. A burnt orange streak clung to the sky, fading fast into gray-blue. My back ached. My thighs burned. I hadn't eaten since breakfast. But I'd gotten what I came for. I pulled my hood tighter as the first breeze of night swept across the rooftops. Just as I was about to leave, a series of system notifications chimed softly in my ear. It had been so long, I'd almost forgotten what the system's mission alerts sounded like. I opened the interface. 5 new missions. All at once. A chill ran down my spine. I have a bad feeling about this. To be continued. Chapter 26. David's POV. A familiar screen rippled across the edge of my vision. I blinked and the system interface unfolded. Mission number 1, destroy the drugs. Objective, infiltrate warehouse, destroy all illegal narcotics. Progress, 0 to 1. Reward, plus 150 SP. Do you accept the mission? Y/N. Mission number 2, investigate the second warehouse site. Objective, investigate and determine cargo contents. Progress, 0 to 1. Reward, plus 200 SP. Do you accept the mission? Y/N. Mission number 3, rescue the hostages. Objective, rescue hostages. Progress, 0/X. Reward, plus 250 SP. Do you accept the mission? Y/N. Mission number 4, eliminate 15 active gang members. Objective, eliminate 15 active gang members of the Iron Serpents. Progress, 0/15. Reward, plus 300 SP. Do you accept the mission? Y/N. Mission number 5, eliminate the Iron Serpents Enforcer. Objective, eliminate the Iron Serpents Enforcer assigned to Hell's Kitchen territory. Target, Dante Dagger Vasquez. Progress, 0 to 1. Reward, plus 300 SP. Do you accept the mission? Y/N. Bonus reward, operation completion. Condition, complete all 5 missions. Reward, mysterious box, 2 nos, plus 250 SP. I stood there for a full minute, my jaw clenched and my breathing shallow. My eyes scanned the panels once more. 5 missions. 5 steps into a world I had yet to cross into. I have never killed anyone. Not in this world. I haven't from the one I came from. Even after integrating the skills of Bourne, Chris Wolf, and Deadshot, their abilities became my own. My muscle memory, combat analysis, and aim were so precise that I could thread a bullet through the eye of a needle. But knowing how to kill and actually carrying it out, that was a different matter entirely. My stomach churned, not from fear, but from something heavier, a hollow dread lodged deep beneath my ribs. Somewhere deep inside, I already understood what this meant. This was not just a game anymore. This was the Marvel Universe, a world where those with power did not merely follow the rules. They created them. You either become a predator or prey. But I couldn't simply begin executing individuals indiscriminately, even if the system designated them as targets. I had to believe that I could still draw a line, even if the ground beneath me was beginning to crack. I could decline the missions. The system was not compelling me. It was not binding me to a grim fate, at least not to my knowledge. All I had to do was press no, and the 5 glowing prompts would vanish like smoke. Just, nothing. But nothing will not bring me closer to the truth. I needed system points. Completing missions leads to earning more points. Accumulating more points allows for additional upgrades, which in turn provides greater access to information and answers. Answers to what the system truly was, and why I had it in the first place, lingered just out of reach. But with every completed task, I moved one step closer to uncovering the truth. However, that did not make it any easier. I exhaled slowly and rubbed my hand down my face. "God damn it," I muttered, my voice low and weary. Then, I turned on my heel and left the rooftop behind. I pulled my hood lower and crossed 8th Avenue, the ache in my legs still lingering from hours spent crouched on rooftops. My stomach growled, loud and sharp. A few blocks later, I ducked into a narrow diner nestled between a laundromat and a boarded-up bodega. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, while a jukebox wheezed out a song that no one was listening to. The waitress had weary eyes and poured me a cup of coffee without asking. I offered her a subtle nod and settled into a booth at the back, facing the window. Outside, the city continued to function as if nothing were amiss. I ordered eggs, toast, and bacon. I took a sip of the coffee. My food arrived, and I ate quietly while my thoughts were loud the entire time. In the end, I accepted the missions. I didn't like it, in fact, a part of me hated it. However, I understood that I would have to bear that burden as I moved forward. This world was anything but ordinary, and I could not afford to be ordinary either. When I finished, I left a $20 bill on the table and stood up. Just take one step forward at a time. At the warehouse. The door creaked open with a low, metallic groan as I stepped into the warehouse. The soft thud of my boots echoed across the concrete floor as I walked past the rows of crates and steel shelves toward the far end. I reached the back wall and opened a hidden hatch located beneath one of the large shelving units. I descended the metal staircase into the dimly lit underground bunker and flipped the switch beside the door. A soft hum filled the silence as dull amber lights flickered to life, casting elongated shadows across the reinforced concrete walls. The air was stale. It was cold and heavy with the scent of metal and dust. A man lay slumped in a corner of a cell constructed from steel bars welded into concrete. The cell contained a rudimentary toilet and a small sink, but nothing more. Alan Sloan, a man who once used his badge to shield criminals and silence the innocent, was now reduced to a sedated shell of flesh with a faint pulse. His face was gaunt, obscured by patchy stubble and the grime of neglect. The medications I administered daily through timed injectors kept him docile, compliant and barely aware of his surroundings. I stared at him through the bars for a moment, letting the silence stretch between us. There was no sympathy in me, and no anger either. Those emotions had long since faded. I dropped a sealed ration pack onto the ground just outside the bars, but he did not acknowledge it. I walked to the far side of the room where my workspace waited. A heavy-duty metal table was bolted to the floor and on top of it lay a meticulously arranged array of equipment, beakers, flasks, alcohol burners, measuring scales, and a steel briefcase filled with a carefully selected assortment of chemical compounds. The shelves next to the table were meticulously organized with vials, test tubes, powders, and syringes, each clearly labeled. I slipped on my gloves, donned my gas mask, and got to work. First, I prepared a paralytic compound that is fast-acting and has a short duration. I mixed the reagents, carefully balancing the pH, and stirred the mixture until it settled into a faintly opaque liquid. Then, I drew it into the syringes. Second, concentrated irritant, non-lethal but capable of temporarily blinding, disorienting, and forcing evacuation from enclosed areas, came in a small glass bottle for each batch, sealed tightly. Third component is a sedative gas compound in powdered form. When aerosolized, it has the potential to incapacitate everyone within a 10-foot radius. I packed 15 doses into collapsible cartridges. I worked in silence, methodically. Each chemical was double-checked, and every container was sterilized and sealed. Half an hour later, everything was ready. Syringes, vials, and bottles are securely stored in the system inventory. I removed the gloves, peeled the mask from my face, and washed my hands in the small sink at the edge of the workspace, letting the cool water flow over my fingers. As I turned off the lights and climbed the stairs once more, I paused at the top, one hand resting on the hatch door. For a moment, I glanced back. This place had become a necessary evil, but it was mine. I sealed the hatch once more, repositioned the shelving unit over it, and swept dust across the seams to conceal the edges. You could hardly tell it was there. Gideon spoke through my headset. Request for the compilation of blueprints for all 5 locations has been completed, David. Across the table in front of me, holograms flickered to life as 5 translucent, blue-tinted structures materialized, each rotating slowly in the air, tagged with labels and highlighted zones. Hit me, I said, pulling a collapsible chair from my inventory and taking a seat. Warehouse 1, estimated personnel, 14+. Blueprint, single-level structure. Large open bay with a reinforced interior room, complete with a separate ventilation system. This is their drug packing and distribution hub. Warehouse 2, estimated personnel, 30+ armed men. Blueprint, similar layout to Warehouse 1, but with 2 additional basement levels. Subterranean access likely used for high-volume storage or secure transfers. Warehouse 3, estimated personnel, 16+. Blueprint, interior has been heavily modified. Includes a reinforced room with isolated ventilation. El Toro, nightclub. Estimated personnel, 15+. Blueprint, club floor, private lounge, and a fortified basement, potentially used for high-value exchanges or short-term holding. Nocturne, nightclub. Estimated personnel, 35+. Blueprint, main floor, VIP level, and an underground vault. Security is tighter, and it's likely used for laundering, storage, or covert meetings. I skimmed the data once more, committing the layouts to memory. Gideon, I said, voice firm beneath the low light. I need full profiles. Everyone tied to the iron serpents in Hell's Kitchen. Give me those who slipped through the system. I need the details of major offenders who are with the gang. Her synthetic voice responded instantly, crisp and emotionless. Understood. Cross-referencing gang affiliation with sealed court records, bribed officials, and witness intimidation logs. Filtering by repeat offenders with violent criminal history. The stream of data thinned. Faces froze on screen. Another was a street-level killer who'd stabbed a rival dealer in a nightclub and walked away free after the chief witness vanished. I felt something twist in my gut. It wasn't satisfaction. Wasn't guilt, either. It was resolve, cold, clear, and unforgiving. Mark them, I said. Red boxes appeared around each profile. One by one, their known hangouts were pinpointed on the map. Most of them were in the warehouses or rotating shifts in the clubs. 3 were marked as lieutenants. After reading this, I needed to make sure everything was in place before I made my move. I opened my inventory. First, I pulled out the paralytic compound. The syringe was cool and heavy in my hand, filled with a faintly opaque liquid. Fast-acting, short duration. I turned it over, inspecting it for any leaks or cracks, then pushed it back into the inventory. Next, a small glass bottle containing a concentrated irritant, the clear bottle dense with a slightly cloudy liquid. This stuff would blind and disorient anyone nearby and force them to abandon enclosed areas. I checked the seal, gave it a quick shake, then tucked it back into the frozen space of my inventory. The third item materialized heavier, a batch of collapsible cartridges filled with sedative gas in powdered form. Each cartridge could knock out anyone within a 10-foot radius once it was aerosolized. I counted them, 15 in total. Satisfied, I stored them away. Next I pulled out my Glock 17, blinked into my hand next. I ejected the magazine, counted the rounds, slammed it back in, and holstered it at my leg. 5 loaded magazines floated briefly in the air before I caught and inspected each one, then tucked them all back. Then came the knuckle dusters, 2 of them. Their hidden knives clicked into place with a practiced flick of my wrist. Solid. Reliable. They went back into storage. Then loose and ombre materialized. Twin pistols, crafted for speed and power. They felt alive in my hands, balanced and eager. I popped the magazines, checked the rounds. They were hollow points, just how I liked it. I slammed the mags back in and sent the pistols spinning back into storage. A handful of senbons glimmered into my palm, slender steel needles perfect for silent takedowns. I counted them quickly, slipped them back. Next came the full potions. 4 bottles, each packed with swirling, glowing liquid that promised recovery from almost any injury. A luxury I could not afford to leave behind. 1 bottle had already been opened. I had drawn some of it out for earlier experiments, storing the contents in 5 syringes. I pulled them out now, inspecting the fluid inside. Now, the grapnel gun materialized last among my gear. A beautiful piece of tech. I checked the line tension, the firing mechanism, and gave the barrel a quick clean before putting it back. Finally, the grenades. Flash bangs. 20 of them, each one prepped and ready. I pulled the pins, feeling the slight click as the safeties disengaged, then threw them straight into the inventory where time was frozen. No risk of a premature boom. Then came the smoke grenades, 30 in total. Same process. Pull the pin, feel the click, toss it into storage. My fingers moved fast, almost mechanical. I did it this way for a reason. When the time came, I could pull them from my inventory already primed. Just pull, throw, and move when distraction was on demand. It was time. I removed my casual clothing piece by piece, replacing each layer with my night gear. I started with the bulletproof vest, strapping it tightly against my chest until it fit like a second skin. Over that, I donned a matte black jacket reinforced with concealed stitching and a high collar, designed to block the wind and withstand a blade if necessary. I slipped into a pair of heavy cargo pants, their deep pockets secured with tight flaps and zippers that would not rattle or hinder my movement. Next, I laced up my black military-grade boots, tightening them until they embraced my ankles. The soles were designed for grip and silence, making them ideal for urban terrain. I completed my outfit with full-finger tactical gloves, which fit snugly around my knuckles, providing both precision and protection. Then I reached for the balaclava and pulled it over my head, adjusting the fabric until only my eyes were exposed. With a single blink, I transformed my eye color to a vivid, glowing red. My pupils narrowed into a more focused, predatory shape. As I stepped outside the warehouse and into the alley, I noticed an old, dust-covered car parked against the wall. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the side mirror, where red eyes stared back at me. To be continued. Chapter 27. Author's Note. Thank you all so much for your kind words, support, and condolences. It truly meant a lot to me and helped more than you know. I'm glad to be back and continuing the story with you all. If you're enjoying the journey so far, I'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment to leave a review on the fanfic. Your feedback helps keep this story going and means the world to me. Now, on to the chapter. Random Thug POV. The warehouse air always smelled off, filled with dust, oil, and something rotting just out of sight. I leaned against a crate, a cigarette burning slowly between my fingers, half listening to the guys talk trash. They were laughing about some junkie they had tossed out earlier, with Tony doing exaggerated impressions and Jorge losing it like it was the funniest thing he had ever seen. Then, without warning, everything went silent. I looked up just in time to see Jorge collapse like a bag of concrete, his head bouncing once against the floor before he went still. I blinked, barely able to process what I was seeing, and then Tony went down as well, his chair flying back with a clatter that echoed through the cavernous warehouse. A moment later, chaos exploded all around us. Gunfire erupted from every direction, muzzle flashes strobing wildly against the crates and steel beams. The others were shouting, no, screaming, as they emptied their magazines into the darkness. Someone tried to hit the lights, but they only flickered once before dying completely, plunging the warehouse into deeper shadows. What the hell is happening? I shouted, ducking lower behind the crate as splinters burst from the wood above my head. One by one, the gunfire stopped. It was not because they had run out of ammunition. It was because they were no longer breathing. The silence that followed was heavier and more terrifying than the gunfire had been. I did not wait to see who or what was doing this. I turned to run, but I did not even make it 3 steps. A bolt of searing pain tore through my knee, white-hot and blinding. I hit the ground screaming, clutching my leg as blood soaked through the fabric of my jeans. Somewhere in the dark, my gun skidded away across the concrete floor, but I could not bring myself to care. Third-person POV. Bodies littered the warehouse floor. Some were unconscious, others groaning from broken bones. Only 3 were dead, the ones who had opened fire with machine guns and thrown away their chance at mercy. The masked figure moved across the wreckage with careful, surgical precision, each footstep deliberate and silent. At the back of the warehouse, tucked behind crates and steel shelving, stood a door that led down to the basement. It was thick with rust, reinforced with steel bars bolted across the top and bottom. A keypad lock blinked steadily with a red light. The masked figure clipped a slim hacking tool into the side of the panel. After a few seconds, the blinking light switched to green with a soft beep. The heavy door creaked open, just wide enough to slip something through. From seemingly nowhere, the masked figure produced 5 small black capsules. They were matte cylinders, each no larger than a salt shaker. They were knockout bombs. Non-lethal gas weapons loaded with a potent synthetic compound, strong enough to incapacitate a person within seconds, even if inhaled in shallow breaths. He lobbed them one after another along with 2 flash bombs through the crack in the door. 1, then 2, 3, 4, and finally 5. Each capsule bounced softly against the concrete stairs and rolled to a stop. The faint hiss of leaking gas filled the stairwell. At first, only muffled shouts rose from below, sharp and confused. "What the hell is that?" someone barked. A coughing fit followed, wet and ragged, as if someone were choking on smoke or blood. Another voice rang out, full of panic and anger, yelling something unintelligible. It was cut off abruptly, the words breaking apart into nothing. Then came the silence, heavy and complete. The masked figure stood still, waiting. David's POV. The air was still thick with the residue from the knockout gas I had tossed into the basement after easing the door open just a crack. I could hear low groans from below, some were muttered curses, while others were the confused wheezing of men unsure if they were dreaming or dying. The basement was larger than I had anticipated, a vast open area made from aged stone and reinforced concrete. Crates were piled against the walls, filled with bricks of narcotics encased in shrink wrap and plastic containers of chemical components. I moved swiftly, navigating through the rows of collapsed bodies sprawled across the floor. Most were unconscious, while a few stirred weakly, their limbs heavy and movements clumsy. I didn't touch them. They were the workers, the runners, the grunts who followed orders and did what they were told. They were scum, certainly, but not the type I had come to eliminate. The drugs, however, were a different issue. I walked through the aisles, crate by crate, transferring the contents into my inventory. I didn't pause until the last plastic tub had vanished. Then my gaze fixed on the far wall, where a heavy steel door stood sealed. I moved toward it. I reached for my lock-picking set, selected 2 tension tools, and got to work. My fingers moved automatically while my mind remained focused. It took less than a minute before I heard the satisfying click and felt the mechanism yield. The door creaked open to reveal a small, clean room. A long desk with a desktop computer, still glowing in sleep mode, stood to the left. The right wall featured a built-in safe, hidden behind a sliding panel that had been left slightly ajar. I walked over to the safe and knelt down. There were no biometrics. Just an old combination lock, reinforced with internal steel bars. I did not need brute force. 10 minutes passed in silence, broken only by the faint, almost imperceptible clicks of tumblers falling into place. Then, finally, the lock gave way. Inside were bundles of crisp cash secured with thick rubber bands, silver bonds neatly organized in a file folder, a matte black pistol with the serial number removed, and 2 slim, leather-bound ledgers. Bingo! I packed everything into my inventory, every dollar, every weapon, and every document. Lastly, I stored the computer too in the inventory. After inspecting the room and securing the vault, I exited the vault room and closed the door behind me. The air in the basement remained thick with remnants of the knockout gas. The bodies of the gang members lay scattered across the floor like discarded refuse, twitching slightly as if caught in a dream or drowning in unconsciousness. I couldn't tell, and frankly, I didn't care. I retraced my steps, scanning the room one final time to ensure I had not missed anything important. As I approached the stairs, I passed the 3 bodies crumpled near the corridor entrance, slumped in awkward, lifeless heaps. They were the only ones I had killed. That should have shaken me. In another life, it would have. But not now. Somewhere deep inside, I still understood how wrong that was. A normal man would have been paralyzed after his first kill, curled up in a corner, vomiting, doubting himself and questioning every moral thread that once held him together. But me? I only felt a slight hitch in my breath. Chris Wolf's efficiency, Jason Bourne's cold clarity, Deadshot's lethal decisiveness, and Snake Eyes' precision. These were no longer just skills. They were becoming part of who I was. They shaped my reflexes, my thoughts, and even my conscience. And when that realization hit, a chill ran down my spine. The system had not just given me abilities. It was rewriting me from the inside out. I shoved the thought aside. This was not the time. I crouched beside the bodies and searched them one last time. Nothing useful. I stood, turned, and made my way to the exit through the main floor. By the time I stepped out into the cool night air, the moon had vanished behind a veil of clouds. I did not stop walking. I navigated through alleyways and rooftops, slipping through blind spots with practiced ease. The tactical mask filtered out the lingering stench of drugs and gunpowder, but the memory of it still clung to my mind. 3 died tonight by my hands. One voice inside me whispered it was mercy. Another claimed it was pragmatism. I did not argue with either. I had more souls to send to hell. 2 blocks away, I paused beside an abandoned delivery truck. I removed my gas mask and lowered my balaclava. The air was crisp, laced with the scent of gasoline and rust. The night breeze swept across the sweat along my jaw as I looked up at the sky. I know for a fact that taking a life changes you. It reaches inside and rewires something fundamental. I could not tell if I was losing who I used to be or becoming the person I was always meant to become. Either way, I was not going to stop. Not now. Third-person POV. The warehouse reeked of sweat, cigarette smoke, and ink-stained paper. Bundles of cash were being weighed, counted, and packaged on battered wooden tables by careless, ink-streaked hands. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting a harsh, artificial glow across the cavernous space. Men spoke loudly, played cards, and cleaned weapons with the lazy arrogance of those who believed themselves untouchable. One by one, David moved through the steel rafters and support beams above like a phantom. His movements made no sound. Syringes filled with fast-acting anesthetics slipped into throats, armpits, and spines, dropping muscle-bound guards before they even knew they were under attack. But not every plan unfolds perfectly. And just like that, it happened. A young gang member, carrying a crate of bundled cash, turned a corner he was not supposed to. His eyes locked onto a figure in tactical black, crouched beside a slumped body near the stairwell. His gasp was sharp and loud. The cry never finished. A knuckle duster smashed into his jaw, snapping his head to the side. He collapsed in a heap, unconscious. But the damage was done. Seconds later, shouting erupted. Steel chairs clattered. Men scrambled for weapons. The corridor David had entered was narrow, a choke point he had chosen with purpose. Fools rushed in with shotguns, pistols, bats, and crowbars, only to find themselves bottlenecked. The first one lunged. David ducked low and twisted. His fist struck the man's ribs with a sickening crack as the knuckle duster punched through flesh like steel teeth. The man dropped, wheezing. Another came from behind. David pivoted. His elbow smashed into the attacker's throat. He spun low and brought his heel down hard, shattering a knee with a single strike. Bones crunched with relentless precision. Fingers dislocated, elbows shattered, and knees twisted in directions they were never meant to move. The combat calculations raced through David's mind, angles, force, speed, all processed and executed in real time with flawless efficiency. A gun barrel swung around the corner. He shifted left, letting the shot scream past. The shooter raised the weapon again, but it was already too late. 2 quick steps. A palm struck the wrist. There was a snap. A punch landed in the gut. The pistol clattered to the floor. More enemies came, 6 at once this time, yelling curses and trying to flank him. He moved like a viper. He leapt and flipped over a stack of crates, landing behind them. 2 of them tried to follow but met fists and boot heels in midair. One slammed into the wall and did not get up. The other screamed as his wrist snapped in David's grip. One man drew a machete and charged. David sidestepped, slammed his elbow down into the man's shoulder, and drove a knee into his chest with enough force to lift him off the ground. The machete clanged against the concrete. David caught it as it fell and threw it away without even looking. Gunshots sparked along the wall. Someone had managed to fire wildly through the narrow corridor. One round grazed his shoulder, ripping through the fabric of his jacket and slicing his skin. His eyes flashed red behind the mirrored lenses. Time slowed. He dropped to one knee and pulled Lucy and Ambra from his inventory. He aimed with both hands and fired. Kneecaps. Elbows. Shoulders. The shooter screamed, spun, and collapsed. The magazine was running low. He ejected it mid-spin, caught another from his inventory, and loaded it without ever looking down. Then he raised Ombre. The twin pistols roared in suppressive rhythm. Every shot struck a joint or a muscle, disabling, never lethal. Arms dropped weapons. Legs buckled beneath the weight of shattered tendons. When silence returned, the corridor had become a war zone of groans, blood, and limp bodies. David stood at the end of it all, his chest rising and falling beneath the matte jacket, blood from his grazed shoulder running dark down his arm. To be continued. Chapter 28. Third-person POV. The corridor opened into a broader, dimly lit room. It looked like a cash-counting area, judging by the long tables stacked with bundled bills. 15 women stood or sat at various stations, frozen mid-motion, their hands hovering over duffel bags filled with money. Their eyes were wide, their bodies tense, like deer caught in headlights. Then the ambush began. 4 armed men burst from hiding. 2 came from behind tall shelving units, and 2 more rushed in from the sides of the door. The masked man in black reacted fast. He dropped low and spun, sweeping one man off his feet in a single, fluid motion. His other fist, wrapped in steel-reinforced knuckle dusters, slammed into the second man's gut with brutal force. As the man folded, a hidden blade extended from the knuckle guard and slid between his ribs. There was a wet, gurgled gasp followed by silence as the body crumpled. The third man fired. 3 shots rang out and missed. His target was already moving. The masked man caught his wrist mid-trigger, disarmed him with a sharp twist, and shattered his elbow with a bone-snapping crack that echoed through the room. The 4th attacker lunged from the side. He was met with a kick to the kneecap, then a slash across the thigh that dropped him screaming to the floor. 2 dead. 2 crippled. All 4 neutralized in under 10 seconds. Then came the stillness. 15 pairs of eyes stared at the masked figure as he rose to his full height. "Are you being forced to work here?" he asked. His voice was low, distorted through the gas mask. No one answered. One woman trembled. Another looked away, blinking back tears. The rest stood in uncertain silence. "You have 60 seconds, he said, walking toward the table piled with cash. "To make a choice. Escape, or die here with the rest of them." He paused, then added while pointing to the table, "If you haven't been paid yet, or if you've suffered in any way while working here, feel free to take whatever you can carry. Think of it as compensation." The moment he stopped speaking, movement exploded. Some scrambled to grab pre-packed bags. Others snatched loose stacks from the tables. Most followed his instructions in silence, moving quickly with trembling hands. They understood. No one needed to repeat it. "Call 911 on the burner," he said, handing an extra phone to the nearest woman. "Make it anonymous. Tell them there was a shootout." They all nodded. At the exact same time. It was unnerving, too perfect. For a moment, he just stared at them. "Jesus," he muttered, half amused. "You rehearsed that or something? Anyway, is there anything here besides the cash?" One of the women pointed toward a steel door at the back of the room. "There's a hidden safe. Under the floor." She left with the others and did not look back. The masked figure moved toward the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The room was sparse, with only a few crates, a rusting metal desk, and a bare concrete floor. His eyes scanned the space until he saw it, a faint seam near the center, barely visible. He knelt, gloved fingers brushing along the edge. Then behind him, he heard a soft scuffle. He turned sharply. One of the injured men from earlier. Blood stained his shirt, and one arm was pressed tightly to his stomach. He was trying to limp past the doorway, his other hand fumbling along the wall for balance. Without a word, the masked figure drew his grapnel gun. In one smooth motion, he fired. The hook buried itself in the man's jacket. A split second later, the cable snapped tight and retracted with brutal force, yanking him backward across the concrete like a rag doll. His scream tore through the air but stopped cold when his body slammed into the wall with a sickening thud. The masked man walked over and crouched beside the crumpled figure, his head tilted slightly. "Sir, you seem to be going in the wrong direction." The man groaned, curling inward. "Yeah," the intruder muttered. "I thought so." He turned back to the floor, peeled open the hatch the woman had pointed out, and found exactly what he had expected: cash. Stacks of it. Enough to fill the room twice over. Damn, how in the hell did they even install such a big vault underground? There were also guns. A few bonds. And more importantly, ledgers. After clearing out the vaults, the masked man turned his attention to the two gang members sprawled on the cold concrete floor. One had a bullet wound in his thigh, dark blood soaking his pants with every throb. The other clutched a dislocated arm that bent at an unnatural angle. Both were groaning and twitching, their pain echoing faintly in the room thick with the stench of sweat. Without a word, the masked man dragged over rusted steel chairs. Its legs scraped against the floor with a harsh screech. He grabbed the two one after the other, hoisting them up and slamming them into the chair with no care for their injuries. They struggled weakly, but resistance was useless. The sound of duct tape ripping filled the silence. The masked man worked quickly, binding their arms, legs, and torsos to the metal frame with tight, unforgiving layers. When he was done, he stepped back and looked at them. There was no expression behind the mask, no trace of sympathy. "I do not have time for games," he said, voice low and calm. "Tell me everything. This warehouse. Your operation. Your gang. Names, routes, routines. Talk now and walk away with your bones intact." The thug on the left, Extra One, raised his head. Blood streaked his face. He spat in the masked man's direction. "Fuck you." The masked man said nothing. He tore another strip of duct tape and slapped it across both the thug's mouth. Then he reached into the side pocket of his cargo pant and pulled out 5 Senbon needles. Extra Two watched, his breathing quickening. The masked man grabbed Extra One's hand and pinned it to the armrest. The thug thrashed, his muffled protests growing louder, but the tape held him fast. The first needle slid beneath the fingernail of the index finger. Extra One screamed behind the tape. The second followed, sliding under the middle fingernail. Then the third, beneath the ring finger. Blood seeped slowly from beneath the nails. Extra One's body trembled violently. His eyes bulged with shock and pain. Extra Two sat frozen. He could not tear his eyes away from his partner's mangled hand. His jaw quivered, his face pale. The masked man turned his head toward him. "Your turn," he said quietly, "talk." Extra Two spilled like a kicked-over bucket. "This place is run by Ramon Ortega. He is Dagger's guy. Handles the gang's cash flow in Hell's Kitchen, okay?" "Okay." The masked man said nothing, only stared at him. The silence felt heavier than the air around them. Extra Two licked his lips, trying to steady his breathing. "He is not here. Went to a sit-down with some Russians tonight. Guns, I think. Not sure which crew. He will not be back until tomorrow morning. Swear on my life. I just count cash and move crates when they tell me." Still nothing from the masked man. Sweat poured down the thug's face. He pressed on, tripping over his own words. "They move a lot of product through here. Cocaine mostly, sometimes pills or weapons when things are quiet. There is a ledger in the office." The masked man stepped forward. "What about Ortega?" Extra Two hesitated, then nodded quickly. "He is blood. Ramon and Dante Vasquez are cousins. That is why he gets away with everything. Dante trusts him with all the cash." The masked man tilted his head slightly. "Victor Ruiz. What do you know?" Extra Two blinked. Panic flared in his eyes again. He glanced at the man beside him, still whimpering through the tape. Victor? Yeah. He handles nightclub fronts. The human trafficking, the escorts, the money. Laundering through fake businesses. The masked man said nothing. He only stared. Extra 2's voice turned pleading. That is all I know. Please. Please, do not kill us. A dark stain spread across the front of his jeans. The smell of urine filled the air. The masked man stepped back quickly, his expression unreadable beneath the mask. He let the silence stretch again, letting the weight of the moment settle. He spoke low and clear. Is there anything else? Extra 2 shook his head violently, his voice cracking. No. That is all. I swear. That is everything I know. His chest heaved with shallow, panicked breaths. Tears ran freely down his face. He was broken. Next to him, Extra 1 was still strapped to the chair. Blood had soaked into his pant leg from the bullet wound, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably where the senbon stuck between the nail beds. His mouth was still covered in duct tape, but he was crying through it now. Shaking from the pain. The masked man said nothing. He simply looked at both of them, eyes cold and steady. Then a voice crackled quietly in his earpiece. David. NYPD en route. Ambulance 2. ETA 4 minutes. You need to leave now. The masked man stared at the two thugs a moment longer. They were barely holding it together, their bodies trembling and breath hitching. The air reeked of blood, sweat, and urine. Their eyes were glossy with terror and exhaustion. He stepped behind them. Sleep it off, he muttered. He drew 2 syringes filled with a fast-acting knockout agent. He jabbed the first into Extra 1's neck, then did the same to Extra 2. Within seconds, both men slumped forward in their chairs, unconscious. Then he noticed the senbon still lodged between Extra 1's fingers. Carefully, he pulled them free and slipped them into a side compartment on his belt. No reason to leave those behind. Then he turned and moved. The corridor outside was littered with unconscious bodies that were either twitching, groaning, or broken. He had hit hard. Harder than they expected. He stepped past them, boots crunching on bones and blood. Bullet time let him flow through them like water through cracks in concrete. But now he was dry. 5 men had begun to stir. He recognized their faces from the information he had obtained from before. His hands moved without hesitation. 5 shots, all to their heads, in a execution style. He reached the exit. His pulse hammered in his ears, adrenaline singing through his veins like a war drum. He did not feel the weight of the night yet. Only the heat of it. The way his muscles buzzed from combat. The sting in his ribs, his shoulder, and somewhere deep in his thigh. The grappling gun snapped into his hand. He pressed the trigger. Thwip. The line shot upward, and the metal bit into the edge of the warehouse roof. He rocketed skyward, cloak flaring behind him. Boots hit concrete. He rolled to break the momentum. Then his leg buckled. He crashed against the adjacent rooftop with a thud, rolled once, and slammed shoulder first into a brick ventilation shaft. The world tipped sideways. What the fuck? His breath came ragged. Fingers shook. His vision swam. Only now did he feel it. The raw, searing ache in his ribs. The burn in his thighs. His jacket was slick with blood. A sharp pain in his side made it hard to breathe. He cursed. He dropped from the roof. Crashed into a dark alley. Rolled and landed with a groan beside a pile of trash bags. The shadows closed around him. He pulled out 3 syringes filled with glowing fluid from the system inventory, the full potion, in portions. He stabbed the first into his thigh. The second into his shoulder. The third into his neck. He slumped back against the cold alley wall, breathing like a man who had just crawled out of a shipwreck. 20 seconds passed before the pain dulled. 30 before his vision began to clear. 1 minute before he could sit up again. He peeled off the mask. Tore off the balaclava. Steam rose from his skin in the cold March air. His face was pale, streaked with blood and grime. He looked back toward the warehouse. Its windows glowed faintly with flickering red and blue. Another job done. Another mess left behind. He shut his eyes for a moment. Not to rest, but to focus. To breathe. The pain was fading, but the noise in his head never did. The screaming. The gunshots. The sound of bones breaking under his hands. They used to bother him. Now they were just background. None of it mattered. Not really. And he was far from finished. To be continued. Chapter 29. Third-person POV. The hum of electronics filled the dim interior of the surveillance van. 7 agents, all SHIELD operatives, were crammed into the mobile command unit parked 3 blocks from the Iron Serpent's second warehouse. 2 large monitors bathed their faces in cold blue light, displaying infrared camera feeds and intercepted surveillance footage. The main screen was locked on the warehouse. It was an old brick structure with a rusted freight door and a row of shattered windows that made it look abandoned. It was not. Felix Blake leaned over the shoulder of the technician at the terminal. "That is a lot more movement than we expected," he muttered, eyes narrowing. Perimeter patrol doubled in the last 20 minutes, Agent 33 aka Cara Palamas added from her seat in the corner, one boot propped on a crate of gear. And that is not counting the mercs. They are in different gear. Military surplus. Tactical comms. Professional. Jasper Sitwell arms crossed over his vest. Something spooked them. The technician, a younger agent with short dark hair and too many screens in front of him, tapped rapidly. Traffic intercepts confirm a chatter spike. Internal comms are scrambled. But get this. A citywide police alert just went out. Unconfirmed armed assault at another Iron Serpent facility. Warehouse in Hell's Kitchen. EMTs dispatched. Looks like a massacre. Coincidence? Blake asked. Cara stood, pulling on a tack vest. Her voice was measured but tense. Could be an outsider. We've been tracking the Chitauri tech for weeks. Maybe someone else caught the scent. Blake nodded grimly. We need eyes inside. If that deal goes down before we can intervene, this tech ends up in black market hands. Satellites blind in this quadrant, the tech added. We're on our own. Blake turned to the rest of the team. For more agents, each outfitted for field operations, each one checking their gear in silence. No one spoke, but the tension had become a shared language. Sitwell moved closer to the door, tapping his earpiece. ETA on the thermal drone. 3 minutes, the tech replied. Assuming no signal interference. They have crates loaded onto flatbeds. The Chitauri tech, Cara said under her breath. They are moving it now. Outside, a trio of black SUVs rolled into view and pulled up near the warehouse's northern loading dock. Armed men stepped out. External security just tripled, the tech murmured, voice tight. Mercs are positioning on the rooftops. Sniper nests. Scoped rifles. This is a war zone now, Sitwell muttered. Cara's eyes didn't leave the screen. Somebody hit them, and they think it's connected to the tech. Then we use it, Blake said. The team grew quiet. The unspoken weight settled in the air. SHIELD couldn't afford to let the Chitauri technology slip through their fingers. Not again. Not after New York. We go in? One agent asked. Not yet, Blake said. We wait for the drone to confirm the interior layout. Then we send in a ghost team. But what if the deal goes down before that? Then we intercept on the move. Sir, the tech interrupted, we've got an anomaly. Talk to me. Warehouse cameras show, bodies. Multiple. Sprawled in the hallway. Infrared says they are alive. Some are crawling. Others are out cold. Blake's brow furrowed. They have already been hit. Yeah, and the attacker's still inside. Look. Switching feeds now. On screen, a blurry figure appeared, fully masked. Kara leaned forward, eyes narrowing. That's not gang. Not mercs. That's military. Or something close. Blake noted. Movements are too efficient. This guy is trained. Sir, the tech said, pointing to the screen, he is not killing. Look at the patterns. Limb shots. Tactical takedowns. Non-lethal strikes. Except that guy, Sitwell said, nodding as the figure delivered a precise strike to the neck of a gunman who'd raised his weapon. Lethal. Only if necessary. Sir. He's heading for the same room where we tagged the tech. That changed everything. Sitwell spoke. All right. New plan. We let him do the hard part. Sir. He's already destabilizing the enemy. If he retrieves the asset, we intercept him on exit. If he fails, we move in and clean up. They all watched in silence as the lone operative disappeared into the inner corridor, his movements swallowed by shadow. Inside the humming silence of the SHIELD surveillance van, 7 agents stared at their screens like hawks circling above prey. Sitwell was the first to break the silence. It's escalating. His tone was mild, almost bored. But the screens told a different story. The masked intruder had just dropped another 2 gang members, moving with fluid precision through the shadows of the second warehouse. There was no hesitation in his form, no uncertainty, only ruthless efficiency. Every takedown was non-lethal, but definitive. Shot through the elbow. Disarmed at the wrist. Bones cracked. Bodies dropped. Blake grunted in approval. He's good. Too good, Sitwell muttered under his breath. He glanced at Blake and gave a slight nod. We can't sit on this. The deal's hot. The merchandise is hotter. We can't afford to let this wild card blow the whole operation. Kara turned toward them, arms folded tight across her chest. Doesn't matter, Blake replied. If he causes a panic before the deal's done, the whole thing could implode. Sitwell pulled out his secure phone. Requesting strike team, he said calmly, tapping in a coded sequence. S-46 to Black Omega. We have a moving target, high threat, potential extraterrestrial package in play. Requesting containment. Itwell pocketed the burner just as the man on screen moved past a storage room door. Inside, Kara spotted shadowed figures. Too many for ordinary gang foot soldiers. These were not just guards. They were buyers. Mercenaries. The same ones flagged earlier during facial scans. One of them had a barcode tattoo beneath his eye. Former Sudanese death squad. Now freelance. The masked man passed the craters. Kara frowned. He's skipping the core asset. Again. Sitwell didn't even blink. Which means he doesn't know. All the more reason to put him down before he figures it out. Blake leaned forward and pointed. Zoom in on the north wing cam. The technician, a younger agent, typed in the command, and the feed switched. Just then, the masked guy turned toward the camera. He made a shooting gesture. The screen flickered. To Mario. Running. From a giant tortoise. Rogers blinked. What? The screen changed again. Mario ran into a green pipe. Then the loop restarted. Same damn tortoise chasing him. What the hell is this? Blake snapped. Kara's mouth dropped open. Feeds hijacked, Sitwell said, his face darkening. Encrypted video injection. We are being spoofed. Blake slammed his fist on the console. Scramble backup lines. Use satellite relays if you have to. But it was too late. Every screen in the van was now caught in the same loop, Mario, running from a Koopa Troopa, tripping into the pipe, and respawning again. The tech team scrambled to reboot. Signals were traced, bounced, looped, scrambled. Whoever had done this knew what they were doing. It wasn't just spoofing, they'd severed uplink access and replaced it with hard-coded nonsense. That took skill. Timing. Planning. Sitwell's eyes narrowed. Kara muttered under her breath. He knew we were watching. Impossible, Blake snapped. No, Sitwell said slowly. It's not impossible. It's intentional. In the corner, the comms officer looked up. Strike team 7 minutes out. Blake growled. We'll have no eyes by the time they get there. We're flying blind. We're not blind, Sitwell said, pulling a small tablet from his jacket. I've got alternate feed relays. But whoever did this just bought themselves a window. And they know exactly how long that window is. Kara looked between them, still silent. We need eyes inside, Sitwell declared, his tone leaving no room for debate. The surveillance feed had been hijacked, replaced by a looping scene of Mario fleeing from a turtle. The team couldn't afford to remain blind. Everyone gear up, he ordered. The agents sprang into action, donning tactical gear and checking their weapons. The tech specialists remained at their stations, feverishly working to restore the compromised feed. Few moments before the chaos. David's POV. The cold crept in through the seams of my jacket as I lay prone on the rooftop of an old apartment, 4 stories above the warehouse's rear lot. Hell's Kitchen always had that gritty, wet concrete scent after dark, like the streets had soaked in decades of oil and regret. Tonight, the wind pushed that scent up here with me, sharp and metallic. Below, the second Iron Serpents warehouse was locked up tight. Guard rotation was sharper than before. Same layout, different posture. They were spooked. That was my doing. I watched them through the scope, tracking movements. One of them had a radio clipped to his vest, barked orders every few minutes. They weren't just guarding drugs this time. This place mattered. Gideon, I muttered. Delete all visual records of me from the previous warehouses. Every angle I might have shown up in. Start with rooftop cams and move inward. Understood. Beginning deletion protocols. Accessing traffic cams and off-site data logs, Gideon replied smoothly. I shifted slightly, gravel crunching under my chest. One of the guards lit a cigarette, using his hand to block the flame from the wind. Then I heard Gideon's voice again. David. I've intercepted a localized encrypted transmission. Originating from a van parked near the northwest alley entrance. Tight beam signal, directed toward the warehouse. My eyes narrowed. Audio relay. Let me hear it. The feed kicked in. Have crates loaded onto flatbeds. The Chitauri tech. They are moving it now, he heard a female voice. Chitauri tech. I might have hit jackpot today. I thought to myself. Then another voice followed. External security just tripled. Mercs are positioning on the rooftops. And I could see the same happening through my scope. The challenge just increased. Then it struck me, if alien techs are involved, it means. I exhaled slowly. Shield. Of course they were here. Not surprising, given what was likely stashed in there. They must have caught wind of the Chitauri piece. But the Iron Serpents or the Mercs had no clue they were being watched. Their guards were jumpy for a different reason. Me. Gideon, I said quietly. Keep logging that van's feed. Already compiling. Good. Shield was patient. They would wait. But I wouldn't. I stood slowly, the wind cutting across the rooftop again. My breath misted the air as I whispered to myself. Time to get to work. I activated my comms. Gideon, when I give the signal, loop their surveillance feeds. On it, she replied. Third-person POV. The cold air of Hell's Kitchen bit through the warehouse's corrugated walls. Late March brought bone-deep damp with it. Inside, the lights buzzed, flickering weakly above crates stacked high with weapons, cash, and Chitauri scrap tech. A masked figure slipped through a gap in the fencing along the rear wall, boots barely making a sound on the concrete. His black gear blended into the shadows, eyes behind the visor scanning every corner. No wasted movements. Just patience and precision. A pair of guards leaned outside the loading bay, smoking and talking. He never saw the figure drop silently from the stacked containers above. The masked man landed behind them, knees bending softly. The first guard turned, eyes wide, mouth parting to yell, but the figure slammed a palm into his throat, silencing him instantly. The second dropped his cigarette and reached for his pistol. Too slow. A knife flicked out and the figure hurled it across the gap, burying the blade into the man's thigh. He tried to howl but caught a roundhouse to the side of his skull. The masked man pulled the knife free, wiped it, and moved deeper. A narrow hallway led into the interior. The lights here were dimmer. Ahead, muffled voices echoed from an open room. He moved to the doorway and peeked in. Four mercenaries, all armed, sat around a metal table. One cleaned a sidearm. Another ate from a takeaway box, talking with his mouth full. The first merc barely stood before a boot slammed into his chest, sending him crashing back through the table. The second tried to draw his weapon, but the masked man closed the distance, twisted his wrist with a wet crack, and drove an elbow across his jaw. He dropped like a sack of bricks. Shit. Behind you. The third merc turned, too late. A strike to the solar plexus knocked the wind out of him. The figure grabbed his vest, yanked him forward, and headbutted him. His body folded on the spot. The fourth stumbled through the smoke, gun shaking in his hands. Freeze. Stay where you. A senbon needle flew. It pierced the soft flesh between his fingers. The pistol clattered to the floor. He screamed, falling to his knees. The masked man stood over him. Silent. Breathing steady. Don't kill me, the merc sobbed, clutching his hand. Where's the tech? The voice behind the mask was low, cold. In the basement. Back corridor. Straight through. The figure nodded once. Then slammed the butt of his weapon against the man's temple. The body dropped, unmoving. Footsteps echoed down the hall. Reinforcements. The masked man ducked into the shadows just as two gang members entered the room, rifles raised. They did not finish the question. The first was pulled into the darkness. A sickening crunch of bone and he was dragged silently into unconsciousness. The second spun around, only to be disarmed by a sharp kick and struck across the collarbone. He collapsed with a grunt, twitching on the ground. The interior was a maze of crates and machinery. Fluorescent lights cast a pale hue, creating pockets of darkness. Two gang members stood near a stack of crates, engaged in hushed conversation. Ortega's spooked, one murmured. Says someone's targeting our operations. Probably just turf wars, the other replied dismissively. The masked man struck swiftly. A suppressed shot to the leg incapacitated the first, while a swift blow to the head rendered the second unconscious. He dragged their bodies into the shadows, ensuring they wouldn't be discovered prematurely. Navigating through the labyrinthine corridors, he encountered a group of mercenaries, hardened men brought in for extra security. Unlike the gang members, these were professionals, and he treated them accordingly. He took cover behind a stack of barrels, observing their patrol patterns. Timing his move, he emerged, firing precise shots. The suppressed rounds found their marks: head, chest, throat. The mercenaries fell without a sound, their bodies crumpling to the floor. One mercenary, separated from the group, noticed the disturbance and raised his weapon. The masked man reacted instantly, firing a round that struck the man's wrist, causing him to drop his weapon. Closing the distance, he delivered a lethal blow to the neck. David's POV. Inside, the warehouse was a hive of activity. Crates were being moved, and armed guards patrolled the area. I navigated through the shadows, taking down guards silently where necessary. "David, there is a micro camera feeding into the van." "It is to your 6, Gideon said. I turned, spotted the camera, and made a shooting gesture in its direction. "Loop their surveillance." "Do it now." My primary objective had been reconnaissance. That changed. Now I needed to locate and secure the Chitauri tech. I reached a stack of crates marked with alien symbols. Prying one open, I found metallic components and glowing purple stones, definitely Chitauri technology. I quickly dropped the smoke bombs from my inventory and started my work. A system notification pinged, but I ignored it and focused on transferring the contents into my inventory. With the main floor cleared, I moved into the basement. The air felt heavier down here, dense with tension. Smoke bombs gave me cover as I engaged the remaining hostiles, neutralizing them with speed and precision. The basement held more than weapons. It was a vault of illicit goods and advanced tech. I worked methodically, securing every piece I could. Nothing would be left behind. As the smoke started to thin, I spotted a rear exit. I headed for it, ready to disappear into the night. Then I heard the low thrum of rotor blades overhead. I froze for a moment, assessing. The situation had become more complicated than expected. The mission was far from over. To be continued. Chapter 30. David's POV. As I entered the basement, I murmured, "Gideon, tell me you're seeing what is happening outside." 10 men. Tactical gear. They are called the strike team. ETA 3 minutes, she confirmed. Shield sanctioned. Someone named Sitwell ordered them in. I cursed under my breath. Sitwell. That bald-headed, geeky-looking Hydra bastard. He probably thought he was about to clean up a loose end. Funny how things never go quite as planned. "Time to leave," I muttered. "Gideon, keep me updated." I moved. Smoke bomb. Thunk. Another followed. Clink. Thick plumes rolled through the warehouse, swirling and blinding, sowing panic in the incoming squad of mercs. I was already behind them. The first guy never saw me. I yanked him into the smoke, arm around his throat. He struggled, dropped his weapon. I did not let go until he sagged, unconscious. The second tried to shout. I drove a fist into his ribs, blades flicking from my knuckle dusters as I jammed them into the gaps in his armor, above the chest. He collapsed like a ragdoll. Bullets tore through the smoke. The mercs were not playing around. 3 came at me from the side. I sprinted up a metal rack, kicked off a crate midair, and spun into them. One took a boot to the face. Another caught my elbow under the chin. The third raised his rifle. He got 2 syringes to the neck. Fast-acting anesthetic. He spasmed and dropped. Bullets tore through the air around me. I used the rack as cover, grabbing a hanging chain and swinging across a gap in the floor. My boots slammed into another merc's chest. He flew backward into a steel drum. I moved toward the northeast stairwell. One of them peeked the corner, rifle aimed. I pulled a flashbang from my inventory and tossed it like a lazy arc of death. Pop. He staggered, blinded. I grabbed his arm and twisted it backward, dislocating his shoulder before driving him face-first into the wall. He went limp. His partner fired wildly as he was panicked, uncoordinated. I dove low, swept his legs, and cracked his helmeted head against the concrete floor with a sickening crack. The remaining mercs regrouped near the rear. I heard them bark orders. But I had no time. Chitauri tech was in my inventory. Shield would not let me walk away. They would shoot first and ask questions later. So I made the decision easy. I hit the back hallway running, another smoke bomb in hand. As the cloud filled the narrow corridor, I darted through like a phantom, gun raised. The one guarding the door tried to react. Too slow. 2 rounds in his thigh, 1 in the elbow. He dropped, screaming. Another came at me with a combat knife. I sidestepped the lunge, grabbed his wrist mid-swing, snapped it, then used the same arm to slam him into the steel wall until he stopped moving. My boots crunched over broken glass and shell casings as I moved through the haze. Smoke clung to the corridors like fog in a graveyard, thick enough to hide me from eyes on the catwalks or stairwells. I reached the end of the hall, where the floor leveled out beside rows of stacked crates. I did not waste time. One after another, the crates vanished into my inventory. Ammunition. Black market weapons. Even alien devices. But I was not invisible. Footsteps echoed above, then thundered down the steel stairs. I lobbed a flashbang over the crates. It bounced once, rolled, then burst in a white explosion of light and sound. The men shouted, disoriented, hands flying to their faces. I hurled a smoke bomb after it, flooding the corridor in a dense white screen. Then I moved. A merc rounded the corner, eyes squinting through the chaos. He raised his weapon. Too slow. I slid low, catching his knees and toppling him hard onto his back. Before he could shout, my blade flicked out just a quick jab to the throat to knock the air out of him. He crumpled without a sound. I sprinted deeper into the storage corridor, angling toward the back. According to the blueprint that Gideon had collected, there was a secondary exit, one the gang thought they had secured. It connected to an alley behind the block. 2 gang members were guarding it. Both looked twitchy, already spooked by the noise and smoke bleeding through the walls. I stepped out of the mist and fired twice. Both rounds hit center mass. The first man dropped without a word. The second fell against the wall, his gun clattering to the concrete. I reached the steel exit door. It opened into an L-shaped alley, a right-angle death trap. No cameras. No surveillance coverage. A blind spot. A perfect place for an ambush. Gideon had not seen it coming. And I had not expected it either. I had made the mistake of assuming Shield would overlook this exit. The metal door groaned as I pushed it open. Smoke hissed out behind me, trailing from the chaos I left in the basement. I stepped into the narrow alley. 2 figures waited. One stood directly ahead. The other stood off to my right, positioned at the far end beneath the orange spill of a rusted street lamp. The man was broad and older, with squared shoulders that told me he had worn a badge for too many years. The woman had dark hair and tactical gear, her stance alert and focused. Her eyes locked on mine the moment I stepped out. Shit. I summoned Lucy and Ambra from my inventory in a breath, with my hand behind my back. My hand moved like a reflex, finger brushing the trigger. The matte black slide of the pistol gleamed faintly under the light as I aimed straight at the woman's chest. Drop it, she barked, already raising her weapon. Blake, the man, mirrored her move. 2 barrels now aimed at my head. Nice setup, I said, voice low behind the mask. But you're late to the party. Neither of them answered. I kept Lucy steady. My mind ran a high-speed calc, Shinya Kogami's combat analysis engine thrumming through me. Their posture, their placement, the tension in their legs. If they fired, I could dodge. But it'd turn this alley into a war zone with no cover. And they'd call backup in under 10 seconds. Probably already had. So I did the only thing I could. I raised my free hand slowly. Let's not do this, I said, keeping my voice low. I don't want to shoot anyone unless I have to. You already shot plenty inside, the woman snapped. So they had been watching. That confirmed it. Only the ones who needed it, I said. Felix Blake stayed quiet. He shifted slightly to his right, trying to flank me. I turned Lucy just enough to keep him in my peripheral. His grip on the sidearm was steady. I'm walking out of here, I told them. You can try to stop me. Or you can stand down. Who are you? The woman asked. Her tone was clipped, demanding. I didn't answer. My finger moved closer to the trigger. Then I saw both the agents talk into their hands. Few moments before the chaos in the basement. Jason Sitwell POV. I rose from my seat after hearing that strike was 1 minute away, adjusted my vest, and grabbed my sidearm. The soft green light from the monitors reflected off my glasses as I turned to the rest of the agents seated behind me. It is time. I said calmly. Blake, take Agent Palamas and the other 4 operatives. I want all the outer exits secured. No one gets out. You see someone armed, you drop them. You see the masked guy, do not try to apprehend him. Just report. Understood? Blake's voice came back a second later. Understood. We are moving into position. I opened the van doors and signaled the strike team to move as soon as they landed. 10 operatives moved with me, armed with compact submachine guns and suppressed rifles. We exited silently into the cold night, boots crunching against gravel and broken concrete. The warehouse loomed ahead, its steel walls stained with years of rust and neglect. The front entrance had been left open. We breached the front entrance in formation, clearing the first room with swift, practiced motions. The air inside smelled of gunpowder and blood. There were signs of recent conflict. Bullet casings littered the ground. Scattered bodies of gang members and a few mercenaries lay strewn across the floor, most of them unconscious, groaning in pain. A few were dead. I bent down briefly, examining the corpse. Then I stood and waved my team forward. As we moved deeper into the warehouse, I noticed something else. There was a clear pattern in the takedowns. Whoever did this had avoided unnecessary bloodshed when possible. Non-lethal methods were applied in most cases. Crushed windpipes, dislocated shoulders, tactical strikes to the ribs or groin. Smoke residue was visible near the stairs. Someone had used flashbangs and smoke grenades. This was a surgical assault, I said quietly. One of the agents looked at me. Sir. Nothing. Keep moving. We passed the remains of a shootout near what used to be a processing station. Judging by the positions of the bodies and blood trails, our masked guest had come through here like a storm. The deeper we went, the more this operation looked like something out of a high-level extraction or infiltration playbook. Which made one thing abundantly clear. This was someone trained. Trained at a level that S.H.I.E.L.D. had only seen in a handful of people. I clenched my jaw. That thought narrowed the list considerably. And I did not like any of the names on it. We reached the basement level, boots echoing against concrete. It was supposed to be full. 12 crates. Each of them sealed. Each of them holding tech we were never supposed to touch again. That was the intel. That was the surveillance. That was the entire reason for this operation. But there was nothing. Not a single crate. Not a single scrap of alien alloy. No drag marks. No signs anything had ever been there. Just a wide open space. What the hell? I muttered, stepping forward into the room. I scanned for any clue. Nothing. No loading equipment. No forced entry. No surveillance. It was as if someone had snapped their fingers and made it all vanish. And that was when the chill settled into my gut. My comm clicked on as I lifted a hand to my earpiece. All agents, I said, voice low and clipped, we have a possible gifted situation. I repeat, we have a possible gifted situation. The alien tech is missing. There is no sign of crates. I want eyes on the masked suspect. Now. A voice cut in, sharp and rattled. Sir, this is Agent 33, Kara said, her tone tense. We have visual. Target is in the alley behind the warehouse. Armed. Masked. He has 2 weapons drawn and is holding position. He came out just before your call. My breath caught. That alley was a blind spot. Either way, it confirmed what I already suspected. We were not dealing with a gang thief or a tech scavenger. This was someone trained in infiltration and extraction at an elite level. He had entered a hostile zone, evaded detection, looted an entire shipment of sensitive extraterrestrial hardware, and was now walking out with it while avoiding real-time tracking. Which meant he was dangerous. And if I was right, he had powers. A mutant. Maybe an inhuman. I needed to get my hands on the masked man. For me. For Chitauri. I broke into a jog with the strike team at my back. We had to flank the exit fast. I wanted the asset. I wanted answers. I wanted to know how the hell he got that tech out. Present time. David's POV. As they spoke, I suddenly heard Gideon's voice in my earpiece. David, there are at least 4 people moving toward your location from the sides of the warehouse. I did not take my eyes off either of them, and I saw the change hit instantly. Their posture shifted. Shoulders tight. I think the gig is up. They must have found the missing crates. The man pointing the gun at me stepped forward slightly. Where are the crates? And before you say you don't know, think twice. We already know you have powers. We know you stole the tech. So tell us. Yup. Definitely stalling for time. I spotted 2 more figures slipping into the alley behind the man. Another behind the woman. They were moving slow, trying to be quiet, trying to box me in. I needed to escape. Now. 2. Chapter 31. Author's note. Thank you all so much for your continued support. It really means a lot and keeps me motivated to keep going. After this week, I will be taking a short break to focus on writing and preparing a batch of new chapters. Taking this time will help me maintain the quality and pacing of the story, I think. If you are enjoying the story so far, I would truly appreciate it if you could leave a review or drop some power stones. Your feedback makes a big difference and helps more than you might think. Now, on to the chapter. David's POV. The man with the gun stepped forward slightly. Where are the crates? And before you say you don't know, think twice. We already know you have powers. We know you stole the tech. So tell us. Yup. Definitely stalling for time. Behind him, 2 more figures entered the alley, their movements precise and calculated. Another figure appeared behind the woman. They were closing in from multiple directions, advancing slowly and deliberately. Their approach was coordinated, methodical. It was clear they were trying to box me in. I needed to move. Now. I plead the 5th, I said, voice steady. And back off, mister. I do not want to kill you. The woman spoke, her voice sharp and commanding. Then dropped the weapons. You are not in a position to make demands, I replied, calm and focused. No, she snapped. You are outnumbered and surrounded. You think that mask is going to save you? Maybe, I said. But I am not your enemy. The man on my right stepped in. You are not going anywhere until we get some answers. I took a slow breath through the mask. All right. Fine. I surrender. I lowered both guns to the ground and raised my hands, palms open. Of course I was bluffing. Oddly, this whole ordeal was making me excited for some reason. I shifted my stance, loose and ready. Shoulders relaxed. On your knees, the man ordered as he stepped closer. Sure, I said. Then I dropped. Just not the way he wanted. I hit the pavement and rolled backwards. He took that as a threat and fired. Exactly what I had hoped for. Bullet time activated. The world slowed into a surreal haze. Their movements dragged like molasses. I could see it all. The way the woman's eyes widened. The subtle shift of her weight. The pull on the trigger. The hesitation in the other agent's steps. I pulled 10 smoke grenades straight from my inventory and scattered them across the ground. They hit with metallic clinks and hissed to life. Thick gray smoke exploded outward, choking the alley in seconds. I launched 2 more grenades upwards. Visibility dropped to 0 almost immediately. I scooped up the pistols, slid Lucy back into the inventory, and drew the grapnel gun into my right hand. Without looking back, I lobbed 2 live grenades through the open door I had come from. If Sitwell and his team were coming that way, they were about to walk into fire. I was not expecting to take anyone down, but if maybe I'd get lucky and take out that bald Hydra bastard. I aimed the grapnel gun upward and fired. The hook shot out, scraped stone, and latched onto the rooftop edge. I triggered the winch. It yanked me upward with brutal force. Wind and smoke blurred the world as I rose. The alley faded beneath me, swallowed in a storm of confusion. Then I heard it. Boom. Third-person POV. David landed on the rooftop with a solid thud. His boots scraped the gravel as he rolled into a crouch, absorbing the force. Smoke still clung to the air behind him, rising in gray clouds from the alley below. He was already running as he had no time to assess and think. He crossed the rooftop in long strides, feet pounding the weathered concrete. His heartbeat thudded in his ears. He veered left, vaulted a rusted air conditioning unit, and leapt across a narrow gap to the next rooftop. Behind him, a voice shouted. Target on the roof. Move. David glanced back as he ran. 2 figures were already climbing up from the smoke. The woman was fast. Her silhouette cut sharp through the haze, fluid and precise. The man moved with her, heavier, but just as determined. He cursed under his breath and pushed harder, legs pumping, focus narrowed. The city stretched ahead in an endless sprawl of rooftops and fire escapes, clotheslines and exhaust vents. New York at midnight was alive beneath him, but up here it felt like a battlefield. A chase had begun. He cleared another ledge. Dropped a level down, caught a metal pipe, swung himself sideways, and rolled as he landed on the gravel-strewn roof of an old tenement. His hand stung from the landing. A shallow cut opened on his forearm from where he scraped a rusted nail, but he ignored it. His mind was already calculating the path ahead. Dozens of rooftops with gaps between them. Varying elevations with potential routes scattered. And behind him, the agents were gaining ground. Agent 33 moved with precision. Her breath came steady through the comms earpiece. Her pistol was holstered. Visual on target. He's heading northeast. Gaining altitude across building spines, she said into the mic. Ahead, David vaulted a ventilation shaft and dropped behind it. She saw the flicker of his shadow and followed without pause. He is fast and extremely well trained, she muttered to herself. 2 more agents cut in from a parallel rooftop, closing from the left. A 5th moved to intercept from the north. They were tightening the net. But David moved like smoke between cracks. He launched across another gap and rolled into cover, his silhouette vanishing behind a rooftop garden canopy. Flower pots scattered as he crashed through, breaking ceramic against concrete. But he did not stop. Gideon's voice echoed in his ear, calm and unshaken. 5 pursuers now. 2 behind. 3 closing in from alternate routes. You are nearly boxed in. David grit his teeth. He needed an opening. Just one. A wrong step, a stumble, and they would be on him. He dashed past a rusted door and ducked low beneath a metal awning. Pipes jutted from the wall beside him. He grabbed one and swung himself to the side, climbing quickly onto a higher ledge. From here he could see the next building. A narrow gap. 3 stories below. He could not stop to calculate angles. There was no time. It was instinct now. He backed up. A half-dozen paces. Then he sprinted. The rooftop blurred underfoot. The wind roared past his ears. Then he jumped. He launched himself into the air. 3 stories down, a tar paper roof rushed up to meet him. He twisted midair and landed in a controlled roll, shoulder slamming into the surface. Pain flared through his right arm. He grunted and staggered forward. He kept running. Behind him, Agent 33 did not jump. Instead, she signaled through her comm. Target has dropped 3 levels. Continuing pursuit. The 2 agents on adjacent rooftops redirected. One descended via an exterior ladder, the other dropped onto a fire escape and sprinted to flank. David was already moving. The new rooftop was wide and flat, cluttered with satellite dishes and old storage boxes. David weaved through them at full speed, his pace relentless. Another gap loomed ahead. He jumped and cleared it without breaking stride. Below, a rooftop party was in full swing. String lights glowed overhead, and a jazz band played softly in the corner. Well-dressed guests mingled and clinked glasses, oblivious to the chaos above. David skidded to a halt and crouched low. Charging through would draw too much attention, and these people were civilians. He would not risk turning them into collateral. That was a line he refused to cross. He ducked beneath the awning and circled along the rooftop's narrow edge, hugging the outer rim where shadows pooled against the concrete. It was the building's blind side, and it gave him the cover he needed to slip out of sight, buying a few precious seconds from the agents pursuing him. A wine glass shattered nearby as he brushed past a table. Someone shouted in surprise. Who the hell? He was already gone. David cut hard around the terrace corner, sliding slightly on the slick rooftop tiles. Behind him, he heard the low thud of boots landing, 2 agents having just cleared the previous rooftop and dropped in pursuit. One of them barked into a comms unit, but David could not make out the words. Ahead, a clothesline stretched between 2 vents, fluttering with laundry. A black dress slapped against his shoulder as he passed through, tangling briefly. He yanked free and ducked under a steel support beam, twisting mid-sprint to avoid colliding with it. To his right, a 4th agent appeared as he was cutting across from a side staircase that led up from an adjacent building. The man raised his arm, clearly signaling to the others. He spun sharply and vaulted over the nearest ledge. The gap was shorter this time, only about 6 feet wide, and he landed on a narrow balcony crowded with potted plants and a folded patio umbrella. He nearly lost his balance. The metal railing shook under his weight as he landed. He slapped one hand against the brick wall to steady himself, boots scraping across loose dirt and leaves. A sharp pain flared in his right ankle. It was not serious, but it slowed him just enough. That half-second pause was all it took for the 5th pursuer to spot him from the upper level. David leapt from the balcony to a nearby scaffold. The metal frame groaned beneath his weight as he landed. As he descended, he kicked one of the platforms loose. The wooden boards tumbled down behind him with a crashing noise, loud enough to draw attention. He hoped it would buy him a few seconds, maybe slow at least one of the agents. He dropped into the narrow alley between 2 buildings. The moment he hit the ground, he realized he had made a mistake. There were 2 dumpsters blocking most of the space. There was no clear exit in front of him. A tall stack of construction debris blocked the path to the left. To the right, a 10-foot fence stood in his way, topped with coiled barbed wire. He was boxed in, and time was running out. He took a few steps back and tilted his head upward. Above him, rooftops stretched across the skyline. He could see movement. Shadows shifted against the rooftop edges. The agents were already in position. If the agents dropped in now, David knew he would be trapped. Fuck me sideways. Shit, he muttered under his breath, jaw clenched. To be continued. Chapter 32. Third-person POV. Just as he was about to move, the sound of system notification chimed in his ear. Side mission generated. Task, escape the pursuit. Reward, 200 system points, mystery box X1. Do you accept the mission? Y/N. Hell yeah. He clicked yes and began to move. Without hesitation, he sprinted straight toward the wall. His eyes locked onto the right-hand fence. Just before reaching it, he planted one foot firmly against a nearby trash bin and pushed off, using the momentum to launch himself upward. As he rose, he quickly pulled out the rug from his inventory he had previously used to kidnap Alan. He threw it over the barbed wire, creating a temporary barrier for a safer pass. He cleared the top and dropped to the pavement on the other side. The landing was brutal. Pain surged through his leg the moment his foot struck the ground. His already sprained ankle screamed in protest, and he knew it was likely twisted. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself into a run, limping heavily but refusing to stop. As he emerged from the alley into a street full of weekend noise. Pedestrians walked in small clusters. Neon signs buzzed overhead. A food cart stood near the corner with two customers chatting over gyros. A street performer played the saxophone beside an open guitar case filled with crumpled bills. David slowed only slightly. He kept his head low. His pace became casual, but swift. Behind him, the SHIELD agents dropped into the alley. He could hear footsteps echoing over the dumpsters. One of them cursed. Another radioed something back to their command. David cut through the crowd. A mother wheeled a stroller beside him. A man laughed at something on his phone. A couple kissed near the curb. He hated this. He hated the idea of bringing violence near people who had nothing to do with it. No innocent should ever suffer because of what he was doing. So he vanished sideways into a narrow brick path between buildings. He broke into another sprint. His ankle was now officially hurting, and the pain was sharp with every step he took. It protested with each movement, but he forced himself to ignore it. Over time, he had developed a high tolerance for pain, a trait he had acquired through character assimilation. He would deal with the injury later. He reached the back of a Korean market and scaled the crates beside a steel stairwell. From there, he climbed the fire escape and returned to rooftop level. Back in the open air, David emerged into the open rooftop. The skyline stretched ahead, harsh with city light, towering concrete, and long, reaching shadows. He kept moving, pushing forward with everything he had, but he could feel the drag in his limbs. He was slower now, and he knew it. Worse, they knew it too. Agent 33 was the first to close the distance. She vaulted over the last air vent and landed on the rooftop gravel about 20 feet behind him. Her gun was drawn, but she did not raise it. The space between them was too tight for a safe shot, and she knew it. Instead, she picked up speed. David heard her gaining on him, her footsteps pounding against the rooftop just a few strides behind. He veered to the left, narrowly avoiding the corner of a rusted ventilation shaft, and dropped into a slide across the rooftop. Loose stones tore into the fabric of his pants, scraping his knees. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright and vaulted the next wall with effort. Pain shot through his ankle as he landed. It buckled slightly beneath him. He stumbled. Agent 33 was on him in seconds. David did not wait. As two more agents flanked him from either side, David burst into motion. He pivoted toward Agent 33, ducking under her outstretched baton and slamming his shoulder into her ribs. She staggered back but recovered quickly, countering with a roundhouse kick that he barely ducked beneath. The other two agents were almost on him. David reacted fast. He caught the first agent's wrist mid-swing and twisted it sharply. The man cried out as his own momentum spun him sideways. David followed with a solid palm strike to the chest, sending him sprawling across the gravel. Before the agent could recover, David stepped forward and brought his foot down, knocking him unconscious with a clean, efficient blow. The second agent came from behind. David sensed the shift in the air and turned just in time to block the baton strike with his forearm. The impact jolted him, but he absorbed it. In the same motion, he stepped inside the man's guard and drove his elbow into the agent's jaw. He struck again. The agent collapsed onto the rooftop. Only Agent 33 remained. She was already back on her feet. Her breathing was heavy, but her stance stayed firm. There was grit in her eyes and no hesitation in her movements. "Who the hell are you?" she asked. Her voice was unsteady, but her baton stayed ready. David said nothing. They clashed again. The fight was fast and brutal. She was disciplined, trained, and relentless. But David was sharper. The combat calculations in his mind responded like reflexes. Every shift in her stance, every subtle feint, he recognized and countered. He blocked her jab, rolled behind her, and swept her legs out from under her. She hit the rooftop hard. Her baton bounced away across the gravel. She reached for it. David stepped forward and kicked it farther out of reach. She froze, breathing hard. Strands of hair clung to her sweat-dampened face. Her gaze locked onto his, eyes fixed on the glowing lenses of his mask. David looked down at her in silence. Again she asked, this time more quietly but with focused intensity, "Who are you?" David tilted his head slightly and paused for a moment. "Bond. James Bond," he replied flatly. He turned away, spun on his heel, and sprinted across the rooftop. Agent 33 pushed herself upright, frustration burning in her eyes. She was not giving up, but for now, he was ahead of her. Clenching her teeth, she pressed her hand to her comms and said, "I have attached a tracker to him. Use it to follow his location." David kept running. Every movement came with a price now. His ankle throbbed and his side ached with every stride. But he had no other option. Slowing down meant getting caught. And he was not ready to be unmasked. The next jump looked nearly impossible. But not entirely. A 4-story building stood ahead, its smooth siding rising 10 feet higher than the rooftop David was on. A construction scaffold jutted out halfway up the wall, just far enough to serve as a potential stepping stone. The margin was tight. Very tight. Behind him, Agent 33 shouted something, but he could not make out the words. The wind tore through the gap between buildings, and adrenaline roared louder in his ears than her voice. He surged forward, lungs burning. 5 strides. Then 6. He planted his right foot on the edge of the rooftop and launched himself toward the scaffold. His injured ankle screamed in protest. David sailed through open air. The tip of his boot struck the scaffold's lower rail. He stumbled, but his hands caught the edge. His gloves slipped on the rusted metal, but he held on, straining. With a burst of effort, he pulled himself up onto the narrow platform. Behind him, the shield agents halted. The angle was wrong for them and the gap was too wide. They would have to find another way around. David allowed himself one shaky breath before he kept moving. He used the brief break to pull away. He resumed the climb. Hand over hand, body pressed close to the scaffolding. Below, the agents were trying to get onto the construction site from the street level. Above, the building loomed like a wall. He scaled the last few feet and hauled himself onto the rooftop. Only to find a 6th agent already waiting. This one was lean and quick, not bulky like Blake. His sidearm was already drawn. He aimed, stepping cautiously forward. "Do not move," the man said. David did not stop moving. He threw a flashbang. The agent reacted too late. The canister detonated with a sharp, thunderous pop. A burst of blinding light cut through the dim rooftop, catching him off guard. David charged forward and tackled him mid-stagger, slamming his shoulder into the man's ribs. Both of them tumbled across the gravel. The agent tried to recover, but David was faster. He rolled to his knees, reached into his inventory, and pulled out the grapnel gun. Without wasting a second, he aimed at the adjacent building and fired. The hook sailed through the air and caught onto a rooftop sign. He triggered the winch. The motor hissed as the cable tightened, yanking him upward. It was another jump. Another rooftop. Midway through, the hook slipped. The angle had been too steep. David crashed into a slanted roof covered in old shingles. He rolled violently and slammed into a metal water tank at the far end. Pain erupted through his side. It was sharp and searing, concentrated across his ribs. His vision blurred. For a moment, the world spun. Gritting his teeth, he pulled himself upright. He coughed, his chest tightening. Every part of his body throbbed in protest. With enough distance between him and the pursuing agents, and pain flooding every nerve, David reached into his inventory and pulled out a full potion. He uncorked it and downed the contents in one motion. The change was immediate. Within 5 seconds, the searing pain in David's side dulled to a low hum and then vanished completely. Torn muscles regenerated. Hairline fractures sealed. Each breath became smoother and deeper. His stamina surged to full strength, and his body moved like a machine that had just been reset and fine-tuned. David exhaled once, sharp and steady. Then he moved. There was no more limping. No more hesitation. His stride was powerful and precise as he tore through alleys and backstreets with the speed of someone completely uninjured. He slipped through gaps just wide enough for his shoulders, vaulted fences with practiced ease, and ducked under scaffolding without slowing down. The city became a blur of concrete and motion. Several blocks behind, an agent stood on a rooftop. She squinted at the live feed on her wrist-mounted screen, tracking him in silence. He was barely standing 5 minutes ago. What the hell is this? Still tracking him. He's fast, but he's not gone yet, another replied. The signal pulsed bright red, steady on the agent's screen. But it was moving erratically now, and they were starting to fall behind. Meanwhile, David made his way toward a quiet subway station tucked beneath a weathered overpass. There were no crowds, no cameras, just cracked concrete and old tiles stained by years of city decay. He descended the stairs 2 at a time, bypassing the ticket machines and slipping through a side gate without triggering any alarms. Inside the station's bathroom, he locked himself in a stall and worked quickly. The tactical suit peeled off in layers. First the mask, then the boots, followed by the gloves. He packed everything into his system inventory. At that exact moment, far above the streets, the signal from the tracker flatlined. Signal's gone, one of the agents muttered, tapping his screen. What the hell? We lost him. He ditched the gear. That's how he did it. Keep looking. He's still down there somewhere. But they were too late. David stepped out of the restroom in a navy hoodie, dark jeans, and spotless sneakers. A gray beanie shadowed his face, subtle changes to his features making him look forgettable. Not disguised, just ordinary. The kind of man people looked through, not at. A commuter headed to a graveyard shift. A college kid catching the last train home. Just as his shoes hit the platform, the train arrived with a gust of stale wind and the grind of brakes. The doors slid open. David boarded without a glance back, settling into a rear seat beside the window. He leaned against the glass and let his eyes drift half-closed, his breathing steady and unbothered. The doors hissed shut behind him. The train rumbled forward, fading into the dark tunnel. 2 minutes later, the agents reached the platform. But the train was gone. And so was he. 2. Chapter 33. Third-person POV. Next day. Morning sunlight washed across the penthouse suite, spilling over cream-colored walls and a king-size bed that still held the shape of its lone occupant. David slipped out from under the crisp linen sheets, bare feet silent on the polished hardwood. A gesture to the bedside remote brought the wall-mounted television to life. The screen glowed soft blue, cycling through muted cityscape headlines. He crossed the room to the marble bathroom. Water hissed in the shower, steam curling over stone tiles. He shaved, brushed his teeth, and dressed in charcoal slacks and a plain white t-shirt, every motion practiced and unhurried. When he emerged, the living area hummed with the familiar cadence of morning news. David poured black coffee from the sweet silver carafe, then lowered himself onto the leather sofa facing the television. Aerial photographs filled the screen. 3 separate warehouse roofs scarred by smoke stains and collapsed skylights. Yellow police tape fluttered around loading bays. Numbered evidence tents dotted asphalt like scattered chess pieces. The anchor's voice carried a polished urgency. Authorities continue to piece together the timeline of last night's coordinated warehouse attacks in Hell's Kitchen. Sources confirm more than 15 fatalities, including multiple armed contractors hired by the Iron Serpents gang. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has assumed jurisdiction at the third site, citing an ongoing investigation. Witnesses reported a single assailant in black tactical gear. No suspect has been identified. A still image of a charred brick wall remained on the screen, the damage clearly visible beneath the crisp morning news banner. David took a slow sip of his coffee, his eyes steady and focused on the broadcast. There was no footage of the masked figure, only the aftermath. Smoke-streaked walls, scattered debris, and fluttering police tape told the story in silence. Law enforcement asks anyone with information to contact the NYPD tip line. Coming up after the break. The anchor shifted to a weather map. David muted the volume and leaned back, fingertips resting on the rim of his cup. The suite was quiet again except for distant traffic filtering through a cracked window. Gideon's voice spoke in his ear, low and measured. Digital trail remains clear. No surviving surveillance ties you to the scenes. Probability of direct identification sits below 7%. David set the cup on the glass table. 7 is still a number, he replied. He rose, crossed to the broad window, and looked out over Manhattan. Sunlight glinted off 1,000 panes of glass. Somewhere below, sirens wailed, lost in the sprawl of morning rush. He drew a slow breath, shoulders loosening, mind already shifting to the next move. The television continued to cycle headlines behind him, an echo of the night before. David watched the city instead, calculating time, distance, and odds in the quiet of the soaring suite. SHIELD Headquarters, New York City, New York. The briefing room lights were clinical and bright, humming faintly overhead. Maria Hill stood near the central display console, arms crossed, gaze fixed on the 2 agents standing before her. Agent Felix Blake looked like he had been run through hell and shoved back out the other side. His suit, though freshly pressed, could not mask the exhaustion in his eyes or the faint pink burns that marred his left cheek and neck. His hands were bandaged in places, and his expression was tight with frustration. Beside him stood Agent Jasper Sitwell, with a cast wrapped around his right hand and wrist. A bruise bloomed beneath his jawline, and a slight limp affected his stance. Both were level 6 agents. Veterans. Survivors. Yet here they stood, silent, with the kind of tension that only came from a mission that had gone wrong. Maria Hill looked between them. Report. Sitwell cleared his throat first. The raid was compromised before we could even move in. Our perimeter was set, surveillance was intact, but we were disrupted by the assumed, gifted individual we engaged. Blake added, voice gravelly. Neutralized most of the Iron Serpents and mercenaries before we even got eyes on him. Hill narrowed her gaze. Anyone with him? Sitwell nodded. Negative. We reviewed the van footage. One man. Masked. Moved like he had training, serious training. He was efficient, Blake said. Methodical. Took out 35 hostiles minimum. Others were mostly non-lethal. Killed only those who engaged with deadly force. Which is what made it worse. Hill raised an eyebrow. Worse? Blake exhaled slowly. He was holding back. Hill frowned. Holding back. Agent 33 confirmed it during the pursuit, Sitwell explained. She engaged him up close. Said he fought like someone trained for Black Ops infiltration. Not just some rogue with gear. She said his instincts were tactical. Calculated. And yet, he didn't kill her. Or any of us. And she said his eyes were glowing red. He disabled us, Blake said. Even when he could have gone lethal. That's either discipline, or familiarity. He knew not to cross that line with us. Hill's eyes sharpened. You're suggesting he knew you were S.H.I.E.L.D. We are assuming it's a possibility, Blake replied. According to Agent 33, he fought with precision. He knew exactly how to create confusion, misdirection, even escape routes. At one point, he dropped from a 2-story fire escape, caught a drainpipe, and still got back up like it was nothing. And that's with what looked like a fractured ankle. Hill was silent for a moment. And the Chitauri tech? Sitwell grimaced. Gone. He took the entire cache. He took all of it, and that is our main problem, he added. If someone that capable is now in possession of stolen alien weaponry, we cannot afford to wait. Hill nodded slowly. Her earpiece crackled to life. Director Hill, came a voice over the comms. You have been asked to come to level 9 with the agents. Hill's eyes flicked to the far wall of the briefing room. A tight breath passed her lips. Understood. She turned to Blake and Sitwell. Come with me. Neither man asked where they were going. They already knew. And neither looked pleased about it. As they followed her through the upper-level corridors of the New York facility, their boots echoed against polished floors. When the elevator opened and Hill stepped inside, the air shifted. They descended in silence. Neither agent spoke a word, but the tension in their shoulders was unmistakable. It was a quiet dread, the kind earned from experience. From knowing the man they were about to face. When the doors opened again, the atmosphere thickened. The hallway was colder. More isolated. A secure floor used only for the most sensitive briefings. The doors opened. And there he was. A tall, imposing figure stood by the wide floor-to-ceiling window that looked out over the New York skyline. His silhouette was cast in sharp relief against the cloudy morning light. He wore a black trench coat that swept down past his knees. Beneath it, a fitted tactical suit matched in dark charcoal. Sturdy boots. Gloved hands clasped behind his back. He did not turn. The black leather eye patch over his left eye was unmistakable. Nick Fury. Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. He stood still, hands behind his back, gaze locked on the skyline. 2 full minutes passed. Then he finally turned. His one eye settled on Blake first, then Sitwell, then Maria Hill. He said nothing. Blake stood straighter. Sitwell's expression stayed neutral. Fury's voice came low and calm. So. You got your asses handed to you. Neither agent flinched. Yes, sir, Blake replied. Fury walked forward slowly. A masked man with no known profile, no recognizable footprint took down over a dozen criminals, stole alien tech, and evaded a full S.H.I.E.L.D. perimeter. Sitwell answered. Correct, sir. Fury raised his chin slightly. Tell me what I don't already know. Blake took a half step forward. He's not enhanced. But his stamina, reflexes, tactical awareness, none of it is normal. Agent 33 says he felt like a ghost operative. Sitwell spoke next. I think he's got a grudge. Something against the gang. Maybe they hit someone close to him. Maybe they crossed the wrong guy. But this wasn't random. This was methodical. He planned it. And he's dangerous, Blake finished. Fury took that in silently. Then he turned back toward the window. If that tech hits the black market, he said quietly, I want it shut down before it even blinks. Track the chatter. Scrub auction rings. Find the brokers. He faced them again. And if he surfaces again, I want to know. Immediately. Yes, sir, both agents replied. Fury waved a hand. You're dismissed. They turned to go. Not you, Agent Hill, he added, stopping Maria at the door. She paused and stepped aside while the two agents left the room. Maria. Hill didn't move. She stood straight, hands loosely clasped behind her back, her face impassive as she waited for the director to speak. He spoke, your opinion. Hill's expression remained composed, but her voice lowered slightly. I don't think this was his first operation. Not by a long shot. Fury slowly turned back around and studied her. Go on. He had the profile of someone trained to infiltrate high-value targets, handle close-quarters combat under stress, and improvise on the fly. That kind of precision takes years of experience. Military black book. Or something even deeper. Fury nodded slightly, so why haven't we heard of him before now? I don't think he's new. I think he's been lying low. Something brought him out. Fury was silent, processing. Hill continued. And that tech. He took it cleanly. Our surveillance caught almost nothing during exfiltration. He knew where the blind spots were. Fury nodded once. Then turned and walked slowly toward the digital console near the far wall. With a flick of his fingers, he brought up a holographic display of the Iron Serpents warehouse. A red outline pulsed around the floor plan. Multiple heat maps flickered as tactical data overlaid the structure, each point of movement plotted like a dance of shadows. He pointed to a cluster of fallen hostiles marked in yellow. This was done by one man. Yes, Hill said. He used non-lethal takedowns unless provoked with lethal force. Flashbangs, smoke bombs, custom gear. No identifying markers. His face was never captured. His movement pattern suggests close-range combat with minimal noise. Fury tapped a node in the hologram, isolating the route the target had used to escape through the basement and up the alley. Hill added, Agent 33 almost caught him on a rooftop. Tracked him briefly. Lost him after a 5-block pursuit. She said he moved like a martial artist crossed with a reconnaissance scout. Fury exhaled slowly. That alley. The one your team didn't account for. How? Hill's eyes narrowed. We swept the building's upper floors and main entry points. That basement exit was outside the cam radius. It was a structural addition after the city's zoning overhaul last year. Not in the blueprints we pulled from the local database. Fury's lips pressed into a thin line. So we're dealing with someone who plans for variables we don't even know exist. Who's got insider-level logistics, tactical discipline, and now, alien weapons. All while avoiding cameras, agents, and surveillance networks. Hill said nothing. There was nothing to add. After a moment, Fury stepped back from the hologram and folded his hands behind his back again. Do we have any leads? No fingerprints. No name. Facial recognition from Agent 33's visual. Obscured. Masked, hooded, moving too fast for capture. Fury glanced toward the sealed doors. And Sitwell's theory? That it's personal. Hill gave a nod. And no one else knows what was in that warehouse? Hill shook her head. Below level 7? No. Not even the strike teams had that detail. Agent Sitwell, Agent Blake and the team I assembled were briefed after I was given green light to go through with this operation. Fury stared at her. Either we have a leak. Or this was just a big coincidence and he got lucky. Hill didn't speak. Fury turned back toward the skyline. Finally, he spoke again, slower this time. Keep surveillance active on black market channels. Focus on anyone moving weapons-grade tech, especially anything alien. Yes, sir. If he shows up again, do not engage directly unless you have overwhelming advantage. I want him watched, tracked, studied. Hill tilted her head slightly. What if he strikes the gang again? And if he keeps targeting criminal syndicates? Fury's eye narrowed. Then we let him. Hill blinked. For now, Fury added. He turned toward her again, his voice quiet but unshakably firm. But if he slips, even once, if he endangers civilians, burns an agent, or sells that tech to the wrong people, I want contingency protocols in place. Keep an eye on the gang, if he strikes them again I want eyes on him. Hill nodded once. Yes, sir. Fury moved back toward the window, his hands behind his back once more. You've got work to do. Maria Hill pivoted crisply, stepped to the door, and left without another word. Nick Fury stood alone in that gray silence, watching the city breathe. To be continued. Chapter 34. David POV. I let the skyline hold my attention for a moment longer, letting it remind me that the world kept turning. Down there, people went to work, drank overpriced coffee, cursed at taxis, and tried not to think too hard about the things that moved in the dark. My reflection on the windowpane didn't look like a man who'd killed last night. It looked calm. The toolbox sat on the table. I placed the ledgers on the table. There were 3 thick books from the warehouse. I had already skimmed through them the night before, just enough to confirm they were gold mines of money and information. Gideon, scan and digitize. Sure. The scanner lens built into the toolbox lid hummed as it fed the data into Gideon, converting ink and paper into ones and zeros. I leaned back in the chair, sipping the last of my now cold coffee as I listened to the mechanical rhythm of the scanner. My attention drifted to the black duffel near the couch. I stood and walked over, unzipping it. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 25. SP, 1425. Lottery stack, 2/3 draws. Skills, hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour mastery, hacking mastery, perfect recall, cooking mastery, bullet time, eye color manipulation, high-speed calculation, psychopaths, Shinya Kogami's combat analysis, house cleaning mastery. Inventory, Glock 17, 2 mags, leg holster, $6.25 million cash, knuckle dusters, hidden knives, 2 nos, loose and ombre, Devil May Cry, Senbons, Naruto, full potion X3, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, Elucidator and Dark Repulsor, Sword Art Online, Yubashiri, One Piece, C-147B Paladin, Splinter Cell, Monster, Ford Mustang GT, Death Race. Agent 6, Generator Rex, Marco Rossi, Metal Slug, C-1, Robocop 2014, Background Customization Card +5, Grapnel Gun, Batman, Arkham Knight. Mystery Box. Character Assimilated. Deadshot, DCU. Jason Bourne. Chris Wolfe. Harold Finch. Character Assimilation. 1. Snake Eyes, 90%. 2. Nil. 3. Nil. Characters summoned, nil. Missions. Primary mission, revenge. Objective, make those responsible for your mother's murder pay. Time limit, 8 months. Rewards, 500 SP, a skill, mystery box, 1. Side missions. Mission number 1, destroy the drugs. Objective, infiltrate warehouse, destroy all illegal narcotics. Progress, 0 to 1. Reward, plus 150 SP. Mission number 3, rescue the hostages. Objective, rescue hostages. Progress, 15/X. Reward, plus 250 SP. Mission number 5, eliminate the Iron Serpents enforcer. Objective, eliminate the Iron Serpents enforcer assigned to Hell's Kitchen territory. Target, Dante Dagger Vasquez. Progress, 0 to 1. Reward, plus 300 SP. Bonus reward, operation completion. Condition, complete all 5 missions. Progress, 2/5. Reward, mystery box, 2 nos, plus 250 SP. Those drugs need to be burned. That completes 1 mission. The human trafficking operation is next. I'll need intel on locations, schedules, holding sites. I wonder how they're reacting to last night's stunt. Shock, confusion, panic. As I was monologuing, transfer complete, Gideon said. I returned to the table. Holographic projections displayed cross-linked entries, account numbers, shell corporations, offshore wire transfers. All of it arranged in a clean, minimalist matrix. They've been hiding in Panama, Luxembourg, the Caymans, smart, I muttered. Flag every route with laundering markers. Put a trace on their shell accounts. I want to bleed them slowly, not all at once. I pulled out the PC I'd stolen from the second warehouse's back office. I powered it on and let Gideon begin the deep scan. My mind wasn't in the penthouse anymore. It was back in the alley, in the blur of smoke and motion. I closed my eyes and let the memory flood in. That SHIELD agent had almost had me. I'd left a trail. Not a long one, not one that would hold up to public scrutiny, but SHIELD didn't play by public rules. I had to assume that Sitwell, Hill, or even Fury were now aware of me. Maybe not my name, but my signature. I'd gotten lucky. I wouldn't bank on luck again. I wasn't squeamish. But I couldn't afford a pattern. Kill too many, and people notice. Bodies speak louder than missing drugs. Gideon chimed. David, I have completed the data integration. Shall I display the findings? Let's see what the skeletons have to say. The screen lit up with data, communications, schedules, client lists, and shipment manifests. What caught my attention most, however, was the photo log. Dozens of images appeared, each stamped with a time and date. Shall I prepare a blackmail file? Gideon asked. Yeah, do that. Then my eyes flicked toward something shimmering in the upper corner of the display. Inventory, Mystery Box X1. A grin tugged at the corners of my mouth. Well, let's see what you've got for me. I tapped the holographic box. Do you wish to open the mystery box? Y/N. Yeah, I muttered, cracking my neck. Opening mystery box. The box exploded into a swirl of color, like some Technicolor loot drop. Icons materialized one by one, bright, crisp, glowing like neon candy. I leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Congratulations. You have received. Lottery draw card, General, X2. Weakness removal card X2. Neuralizer set, Men in Black. Helsing ARMS Casol Auto .454 set, Helsing. 250 SP. Holy Water of Life X6, Solo Leveling. For a moment, I just stared. And then I started laughing. Soft at first, then louder. It spilled out of me uncontrollably, like pressure finally hissing out of a sealed chamber. Hee hee, hee hee hee, hee 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 hee. I must have looked like a lunatic. I wiped a tear from the corner of my eye, still chuckling under my breath. Now that's a box worth opening. Lottery draw card, General, grants 10 random rewards. This card can only be obtained through mission rewards. Weakness Removal Card, can be used to remove an inherent weakness from a reward. Neuralizer Set, Men in Black, pen-like device used to erase or alter memories. When activated, it emits a bright flash of light that temporarily stuns and wipes the short-term memory of anyone looking at it. Can be used to then implant false memories or suggest alternative explanations to cover up the events erased. It comes with 4 settings, which can be changed using dials, which are hours, days, months, and years. These can be set accordingly to the amount of time needed to be forgotten. It includes 2 sets of protective sunglasses to avoid being affected. Helsing ARMS Casole Auto .454, Helsing, a large, custom semi-automatic handgun developed by the Helsing organization. It is based on the 1911 design but greatly scaled up in size to handle extremely powerful ammunition and withstand intense recoil. Chambered for .454 Casole rounds, the gun fires high-caliber, silver-jacketed bullets designed to destroy vampires, ghouls, and other supernatural threats. The ammunition is often enhanced with blessed silver and mercury for maximum effectiveness. Due to its weight, size, and recoil, it is impractical for ordinary users but ideal for ones with enhanced strength and durability to wield it effortlessly. Holy Water of Life, Solo Leveling, a mysterious potion infused with powerful magic that can cure any disease. Its effects only activate once the entire bottle is consumed. The Neuralizer, the Helsing Casole, and the Holy Water of Life. I selected the Neuralizer first. In an instant the device materialized in my hand. It looked exactly like I remembered from the films. Compact, pen-like, chrome surface that reflected the ambient lights of the penthouse. I picked it up. It was cool to the touch, dense but balanced. Alongside it were 2 pairs of black sunglasses. They were thick-lensed, lined with what looked like polarized shielding and an interior mesh that shimmered slightly when I tilted it under the light. I returned it to the system inventory with a flick of thought. The glasses followed instantly. Next, I pulled out the Helsing ARMS Casole Auto .454. This one appeared with a dull metallic thud, the table creaking beneath its weight. Damn, I muttered, reaching for it. The gun was a monster. 4 kilograms of custom machined steel, matte black with etched markings along the barrel that looked like Latin prayers. It was no exaggeration. This weapon had been designed to kill creatures that laughed at regular bullets. I checked the slide. It racked back with a sharp, precise click. The cartridge beside it held 7 rounds, thick silver-jacketed bullets. Blessed silver and mercury, according to the system note. Designed to destroy things that should not exist. Vampires. Ghouls. Maybe even worse. And I was holding it. I turned it over in my hand, feeling the recoil potential just from the build. It would break the wrist of an average man. As I stared at the engraved barrel, an uneasy thought wormed its way into my mind. They would not give me this unless something was coming. Something that needed to be put down permanently. A chill crawled up my spine imagining if I would run into vampires or Blade anytime soon. This is New York City after all. I stared at the gun a moment longer, then returned it to my inventory. I did not want to admit it out loud, but I could not shake the feeling. But I would run into them eventually. It was only a matter of time. I blew out a slow breath, pushed the paranoia down, and moved on. The last reward. Holy Water of Life. I selected it, and 6 identical glass vials appeared before me in a neat row. Each was filled with a silvery blue liquid that pulsed faintly in the light, as if lit from within. Just that strange glow, subtle and beautiful. According to the system, it cured anything. Disease. Toxins. Infections. Even curses, if such things existed here. The catch was simple, the entire vial had to be consumed for the effect to activate. I could think of a dozen ways this could save a life. Maybe mine. Maybe someone else's. I returned the bottles to the inventory one by one, careful not to spill or damage them. They were too valuable to leave out in the open. Then I stood in silence. All 3 rewards were gone, stored again in the secure system space I could access with a thought. But their presence lingered. Now on to my lottery pull. This lottery card has given me the chance to pull 10 rewards from each draw. Use the lottery card. As soon as the words left his mouth, the card dissolved into golden particles, and the system screen flashed brightly. To be continued. Chapter 35. David POV. The holographic interface pulsed once in front of me, then exploded outward with a cascade of golden motes, each one swirling like embers caught in wind. General lottery draw initiated. This was not like my usual monthly draw where I picked the cards myself. Now, 10 of them began to materialize on their own. Each one spun in place, gleaming with its own distinct hue, like they had been waiting for this moment. My heart kicked harder against my ribs as the final list took shape. Congratulations. You have received Harold Allnut, DC. Sparring Bots X3 Nos, Psychopaths. Alex Mercer's Jacket, Prototype. Isis Yacht, Archer Series. Hikage Shinomori, My Hero Academia. Ezio Auditore de Firenze, Assassin's Creed. Hal Emmerich, Metal Gear. Power Cell, T-800X10 Nos, Terminator. Red Dust, 10 units, Black Widow. Darkware, Young Justice TV series. Yes, I shouted after seeing the rewards. I was extremely happy since these rewards were gold. I didn't stop here since I felt my luck was good. So I decided to do his second lottery draw. System, use my other lottery card too. Yes, host. General lottery draw initiated. It was just the same process like before. Then came the rewards. Congratulations. You have received Art Rosenbaum, Invincible TV series. Allison Argent, Teen Wolf. Simon Ghost Riley, Call of Duty. Nightblood Serum X2, The 100. Rosarita Cisneros, Black Lagoon. L. Lolliot, Death Note. 0 Point Energy Gloves, The Incredibles. Minor Healing Potion X5, Overlord. Shin, Cowboy Bebop. Sneakers, Black Panther. Damn. What a lucky day I have, I muttered to myself, grinning like I had just walked out of a casino with their vault under my arm. The screen still shimmered in front of me, the second draw's results frozen mid-glow. System, display item descriptions for. One by one, the list pulled up beside me which I had named. Sparring Bots X3, Psychopaths, autonomous combat drones modeled after the MWPSB training units. Each bot comes equipped with adjustable difficulty levels and combat routines designed to mimic both armed and unarmed combatants. Ideal for high-intensity sparring, stealth training, and muscle memory enhancement. Each bot is fully reparable and stores performance data after each session. Power Cell, T-800, Terminator, a nuclear power cell. Red Dust, Black Widow. Red Dust is a counteragent released in gaseous form, specifically designed to free victims from mind control. It was primarily developed to liberate Black Widows from their psychological subjugation. Darkware, Young Justice TV series. It is composed of several key elements: a form-fitting black and gray jumpsuit with no identifying marks, a mask that covers the lower face, high-tech contact lenses, and utility pouches. It also incorporates a transmitter that is used not only for communication but can also emit counter-frequency pulses to disable wireless devices such as security cameras. Night Blood Serum, the 100, genetically engineered serum capable of altering blood composition. Grants immunity to high levels of radiation and certain biological agents. Can be administered via injection. 0 Point Energy Gloves. From The Incredibles, these gloves immobilize targets by suspending them in a gravity-nullifying field, effectively freezing them in place and making them easy to manipulate or throw. Minor Healing Potion, Overlord, small vials of magically enhanced healing liquid. Each potion restores your health fully. Can be consumed or applied topically. Sneakers, Black Panther, a vibranium-based footwear prototype designed by Chitauri. Allows complete silence during movement. The rewards were way better than I expected. But now came the hard part, figuring out who to assimilate first. There were more than enough options to choose from, and each came with their own set of advantages and complications. Ezio Auditore de Firenze, the master assassin himself. L. Lolliot, a world-class detective with genius-level intellect. Harold Allnut, a quiet mechanical genius. Hal Emmerich, a brilliant mind in both programming and engineering. Art Rosenbaum, costume designer, forensic expert. Odd combo, but useful. Simon Ghost Riley, battle-hardened British operator. Shin, a thug. Not much more to say. Rosarita Cisneros, a killer in a maid outfit. Allison Argent, meh. Hikage Shinomori, a hero with a danger sense quirk, though not the one for all version. Reading Shinomori's profile bummed me out a little. Not so much. Still, beggars can't be choosers. Ezio was my first pick. No question. He was a legend, master of stealth, parkour, close-quarters combat, and infiltration. Assimilating with him would elevate my stealth operations to an entirely new level. Movement, timing, execution, everything would sharpen. My second choice was Hikage Shinomori, mainly for his quirk, danger sense. The quirk is able to sense one's intent and their negative emotions. But quirks often came with drawbacks, and his was no exception. I didn't want to inherit any lingering weaknesses. So I used a weakness removal card on his character before assimilation. Character assimilation. 1. Snake Eyes, 95%. 2. Ezio Auditore de Firenze, 55%. 3. Hikage Shinomori, 40%. Now, it was time to plan my next steps. I still had Detective Alan Sloan locked up. He was a loose end, but with the neuralizer in my arsenal, I had a plan. If I played it right, I could use him to trigger serious heat on the Iron Serpents, shifting attention their way without it coming back to me. Then there were the side missions. I needed to complete them for the next set of rewards. My monthly lottery draw was also approaching at the end of the week. Beyond that, I had to start thinking long-term. I needed a base of operations, a brownstone or an isolated mansion would do. Something I could renovate, expand, and build underground labs into. I had tech, blueprints, and ideas. What I lacked was the space. And then, money. I needed to multiply what I had and start laundering the stolen cash I had taken off the gangs. If I wanted to play in the bigger leagues, I had to clean my funds and grow them smartly. So much to do. So little time. I let out a slow breath and sat up straight. Then my thoughts drifted to one of the items I'd claimed earlier, the sparring box. I summoned one onto the suite floor, its sleek metal frame unfolding silently. "Gideon," I said, eyes fixed on the bot. "Can you interface with it?" "I will try, David," came the reply. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The bot lay motionless on the floor where I had dropped it from my system inventory. Then, without warning, its fingers twitched. It lifted its arms, flexing them with smooth, calculated motion. It sat up, paused for a beat as if adjusting to its surroundings, then stood to its full height. It stared at me for a moment, lifeless optics glowing softly, then raised its hands, mimicking a few basic combat stances. After a short routine of testing its limbs, it took a lap around the suite before returning and stopping in front of me. "So, how is it?" I asked. The response came not from the bot, but from the toolbox across the room, where Gideon's system was linked. "Everything is functioning properly," she said. "No faults in movement systems. The bot includes a hologram projection function for altering external appearance. However, it has no vocal output hardware. No speakers or voice module. In simple terms, this bot has no vocal cords. I nodded. That's fine. I can handle that in a few days. Anything else? No, David. All right. What about the information I requested on Hammer Industries? Has it been collected? The bot, now under Gideon's control, turned and walked over to the virtual console embedded in the toolbox. A moment later, a large holographic display materialized in front of me, lines of data streaming down across multiple windows. Everything she had gathered was now projected onto the screen, ready for me to analyze. Gideon, I said, turning back to the main console. Pull up all warehouse and factory sites linked to Hammer Industries, global and domestic. The holographic display blinked, then restructured. A map of the US took shape, dotted with glowing blue markers, each one representing a confirmed Hammer site. Some were public, weapons testing ranges, R&D labs, research campuses. Others, not so much. Filter for facilities dealing with logistics, fabrication, and prototyping, I added. 3 locations remained. One near Albany. A fabrication plant registered under a shell corporation. It handled component assembly, circuitry, targeting modules, drone control units. The second was in Nevada. A warehouse located off a dry freight line. Heavily secured. Satellite images showed inbound cargo crates offloaded in bulk every 2 weeks, no export manifests. Black Ops storage. And the third, Brooklyn. Right under my nose. Hidden in an old industrial zone, repurposed under a tech startup facade. Records indicated it was closed 5 years ago, but energy signatures and nighttime delivery logs said otherwise. Bingo. If I pulled this off right, I would not only gut Hammer's operational capability but also bleed them financially, and cash in while doing it. They'd be too busy covering up the robbery to stop the collapse of their share value. Classic misdirection. But before that happened, I needed recon. Gideon could slice their networks. But I wanted to see how tight their security really was, human response, tech integration, guard patterns. That kind of intel only came from watching up close. I exhaled slowly, tapping my fingers on the console. Soon, I'd walk into one of their facilities and take what I wanted. Machinery. Weapons. Prototype tech. If I was lucky, a few pieces of stolen Stark tech they'd quietly tucked away over the years. Let me know the moment Brooklyn site data finishes compiling, I said. Of course, David, Gideon replied. But first, the nightclubs. The Iron Serpents. It was time to clean them. Only this time, I had to be more careful. If S.H.I.E.L.D. caught wind that these hits were personal, I might have agents watching the gang's movements more closely. And if that happened, I'd need to be ready for eyes watching me too. To be continued. Chapter 36. Later that night. Third-person POV. The stench of sweat, bleach, and stale liquor clung to the basement air like a curse that refused to fade. There were no windows to let in light or fresh air. A single overhead bulb flickered above, casting uneven shadows across brick walls stained by decades of spilled secrets and forgotten violence. Above, the club throbbed with heavy bass and muffled music, but down here, everything was still. The world outside felt distant, almost unreal, as if this place existed in a pocket of time where silence ruled and only the truth bled through. Just Dante Vasquez, a man zip-tied to a chair, and 2 others leaning against the far wall, smoking and watching. Dante stood with his sleeves rolled up and his gloves on, blood speckling the collar of his black shirt. The man in the chair was thin, twitchy, and reeking of fear and cheap aftershave. He was barely conscious. His swollen eye had sealed shut, and his lip hung torn in 2 places. "Are you going to lie to me again, Rico?" Dante asked. His voice was low, not raised. He never needed to shout. His tone was calm and controlled, carrying the quiet threat of a storm just before it breaks. The man whimpered through broken teeth. I swear, Dante, I didn't say nothing. I didn't tell nobody. You know what I hate, Rico? The man shook his head weakly, eyes wild with the kind of terror that turned your spine to paper. I hate rats. I hate liars even more. You might not be the first, but someone fed info to whoever hit the warehouse. He took a slow breath and reached down to the steel table behind him. Tools were laid out in a neat, deliberate line. These were not meant for fixing machines or creating art. These tools had one purpose: extracting information. His fingers closed around the handle of a hammer. Rico's eyes widened with panic. Please, man. Please. His voice cracked, desperation spilling into every word. You were on delivery duty 2 nights ago. You knew about the second warehouse rotation schedule. You knew we moved the crates downstairs. It wasn't me. I swear on my mother. Dante's expression did not change. He brought the hammer down hard on Rico's kneecap. The sound was like dry wood snapping. Rico howled. Don't bring your mother into this, Dante said. She raised a coward. The 2 men standing near the wall did not flinch. By the time Rico finally passed out from the pain and blood loss, Dante had already gotten what he wanted. It was never about information. There was never going to be a confession. What Dante needed was the spectacle. He nodded to the 2 men. Get rid of him. Make sure the others hear what happened. And make it ugly. The men nodded and dragged Rico's limp body out the back. One of them lit another cigarette as he walked. No one mentioned that Rico's story might have been true. No one cared. Fear was a better sealant than proof. Dante stayed behind. He stared at the chair, now dark with pooled blood, and clenched his jaw. His hand still gripped the hammer. Something was wrong. The attack on all warehouses had been hit with precision. He then stood and walked towards the door. He climbed the basement stairs and emerged into the back hallway of the club. Dante moved through it and came to an exit. He pushed open a side door and stepped into the loading area, where a black SUV waited with tinted windows and idling engine. Inside sat Emilio Delgado, left hand of Javier Morales and the man responsible for the gang's books, smuggling routes, and bribes. Emilio wore a steel-gray suit, no tie, and mirrored sunglasses even at night. You look like you just stepped out of a butcher shop, Emilio said, tone dry. One less loose end, Dante said, getting in and closing the door behind him. We have more, Emilio replied. We are missing over 3 million in product, for crates of weapons, and that Chitauri tech Morales was betting on. Dante asked. How many are jumping ship? 14. As of this morning. Some not answering their phones. Some caught a bus out of the city. Dante rubbed his face, the muscles in his jaw tight. They're scared of whoever hit us. That wasn't NYPD or DEA. This is either personal or some fucker is playing us for a fool. Emilio leaned forward. Javier's losing his shit because of this. Dante chuckled, but there was no humor in it. He thinks we're leaking. He thinks everyone is. You know how he gets when he smells blood. Dante just stared out the window. The club lights reflected faintly in the glass. Maybe he's right. You think someone inside helped? I think it doesn't matter. They knew when to hit. They knew what to take. And they made a point of leaving bodies, our men. You don't do that unless you want to send a message. Emilio exhaled through his nose. What kind of message? That we are prey. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Dante spoke, his voice calm but firm. Put out the word. No product moves until I say so. Have every lieutenant go through their rosters, top to bottom. Emilio's brow furrowed with concern. That's going to slow everything down. And you know exactly how Victor Ruiz and Carlos Estevez will react. At the mention of their names, Dante let out a sharp curse. Damn it. Those lunatics won't listen to reason. He took a deep breath, the weight of strategy pressing down on his shoulders. Then, at the very least, lock things down in Hell's Kitchen. We also need to be ready for whatever the Russians are planning after the hit we just took. There's no way they'll stay quiet about it. Vladimir Ranskahov isn't the type to sit still and wait. Emilio nodded and tapped at his phone. As the SUV pulled into traffic, Dante leaned back, continued talking with Emilio. What about the deal that guy Weasley proposed? Do you think James would consider the... While in a different part of Hell's Kitchen, 3 low-level serpents gathered in a parking lot behind a closed bodega. The air was damp, the neon sign above flickering. I'm out, one said, tossing his burner phone in a storm drain. You serious? Yeah. I've got a cousin in Tampa, the first man muttered. I'll do plumbing, roofing, whatever it takes. I'm not sticking around to get disappeared like the others. The third man lit a cigarette, his hands trembling slightly as he cupped the flame. Do you think it's true? That nearly 30 of our guys are dead. It's true, the second man replied quietly. I was there. I saw what was left. And the gang higher-ups, I'm telling you, they made Rico vanish just to send a message. I think I heard his screams from 5 blocks away. Is that enough proof for you? There was no need for further words. No goodbyes. They turned and walked off in different directions, silent and grim, like rats abandoning a ship already swallowed by fire. David POV. The warehouse was silent. Just how I liked it. I stood alone beneath the overhead lights, concrete beneath my feet, the air cool and still. I stood in the center of the cleared space beneath the overhead lights, just me, the concrete floor, and the katana gripped in my right hand. I exhaled and dropped into position. Snake Eyes was almost fully assimilated. 95% complete. I could feel it in every motion. The way my stance shifted without conscious thought. The way my grip adjusted itself perfectly without hesitation. There was a calm in me now. A silence. My breathing aligned naturally with each movement, smooth and measured. I took the first step. A diagonal slash. Light. Clean. Fluid. My feet shifted into position. My right foot moved forward. My knees bent slightly. My spine remained upright and relaxed. The katana hung low at my side, its tip hovering just above the ground. I focused on the sound of my breathing, slow, steady, controlled. Then I moved again. The slash came up diagonally, rising from my right hip to my left shoulder. It was clean and sharp. My body pivoted smoothly. I shifted my weight with precision. The second strike followed, then the third. I flowed between stances with practiced ease. Every motion was deliberate and exact. Each strike that followed moved faster and landed tighter. The blade hissed through the air, my instincts guiding the transitions between cuts. I did not have to think. My body already knew. I rotated my wrist and swept Yubashiri across my chest. My body dropped naturally into the next sequence. The strikes became sharper, more powerful. My legs drove the motion. My hips and shoulders directed the blade. Every slice cut the air with a crisp, efficient sound. 1. 2. 3. I paused. Then came a reverse slash that ended in a low crouch, the katana held flat against my left forearm. I rose again and flipped the sword in my grip with smooth control. Without pause, I eased into a series of Iaido drills. Each movement was precise and fluid. I drew the blade in one seamless arc and struck forward. Then I returned it to its sheath in a single, practiced motion. Every cut was clean. Every transition controlled. With a flick of the wrist, the katana became a blur. Steel vanished into the sheath and reappeared again in the blink of an eye. Each repetition became faster and more refined. Draw. Strike. Return. Repeat. Again. And again. Over and over until time lost meaning. My breath came slow and deep. My arms moved without thought. The weapon was no longer separate from me. It was an extension of my body. After 30 minutes, I stopped. I stood still, my shoulders rising and falling with quiet, steady breaths. Sweat clung to my skin and soaked through my training uniform. My chest lifted and fell as the room settled into silence. After resting for a while, I decided to shift into some flexibility training. I moved through the stretches slowly and with control, focusing on loosening every joint and muscle still tight from the earlier drills. Another half hour passed, and I found myself lying flat on my back, completely relaxed. I stayed there, arms stretched out at my sides on the mat, letting the last of the tension drain from my body and melt into the floor beneath me. The air in the room was cool, brushing gently against the sweat that clung to my chest and neck. My breathing had slowed to a calm rhythm, so quiet it barely registered, perfectly in sync with the faint, steady pulse of the overhead light above. Status, I muttered under my breath. Status. Name, David Arthur Brown. Age, 25. Race, human. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 25. SP, 1825. Lottery stack, 2/3 draws. Skills, hand-to-hand combat mastery, parkour mastery, hacking mastery, perfect recall, cooking mastery, bullet time, eye color manipulation, high-speed calculation, psychopaths, Shinya Kogami's combat analysis, house cleaning mastery. Inventory, Glock 17, 2 mags, leg holster, $6.25 million cash, knuckle dusters, hidden knives, 2 nos, loose and ombre, Devil May Cry, Senbons, Naruto, full potion X3, that time I got reincarnated as a slime, elucidator and dark repulsor, sword art online, Yubashiri, One Piece, C-147B Paladin, Splinter Cell, Monster, Ford Mustang GT, Death Race. Agent 6, Generator Rex, Marco Rossi, Metal Slug, C-1, Robocop 2014, Background Customization Card +5, Grapnel Gun, Batman, Arkham Knight. Weakness Removal Card X1, Neuralizer Set, Men in Black, Helsing ARMS Castle Auto .454 Set, Helsing, Holy Water of Life X6, Solo Leveling, Harold Allnut, DC, Sparring Bots X2, Psychopaths, Alex Mercer's Jacket, Prototype, Isis Yacht, Archer Series, Hal Emmerich, Metal Gear, Power Cell, T-800X10 Nos, Terminator, Red Dust, 10 units, Black Widow. Darkware, Young Justice TV Series, Art Rosenbaum, Invincible TV Series, Allison Argent, Teen Wolf, Simon, Ghost, Riley, Call of Duty, Night Blood Serum X2, The 100, Rosarita Cisneros, Black Lagoon, El Laureate, Death Note, 0 Point Energy Gloves, The Incredibles, Minor Healing Potion X5, Overlord, Shin, Cowboy Bebop, Sneakers, Black Panther. Character Assimilated. Deadshot, DCU. Jason Bourne. Chris Wolf. Harold Finch. Character Assimilation. 1. Snake Eyes, 98%. 2. Ezio Auditore de Forenza, 59%. 3. Hikage Shinomori, 47%. Characters summoned, nil. Missions. Primary mission, revenge. Objective, make those responsible for your mother's murder pay. Time limit, 8 months. Rewards, 500 SP, a skill, mystery box, 1. Side missions. Mission number 3, rescue the hostages. Objective, rescue hostages. Progress, 15/X. Reward, plus 250 SP. Mission number 5, eliminate the Iron Serpents enforcer. Objective: eliminate the Iron Serpent's enforcer assigned to Hell's Kitchen territory. Target: Dante Dagger Vasquez. Progress: 0 to 1. Reward: plus 300 SP. Bonus reward: Operation completion. Condition: complete all 5 missions. Progress: 3/5. Reward: Mystery Box, 2 nos, plus 250 SP. Gideon, now using one of my sparring bot as her body, she stood beside me, close enough that her silhouette blocked the overhead light, casting a subtle shadow across my upper body. I exhaled and sat up, letting my muscles adjust from rest to motion in a single smooth breath. "What is it?" I asked quietly, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow with the towel beside me. "I've spotted Dante Vasquez and Emilio Delgado together," she said. I straightened, all remaining fog clearing from my mind. "Where?" Without a word, she raised her left hand. The familiar toolbox projector activated, casting a holographic interface into the open air above us. Lines and pulses formed midair, geographic overlays, real-time coordinates, satellite feeds. A street grid stabilized, and then a specific point blinked in orange, highlighting the location. 15th and Calderon, she clarified. "Maintain surveillance," I said. "Use maximum capacity. Track all movement. If they separate, prioritize Vasquez." "Sure." Another feed took its place, already queued up, Victor Ruiz. He had not moved much since his last tracking point. His position was static, embedded deep within the Midtown Commercial District. The point of interest, however, was not the building he currently occupied. It was the company listed within it. Domani Architecture. The name hovered at the top of the holographic file, just beneath the parent company tag. Rand Enterprises. My gaze narrowed. "Who's he talking to?" I asked. To be continued. Chapter 37. David POV. Domani Architecture. The name hovered at the top of the holographic file, just beneath the parent company tag. Rand Enterprises. "Who's he talking to?" I asked. I hadn't expected that. Rand was not just another faceless corporation. The moment I saw the name, questions began forming faster than I could sort through them. Was this tied to the hand somehow? That would make a certain kind of sense. They always preferred to work through legitimate channels, corporate arms that could hide the rot underneath. Was Harold Meacham involved in this? Or was it someone else entirely, someone I had not uncovered yet? Before I could chase that spiral any further, Gideon responded to the question I had asked moments earlier. "He's speaking to someone from the company's internal security division," she said calmly. My thoughts paused for a moment. "Security?" I echoed. "Yes. They're covering their tracks. Can you identify the caller?" "I'll need a little more time," she replied. I gave a small nod. That was all she needed to proceed. The towel from my cooldown stretch still hung across my shoulder. I tossed it aside and exhaled slowly, letting my muscles fully settle. "And while we're at it, keep an eye on the Iron Serpent clubs. All of them. I want full surveillance coverage, 24/7. If S.H.I.E.L.D. starts sniffing around, I want to know the second it happens." "They're already under partial watch," she said. "I'll escalate to full coverage." "Good." I nodded slightly. I want to be more prepared this time. I'm going in with something that will set the Iron Serpents on fire. I let the weight of those words settle, then added, "Also, keep monitoring Miles Lydon. I want to know the moment he breaches a S.H.I.E.L.D. database." There was a pause as I turned slightly, my eyes scanning the open space of the warehouse around me. "I need a new place," I said, mostly to myself, "something permanent. A brownstone, maybe. Or a mansion, if it's isolated enough. That kind of privacy is rare in New York City, but see if you can find both options." "Yes," she responded. I've already begun filtering properties based on square footage, zoning history, and neighborhood surveillance risk. You'll have a shortlist by morning. And about this place, I added, motioning toward the warehouse. I asked earlier what's the status. It's possible, she said. The current ownership belongs to an overseas holding firm. No complications. The zoning is already flagged for flexible redevelopment. If we offer above market value through one of our front companies, they'll sell. Make the offer. Understood, she replied. But I suggest we bring in a real estate attorney for the purchase. It will help avoid scrutiny. I gave another small nod. I started thinking about my future now, with the memories of my past life weighing heavily on my mind. Yesterday's news had left a deeper mark than I cared to admit. A mutant group had attacked a secluded military base, small, strategic, buried beneath layers of classified clearance and barbed wire. The official coverage was, as always, muted and rehearsed. They called it an isolated incident. Government spokespeople promised containment, insisted the situation was under control, and claimed that the attackers were a mutant terrorist named Magneto and his group. They were scared. But the attack had triggered something far more dangerous than retaliation. It had sparked fear in the hearts of people already teetering on the edge. In cities across the country, protests had erupted overnight. Some were calling for mutant registration. Others were demanding expulsion. A few banners called for peace, coexistence, dialogue, but they were drowned out by louder voices, angrier ones. Anti-mutant sentiments were rising like a slow wave ready to crash. There were rallies now, organized by fringe groups that were no longer hiding behind masks or acronyms. Protect humanity, one banner read. Keep Earth safe, said another. Simple phrases that tried to disguise the venom underneath. They blamed mutants for the attack. And it would not stop there. Fear makes people dangerous. And desperate people follow monsters. But even this was just one layer of the storm. Mutants were only one piece of a much larger threat map that was growing more volatile by the day. Inhumans. Demons. Reality warpers. Ultron, and then there was Thanos, fondly known as the Purple Potato. One wanted the idea of wiping out humanity, and the other preached and was dead set on restoring balance to the entire cosmos by committing genocide. Galactus, Doctor Doom, the Beyonder, Molecule Man, Gore the God Butcher, the Sentry, Void, the Mad Celestials, Onslaught, Null, Mephisto. Fuck, just thinking about them gave me chills. Should I just run away to an unknown corner of the universe? Even to run, I would need power and resources. Then there were still the local threats: Kingpin, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Red Skull, Bullseye, Taskmaster, Baron Zemo, The Hood, Crossbones, Killmonger, Mr. Negative. The list just went on and on. And there were the what-if scenarios: zombies, Watcher crises, Ultron winning. Ah! Should I really run away? Then came my personal issues, my transmigration, the system. I needed answers. I had no illusions of control. But I also had no intention of becoming collateral. As I was diving deeper into this rabbit hole of thoughts and paranoia. David, are you all right? I heard Gideon's voice, snapping me out of it. I was sweating profusely, and I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. Shit. I am scared. I took a moment to calm myself. Then I spoke. Yeah, I'm okay. David, Miss Elena has texted you, asking about the date plans, Gideon added, catching my attention. Realization dawned on me, and I facepalmed for forgetting. So much for a memory skill. I quickly picked up my phone and looked down at her message glowing on the screen. Elena, hey, are we still on for Sunday? I'm finally free this weekend. A soft breath left my lips, something between relief and anticipation. I could feel the edges of a smile tug at the corner of my mouth, small, but real. I sat up straighter on the cot, wiping away the last bit of sweat from my neck and shoulders before reaching for the phone again. Me, absolutely. I've been looking forward to it. Sunday's all yours. I paused, thumb hovering over the screen. This was new territory. For all the things I had done, all the places I had been, this was uncharted ground. My first date in either life. And it mattered. Me, I was thinking Central Park. Maybe something easy. Walk, talk. You can make fun of how I try to feed squirrels. I hit send before I could overthink it. A simple start. No lavish dinners, no rooftop views, or overplanned spectacles. Just something real. I wanted to hear her laugh in person. Watch the way her eyes lit up when she smiled, not just through texts or calls. There was something grounding about her presence, like a soft tether holding me to this version of the world, this version of myself. Her reply came within seconds. Elena, Central Park. In the afternoon. No rooftop view or late dinner with moody lighting and wine. That's unexpected. Not that I'm complaining, just surprised. I stared at the message for a moment, unsure of how to respond. I had imagined a dozen ways this conversation could go, but not this. Then another message popped up. Elena, be honest. Have you ever even been on a date before? A soft breath escaped me, more of a quiet laugh this time. I sat up, typing slowly. Me, this would be my first. Ever. So yeah. I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I hesitated. Should I backtrack? Offer something more romantic? Play it cool? I didn't. Me, but if you'd prefer a dinner date, mood lighting, wine, the whole thing, I'm up for it. I just wanted to start simple, real. Something easy. But I'll take you wherever you want to go. Her reply came not long after. Elena, surprise me. 2 simple words, but they hit different. I exhaled. My heart wasn't racing, but there was something warm growing quietly in my chest. It was the first time in a long time I didn't feel like I had to measure every word, every step. With Elena, I could just be. All right then. To be continued. Chapter 38. Third-person POV. While David was still caught in the warmth of that small, genuine moment, Gideon's voice drifted through the air like a cold wind. Sir, shall I remind you of your objective regarding the iron serpents? Just like that, the weight of reality came crashing down on him again. The fleeting reprieve vanished like smoke in the wind, replaced by the heaviness that had grown all too familiar. David let out a breath and centered himself. His smile faded, the softness in his eyes replaced with steeled focus. I need to finish this before Sunday, he muttered to himself. With deliberate movements, he rose from the floor and turned toward the hidden door that led to the underground bunker. His hand brushed over the familiar steel handle as the heavy door gave way to the faint chill below. Behind him, he heard the soft echo of Gideon's footsteps following. He reached the top of the metal stairs, then paused at the threshold. Stay here, he said without turning. Do not follow. There was no response. Just silence and obedience. David descended the staircase slowly, each step clanging with a hollow ring. The bunker remained dim and unmoved, a tomb carved from steel and concrete. He reached the bottom, where the light switch waited beside the rusted fuse box. With a flick, amber lights buzzed to life, flooding the corridor in a dull, flickering glow. The air was cold. Stale. Heavy with metal, mildew, and something else beneath it. The scent of time, decay, and isolation. In the far corner of the room was a cell. Welded bars reinforced with rebar mesh had been set into the concrete itself. Inside, sitting with his back to the wall, was the man David had spent weeks preparing. Alan Sloan was awake. David stepped forward slowly. Alan stirred, blinking as the light struck his face. Gaunt, grizzled, and sunken from neglect, he looked like a man who had lost time. Gone was the polished authority of the NYPD badge he once wore. In its place was a broken husk of a man, confused and groggy. He stared forward, not really seeing. His eyes scanned the light, the walls, and the figure approaching. Then, as David stepped into the full glow of the overhead lamp and crouched in front of the cell, maskless, Alan's brows furrowed. For a long moment, silence hung in the air. David didn't speak. He just sat on the lone chair across from the cell, arms resting loosely on his knees, expression unreadable. Alan blinked several times. His dry lips parted as recognition tried to claw its way through the haze. "You," he whispered, hoarse and uncertain. David said nothing. He just watched. Minutes ticked by. Then, piece by piece, like a puzzle falling together in Alan's mind, something clicked. His expression twisted. "You little bastard," Alan growled. He pushed himself up from the corner, his legs shaking, body swaying from malnutrition and sedation. But fury, raw and venomous, was waking up in his eyes. He stumbled to the bars, gripping them with white-knuckled rage. "It's you. You son of a bitch. You fucking piece of trash. You think you can do this to me? Do you know who I was?" He slammed his fists against the bars, the clang echoing through the bunker. "I should have put you down the second I saw your face. I knew something was off. I knew it. You smug little freak. What are you now, some kind of goddamn vigilante?" David's expression remained still. Alan kept going. "You think any of this will last? You think hiding in your rat hole, kidnapping cops, torturing people, makes you some kind of justice crusader? You're nothing but a coward. A scared, pathetic little kid playing games in a sandbox filled with landmines." He spit between the bars, the saliva landing near David's boot. "Kill me then. Come on. Fucking kill me. What, you don't have the balls? You've had weeks. What's stopping you, you coward? You gutless piece of shit." His voice cracked. His rage peaked. And then, like a candle burning through the last of its wax, Alan slumped back down to the floor. He sat against the wall, panting, trembling. His face was red and streaked with sweat. David finally moved. He leaned forward slightly, voice even. "As much as I want to kill you, you still have your uses. So I will release you." Alan's head turned, disoriented, eyes narrowing. David continued. "But make no mistake. Once you're no longer useful, you will die. And it will be by my hands." Alan stared. Then he laughed. A short, hysterical cackle that built into full-bodied laughter. You kill me?" Alan wiped his mouth, shaking his head in disbelief. "You're just a fucking kid. You don't have the guts. You had all this time to do it, and you didn't. You know why?" He grinned, teeth yellowed, eyes filled with spite. "Because deep down, you're weak and afraid. You're nothing but a scared little boy with a grudge and too much time on his hands. You don't have it in you. You never did." David smiled then. A slow, cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Think what you want, you filthy piece of shit," he said softly. "But when the time comes, you'll know. Because you'll be staring into my eyes when you die." He stood. The chair scraped as he pushed it back. He didn't look down again. Just turned, silent and calm, and began walking toward the stairs. Alan remained where he was, eyes locked on David's back, the laughter now long gone. His breathing slowed, the silence around him once again settling like dust. He said nothing as the lights dimmed behind David's exit. And in that quiet, something inside Alan shifted. For the first time since he'd woken up in that cell, he understood something. He wasn't dealing with a boy anymore. He was staring at a reckoning. Third-person POV. The black luxury van glided through the heart of Manhattan, its tinted windows muting the chaos outside. Inside the cabin was spacious, modified, with two leather seats facing each other across a wide mahogany-finished divider stocked with bottled water and a silent touchscreen interface built into the panel. Wilson Fisk sat perfectly still, his large hands resting against each other, elbows tucked onto the padded armrests. He stared through the dim reflection on the window behind James Wesley, but his focus was elsewhere. Opposite him, Wesley reached down to his briefcase. The click of the latch seemed louder in the silence. He opened it, withdrew a sleek leather folder, and placed it on the divider between them. "We've had some movement," Wesley began, his tone even, deliberate. "The iron serpents have taken a hit." Fisk turned his attention back to Wesley, though his body never shifted. "The warehouse in Hell's Kitchen. Burned from the inside out. 27 casualties on their side. Drugs and weapons completely wiped." Fisk was silent, processing. "We're still confirming the identity of the assailant," Wesley continued. "But whoever it is, they're not sloppy. This anomaly slightly concerns me." "Our talks with Morales have slowed," Wesley added. "He's grown more paranoid. Doesn't trust that we can protect them if they agree to fold under us. He's even started rotating lieutenants differently. Salvador Reyes and Dante Vasquez are taking a more visible role in street operations. I think Morales is getting desperate." Fisk inhaled deeply, slowly. "So our investment is bleeding. And Javier is too stubborn to accept the hand that could keep him afloat." Wesley nodded. "At this rate, if they keep hemorrhaging manpower and product, we may not have much left to integrate, i.e. their manpower. Which brings me to our backup." He pulled another folder from the case and slid it forward. "The Russians," he said. "They're more motivated. They're eager to expand, and unlike the Serpents, they haven't drawn as much media attention yet. We've already got shared fronts in the docks and distribution routes through Brighton Beach." Fisk opened the folder with deliberate care, his fingers spreading the contents without a word. "Photos, surveillance stills, charts of movement. They'll fall in line quicker than the Serpents ever did," Wesley said. "But if we play it right, we can keep both in motion long enough to let one devour the other and absorb the winner." Fisk looked up, his eyes steady. "And if neither survives?" Wesley didn't miss a beat. "Then we seed new routes. There's no shortage of desperate men willing to sell their souls for a slice of the city." Fisk let that hang for a moment. "Control," he said, his voice gravel low. "Control is what matters. Not chaos. Not blood for its own sake." "Of course," Wesley said. "Which is why I've also begun preparing for longer-term expansion. If we want stability in the Hell's Kitchen, we'll need more than dealers and smugglers. We'll need leverage inside the walls of the precinct." He reached into the case one last time and removed a slimmer folder, this one marked in NYPD blue. A photo was paper-clipped to the inside flap. Two plainclothes detectives, mid-30s, standing side by side in front of the 15th Precinct building. "Detectives Carl Hoffman and Christian Blake," Wesley said. "They've been in the game a while. With the right offer, the right push, we could bring them under." Quietly. Fisk studied the photo without touching it. Wesley said. "They're already used to turning their heads when necessary. We provide convenience, financial padding. In return, they help control the flow of intel coming out of the 15th. Fisk's fingers hovered over the photo, then finally settled on it. "And if they resist?" "They won't. Not both. And one is all we need to begin." The car slowed briefly at a light, the soft hum of passing traffic barely registering. Outside, the last traces of early spring still clung to the sidewalks. March was slowly fading, and New York was waking up from winter. Fisk finally leaned back, placing the photo file beside him. "We'll proceed," he said. "But keep pressing Morales. I want to see how much pressure it takes before he breaks." "Understood," Wesley replied. And the Russians? Keep them warm. If the Serpents fall, I want the replacements in position by the next quarter. I also need the assailant to be tracked. He could be a suitable ally that could be used when needed. Wesley nodded once, folding his hands neatly on his lap. To be continued. Chapter 39. David POV. The bunker door closed behind me with groan. When I stepped into the warehouse's upper level, I saw the low glow of the holographic monitor already alive in the gloom. Gideon stood before it. Gideon, I said. Pull up the archive. All collected evidence we have so far. Ready and categorized, David. Would you like to begin replication? Yes. We go wide tonight. Start with the hard copies. I reached into my inventory and pulled out a set of labeled pen drives, dozens of them. Their weight was negligible, but the data inside? That could shake the entire city power play. One by one, I handed them to Gideon, who synchronized them, each pen drive absorbing files in a matter of seconds. I paced as the process continued. Compile a list of independent journalists, platforms, and media outlets. Filtering now, Gideon replied. Names scrolled across the floating display. Ben Urich at the New York Bulletin, Joseph Robertson in Daily Bugle, Trish Talk, a few hardened freelancers from the Village Voice. I glanced through them. Good. They get the first wave. Attach unique metadata tags to each file we send. I want to track who publishes and who buries. Understood. I sat on a desk nearby and logged into the dark web. Rising tide. I posted a mission briefing across 3 channels. Attached to the post were heavily edited clips, cam footage from the warehouses, financial records, decrypted texts, and a 3-minute supercut showing dirty officials with gang members. I didn't name names. The documents would do that on their own. As I leaned back, Gideon spoke again. All pen drives complete, David. Release the TV channels once the cops have found Alan, I said. Understood. Would you like to initiate social media saturation protocols? Do it. Start with the short clips. Grainy footage, the kind that spreads fast. Let conspiracy channels pick it up and amplify it. Once they take the bait, drop the full packages. Gideon moved faster than any human assistant ever could. Feeds lit up across various online platforms. All seeded, all staggered, all traceable only to disposable relays that burned after use. If any site takes it down, I added, mark it. Set the loop. Mirror the files through dead nodes, and if they delete one, upload 3 more. A strange quiet settled over the space. I knew what was coming. Retaliation. Political fallout. The Iron Serpents wouldn't be the only ones squirming. Cops, commissioners, maybe even judges would feel the heat. Schedule the launch for the end of the week, I said, eyes still fixed on the monitors. That gives me 3 days. I need to prep. Sure, David. I nodded slowly. 3 days. 3 days to prepare for the chaos I was about to unleash. I ran a hand over my face and exhaled through my nose. The headache hadn't arrived yet, but I knew it was coming. My body always knew before I did. I have a long week ahead, I muttered. Gideon didn't reply. She didn't need to. I stood, grabbed the small satchel containing the drives, and headed for the side door. Let's go, I said. The city outside was waking up, unaware it was about to watch itself burn from the inside out. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the blinds of my apartment. I rose at 6:30 sharp. The air was quiet, still soaked in the tension of the previous night's operations. I moved through my morning chores on instinct. I made my bed, cleaned the dishes in the sink, checked for any tampering around the apartment, same as always. Satisfied, I slipped into workout clothes and started my training. Stretching, calisthenics, a full bodyweight circuit, push-ups, sit-ups, planks, squats. I pushed through a solid 45 minutes before heading to the bathroom. The water ran hot. I stepped into the shower and let it wash away the sweat, scrubbing my hair and skin with the same methodical care I applied to everything else. I toweled off and stood in front of the mirror for a moment, looking at the man staring back at me. More than 6 feet tall. Blue eyes, sharp and alert. Brown hair cut short, slightly tousled from the towel. The relentless training had carved every muscle with precision. Defined shoulders, hardened arms, a core tight with power and discipline. I dressed in black shorts and a dark gray t-shirt, then made my way to the kitchen. Breakfast was clean and simple. Oats with almond milk, banana slices, a boiled egg on the side. I brewed a strong cup of black coffee while the toast browned. Once everything was ready, I sat at the small kitchen table, eating with slow, deliberate bites while skimming through financial headlines on my tablet. The thought had been growing in the back of my mind for weeks. It was time to move out. This apartment had served its purpose, but by the middle of next month, I needed a more secure, more permanent base of operations. After breakfast, I grabbed my phone and drafted a message to Elena about the date and set the phone aside. I pulled up my stock portfolio. I had invested in a few companies for short-term gain, and they were performing as expected. Nothing substantial yet, not compared to the kind of capital I planned to move in the future. For now, it was enough to watch the numbers climb. After an hour reviewing the charts, I stood up, stretched, and prepared to head out. Before leaving, I gave Gideon a final command. Start a quiet search for abandoned bank accounts. Global. Former shell companies, dead relatives, defunct trusts, anything with unclaimed assets. I'm not pulling from them yet. I just want intel. Understood. I will compile a report. I tucked my phone into my pocket and stepped out into the city. Lunch was quick. A modest diner on the corner, grilled chicken sandwich and bottled water. Afterward, I made stops at several different stores across the neighborhood. Bulk rice, dried beans, pasta, protein bars, toiletries, batteries, water filters. Essentials. I didn't need to carry them. One by one, each item disappeared into my system inventory with a silent mental command. I walked back toward the apartment, the bag in my hand empty. As I reached the front entrance of the apartment building just as someone else stepped up from the sidewalk. David, a voice called out brightly. I turned and saw Jaden, walking up with a takeout bag in one hand and a plastic cup in the other. He looked like he'd just come back from a casual run or maybe brunch. Hey, man, he grinned. Long weekend, huh? Something like that, I said, smirking slightly. He squinted at me with mock suspicion. You vanished. Don't tell me you were off on some secret getaway, or were you just holed up with Elena all weekend? I chuckled. What can I say? A man has his secrets. Jaden laughed. That a yes? That sounds like a yes. Damn, no wonder. You're imagining things, I said with a shrug. We started walking up the stairs together. Seriously though, he went on, you guys hitting it off. She seems cool. Like actually cool. She is, I said. Smart. Has her head on straight. That's rare. Don't mess it up, Jaden teased. Unless you're planning to go full monk mode again and disappear for another month. No plans yet, I replied with a smirk. Just trying to keep things balanced. We reached the second floor landing. He fished out his keys. Catch you later, bro. Later, Jaden. He disappeared into his apartment with a grin, leaving the faint smell of garlic fries in his wake. I stepped into my apartment and locked the door behind me. I then opened my inventory and began unloading the supplies, organizing them into cabinets and storage bins. The routine was quiet, methodical. Canned goods, dried staples, toiletries, each item found its place with clinical precision. Once everything was sorted, I poured myself a glass of whiskey. Neat. The amber liquid swirled in the glass as I moved toward the sofa. I sat down with a sigh, the cushion molding comfortably beneath me. My laptop sat waiting on the coffee table. I placed the whiskey down beside it and powered the system on. There were countless ways to make money in this world, but if I wanted to be more than just a ghost lurking behind screens and shadows, I needed legitimacy. I needed a business, something tangible, something that could stand on its own. It had to be solid, and above all, respectable. It would serve as a shield for the wealth I was building and, eventually, become the foundation for the organization I intended to create. The world needed something better, something sharper. And I needed the funds to build it. The investments I had made were just stepping stones. I would need far more than short-term stock gains to bankroll what I envisioned. Front companies. Acquisitions. Laundering trails that looked clean from every angle. I leaned back and took a sip of the whiskey, letting the warmth settle in my chest. "Gideon," I said, eyes on the screen. "Has everything been collected?" "All global records identified and indexed," her voice replied. "Several hundred dormant bank accounts tied to criminal organizations. Some dating back years." "Start slow," I instructed. "Small amount. Trace less siphoning." "Acknowledged." Initial transfer in progress. This was the beginning of a long-term game. I would pull from these funds in waves. The kind of transactions that didn't trigger alarms or investigations. And eventually, those accounts would be empty, and the people who once used them would either be dead, in prison, or too scared to notice. By the time I glanced out the window, the sky had turned indigo. The first stars had begun to pierce the haze. It was time to move again. I downed the last sip of whiskey, washed the glass, and walked to my bedroom. The closet door creaked open as I pulled out darker clothes, matte black pants, shirt, lightweight jacket. My boots were already by the door, laced and ready. Tonight, I would scout Hell's Kitchen again. The Iron Serpents still had nightclubs running, fronts for smuggling, trafficking, and worse. If they were feeling the heat from the warehouse hits, they would be adjusting their routines. And I needed to see how. I checked my watch. Time to move. To be continued. Chapter 40. Time skip 2 days. Third-person POV. The night draped itself over Hell's Kitchen like a weighted cloak. A thin mist rolled through the streets, curling around street lamps and neon signs, blurring the world into something soft and silent. Music thumped faintly in the distance, the muffled bass of a nightclub that roared to life every Friday. But above the chaos, where the city lights barely reached, a dark figure stood still as stone. High above the alleyways, at the edge of a tall brick building, a silhouette loomed against the night sky. If one looked closely, they might have noticed the shape of a man cloaked in black and gray, a hood drawn low over his head, a large sack slung across his shoulder. He was wrapped in shadows, his body almost blending with the environment. The red glow of his eyes pierced the darkness. Beneath the hood, he wore a full-face mask to eliminate any chance of identification. Over his suit, he had layered the dark, tattered hoodie. It was David. He scanned the building across from him. Attached to the nightclub, it looked like nothing more than an administrative annex or a maintenance facility. But David knew better. He had studied this place for 2 nights, tracking the guards, noting their shift changes, observing the routines. The building was heavily guarded, but there were cracks. There were ways in, and David had learned to move like smoke. He leapt from the rooftop without hesitation, landing silently on a balcony 2 stories down. The vibranium-lined sneakers absorbed the shock and silenced the impact. With a quiet breath, he slipped inside through an open maintenance window. Inside, the corridors were narrow and poorly lit. The air smelled of mildew and industrial solvents. David pressed his back against the wall and moved forward, each step calculated, each breath controlled. Thanks to the full assimilation of snake eyes and ongoing assimilation of Ezio Auditore, his movements were ghost-like. He navigated the maze of corridors without a sound, bypassing guards with ease, slipping past security cameras with perfectly timed counter-frequency pulses from his transmitter, which was attached to the darkwear he was now wearing. Minutes passed like water trickling through cracks. Eventually, he reached a locked steel door at the far end of the hall. It led to a staircase spiraling downward into the building's basement. This was his destination. The air grew colder as he descended, the sound of the nightclub above dimming into a vague rumble. At the base of the stairs, a faint fluorescent glow lit the basement entryway. 4 men sat outside, rifles slung loosely beside them, talking in low voices. They were not ordinary thugs. Their posture, gear, and coordination suggested military experience. Mercenaries, perhaps. David quietly set the sack down behind him. In one fluid motion, he pulled out 4 throwing knives from his utility pouch. The blades were weighted, sharpened, and coated to cut without resistance. He calculated angles and trajectories in a second, then launched them with precision. The knives struck cleanly. 2 caught the men in the throat. 1 sank deep into an eye socket. The 4th buried itself just beneath a jawline. Not one of them made a sound. Their bodies slumped to the ground as silently as leaves falling in winter. David retrieved the sack and stepped over the corpses without looking down. The door behind them was locked with a digital panel. From another pouch, he produced a small square device and pressed it to the interface. A soft beep echoed in the corridor. Seconds later, the light turned green. The door clicked open. He stepped inside and froze. The room smelled of iron, sweat, and despair. It was large, windowless, and filled with metal cages. Inside them were people. Dozens of them. Men. Women. Children. All from different parts of the world. Many of them had bruises. Some were wrapped in dirty blankets. A few turned their heads at the sound of the door opening, their eyes wide with fear. Most of the cages held women and teenage girls, their expressions hollow, their bodies trembling. One cage, tucked into the far corner, held children. Young, barely older than 10. They were chained at the ankles, huddled together, their small bodies pressed tightly against one another. David's jaw clenched beneath the mask. A slow, burning rage bubbled within him. He had seen many things since starting his war against the Iron Serpents. Drugs. Guns. Corruption. But this? This was something else. This was slavery. Flesh traded like currency. Innocents kept in filth and silence, waiting for the next horror to arrive. His knuckles turned white around the strap of the sack. He exhaled slowly, forcing his emotions back under control. Not here. Not yet. There would be time for vengeance. For now, he had a job to do. He moved quickly between the cages, examining the locks, noting the security systems. Most were simple padlocks, others were magnetic. A few had biometric scanners, but nothing beyond his capacity. He would need to disable them all. Freeing the victims was not just a mission. It was a promise. The far end of the room held a second door, this one newer, reinforced with bolts and steel plating. It led to a service corridor that opened into a narrow alleyway. He had mapped it during his earlier surveillance runs. It was the only exit that would not bring him back through the nightclub. He turned back toward the cages. Most of the captives recoiled in fear, their eyes fixated on the dark figure with the glowing red eyes and the sack on his shoulder. Some of them had dared to hope when they heard the door open. Now, seeing this strange masked man dragging a body-sized bundle, that flicker of hope began to wither. David did not speak. He walked past the cages toward one in the back, where several men had been locked in chains. He dropped the sack with a dull thud and unzipped it. A man tumbled out, groaning as he hit the ground. Malnourished, bruised, and barely conscious, it was Detective Alan Sloane. Gasps filled the basement. The captives looked at one another in shock. Some faces turned pale, others stared in dread. A few stepped back from the bars, pressing themselves against the walls of their cages. They did not know who this masked man was, and dumping a broken man into a cage did not seem like the actions of a rescuer. But then David locked the cage and stepped back. He began moving around the room again, slowly circling the cages. It looked like he was surveying them, scanning their contents, judging them. And in truth, he was. He had activated facial recognition through his HUD lenses and asked Gideon to scan every face, cross-check them with national and international missing persons databases. At the same time, he issued a silent command. Gideon broadcast Alan Sloane's location to every local law enforcement terminal, to FBI servers, and to major media outlets. A quiet moment passed. Then David returned to the center of the room and faced the captives. "I do not know how many of you can understand the language I am speaking," he said, his voice deepened and masked. "The man I put in that cage was kidnapped and tortured by the same people who took you. He is a detective. His disappearance has been public. And now that he is found, help will come. Do not give up." The silence held for a heartbeat. Then soft whispers began to ripple through the room. People looked at the cage where Alan now lay. Some began to cry. Others stared at David with a flicker of renewed hope. He turned away from them without another word. Inside, he was boiling. He had seen enough. The Iron Serpents would not walk away from this. He would make sure every single one of them involved in this operation paid for what they had done. But first, he needed answers. He needed to know if other victims had already been moved, if there were other holding sites like this one. He stepped through the side door and vanished into the dark corridors of the building. To be continued. Chapter 41. Third-person POV. A line of media vans screeched to a halt a block away from the nightclub, their engines steaming under the cold night air. Cameramen scrambled to set up, reporters shouted into their microphones, their words almost drowned by the echoing sound of gunfire a few buildings away. "We're reporting live from Hell's Kitchen where something is unfolding near the Iron Serpents nightclub compound," a Channel 8 reporter announced into her mic. Behind her, the air was alive with tension. "Gunfire has been heard. Multiple sources confirm possible trafficking victims were found in the building's basement. Police have just begun to arrive." 2 nights ago, before the chaos, a number of encrypted hard drives had made their way into the hands of hand-picked investigative journalists. The drives contained documents, videos, and records, names of dirty cops, financial transactions, blueprints of corruption. The files had been passed anonymously, but the intent was clear. The Iron Serpents had flourished under the shield of silence. That shield was now breaking. Few moments before the chaos. Inside the building. David had already retrieved the throwing knives from the men he had silently executed outside the basement. Blood stained the floor beneath their slumped bodies, and he paid them no further attention. He moved with lethal grace, his body on edge, his vision sharper than it had ever been. Everything around him had changed. Shadows pulsed with unseen energy. Light became a dull blur while edges glowed softly. His vision peeled reality into layers, highlighting threats, paths, and patterns. "Eagle vision," he muttered under his breath, awed but focused. He crept upstairs through a side maintenance stairwell. As he reached a dimly lit hallway, 2 gang members stood outside a storage room, rifles slung lazily across their chests. From behind the door came the faint sound of voices. David moved without hesitation. He surged forward in complete silence. One swift strike brought his elbow into the first guard's throat, crushing his windpipe. The second turned, eyes wide, but was yanked backward into a chokehold. David held him tight until the man's body went limp. He dragged the unconscious one into the storage room. Inside were 3 more Iron Serpent thugs, gathered around a table scattered with cash, burner phones, and rolled-up blueprints. One of them, a tall, bald man, reached for his pistol too late. David kicked it away and smashed his head against the table edge. Another tried to run but got a knee to the gut and collapsed. The last one stood frozen, hands raised. "Don't," David said coldly. He grabbed the remaining conscious man by the collar and threw him into a metal chair. "You've got 10 seconds to give me something useful, or I'll get creative." The thug, a wiry man with a scar under his eye, coughed but smirked. "You think you're scary, freak? We've got more coming. Whole crew. You're dead." David's foot slammed into his chest, knocking the chair over. He leaned down and pulled the man's face close. "Let me make this easy. Talk now, or you'll end up like the 4 downstairs." The man paled. "There's a shipment," he rasped. "Dockyard 39. Tomorrow night. 2 containers full of people. Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia. They've been prepping it for a week." "What else?" "That is all I know." He raised a tranq gun and fired. The man slumped back, unconscious. Gideon's voice buzzed softly through his earpiece. "Police dispatch en route. ETA 3 minutes. 2 marked cruisers and 1 unmarked, followed by SWAT. Media coverage is spreading. Reinforcements from the Serpents inbound, they would reach first." "Perfect," David muttered. He moved through the compound like a ghost, disabling security systems as he went. He detonated a small EMP charge in the main comms room, cutting off communications to nearby devices. In the hallway, he planted microbombs at structural weak points, designed to collapse non-load-bearing walls and disrupt escape routes. Meanwhile, 2 black SUVs and a box truck screeched around the corner, headlights off. Men poured out, armed with automatic rifles, yelling at each other to fan out. David watched from above. He adjusted the settings on his HUD lens, tagging targets. They rushed toward the side entrances, unaware that they were walking into a trap. Outside, the flashing red and blue lights intensified. Officers began establishing a perimeter. The first responders herded civilians away. "Set up barricades. Clear the block," a female sergeant barked into her radio. "No entry without body armor." More journalists arrived. Some were streaming live, describing the frenzy in breathless voices. Reporters speculated on human trafficking, corruption and gang warfare all at once. Present time. The moment the Serpent's first reinforcement stepped inside, David triggered a series of concussive mines in the hallway and started firing at them from the top through the gaps of the stairs. The explosions threw the men off balance. Shouts echoed. Outside, the cops reacted instantly. Shots fired inside, someone yelled. Officers ducked behind cars, drawing weapons. SWAT vans pulled up with screeching tires. Doors slammed. Riot shields came out. "Hold positions," a captain ordered. "Return fire only if fired upon." Just as the captain shouted, a sharp crack rang out. A patrolman standing in the front staggered back, screaming in pain as a bullet tore through his shoulder. "Officer down," someone yelled. The captain's face twisted in fury. "Engage. All units return fire now." Bullets ripped through the air as the officers opened fire on the nightclub, returning fire against the Serpents holed up inside. David used the mayhem. He moved to the club's VIP section, where he found a private office belonging to one of the lieutenants. Inside were locked drawers, encrypted hard drives, keys, and documents. Gideon scanned everything. David copied the data, then left. Outside, the standoff raged. A Serpent tried to flee through a side door but was taken down by a sniper. SWAT finally breached the front, flashbangs erupting. David walked through the building's back door unnoticed, slipping into the shadows of the alley. He disappeared into the night, unseen by both sides. David's voice was quiet in the mic. Gideon, prepare data packets for FBI, Interpol, and missing persons units. Begin linking facial matches from basement captives. Prioritize those with existing records. Also start our plan. Yes, David. Distribution already in progress. He pulled his hood tighter and vanished into the dark, leaving the iron serpents to burn in their own sins, while the world above finally opened its eyes. Now point me to the direction where that bitch Dante is. Back at the news stations, anchors were already breaking into regular programming. Headlines flooded the screen. Breaking, human trafficking ring exposed in Midtown. Shootout between NYPD and armed gang outside Hell's Kitchen nightclub. To be continued.